Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Martial Peak, Chapter 5631, both were surprised. The heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array outside the ancestral land, the 4 gates 8 palaces great pagoda array, was still active. Meanwhile, inside the ancestral land, Di Wu was recklessly releasing his strength to vent his rage. 300 years had passed. He had been waiting here for 300 years, but there were still no signs of Yang Kai. Although the royal lord in the no-return pass didn't urge him, he knew that not taking down Yang Kai after such a long time showed his inability. It wouldn't be too bad if he were a territory lord, but now that he was a royal lord, though not a true royal lord, he still represented the peak of the Black Ink clan. Before, Di Wu dared not head too deep inside the ancestral land because he was still unfamiliar with the huge, new power inside him. Also, the extremely dense ancestral strength of this place had a massive suppressive effect on him. Back then, he wasn't confident in defeating Yang Kai even if he managed to lure him out. So many years of waiting weren't in vain though, because 200 years ago, the ancestral strength in the ancestral land began gradually decreasing and thinning out day by day. Until this day, the amount of ancestral strength remained stagnant. Now, although there was still ancestral strength in the ancestral land, it wasn't nearly as dense as it was 300 years ago. It was at a level that Di Wu could tolerate. Of course, the more important reason was that he had finally gained more control over his strength after so long. It was impossible to fully control the strength he obtained from the Black Ink Nest and 13 sacrificed territory lords because if he could, he wouldn't be a pseudo-royal lord but a real royal lord. In other words, by using the source fusion technique, the total strength Di Wu possessed wasn't any less than a real royal lord, but his ability to control that strength was inferior to one. Now that the environment had changed and he had gained better control over his strength, Di Wu finally had the bravery to attack. Every time Di Wu attacked with his majestic Black Ink strength, the ancestral land would tremble. If this had been an ordinary universe world, it wouldn't have withstood the ruthless bombardment of a pseudo-royal lord and might have been shattered already. However, the divine spirit ancestral land was different. This was a continent that had existed since the primordial era and had nurtured numerous divine spirits. Whether it was the land's robustness or the strength of its grand Tao and principles, all were far beyond ordinary. While Yang Kai was looking into the past, he even witnessed the internal war between the divine spirits. There were countless powerful divine spirits involved in that battle, including many as strong as the Dragon Emperors and Phoenix Empresses, which made it difficult to estimate how many divine spirits had died in that battle. That war was definitely among the most shocking the universe had ever witnessed, with few if any matching its magnitude and intensity. Even that great battle that involved the entire ancestral land didn't destroy this world though and only damaged it somewhat, so how could a lone pseudo-royal lord be capable of that? Therefore, Di Wu couldn't help but be dumbfounded after releasing a series of attacks. The divine spirit ancestral land was far more mysterious than he imagined, and most importantly, his actions seemed to have evoked hatred and resistance from this world. The humans had an old saying, "The world lives." Even a relatively young universe world like the star boundary had its own will, let alone one as ancient and vast as the ancestral land. When the primordial light fell onto the ancestral land and turned into numerous colorful rays of light, the ancestral land's consciousness appeared. Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. As a result, this world's will was far stronger and purer than other universe worlds. If this wasn't the case, the ancestral land wouldn't have shown such favoritism to Yang Kai. All of this was because the ancestral land could feel the golden divine dragon source inside Yang Kai was one of those colorful rays. Of course, Di Wu's efforts weren't totally in vain, as he had almost shaken Yang Kai from his strange state. If he had succeeded, Yang Kai would have been frustrated to the point that he spat blood. After using so much time to witness the ancestral land's history and evolution, he had reached a moment of critical importance, so failing at this point would be too much to bear. Luckily for him, he quickly calmed down his emotions after noticing the strange sensation. come out. Diwu's roar spread throughout the entire ancestral land, especially in the direction the ancestral strength was moving in. He could roughly guess where Yang Kai was hiding, but since he couldn't break the ancestral land apart, he didn't have a way to get Yang Kai to come out. He had been waiting here for long enough and wasn't willing to continue idling, so, he decided that no matter what, he must make Yang Kai come out of hiding and kill him. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar came from below the surface. It sounded furious, and Diwu could clearly feel a powerful aura rising from below. Diwu wasn't surprised but happy because, to him, making Yang Kai come out was the most difficult task. As for killing Yang Kai, Diwu thought that it wouldn't take too much effort to kill him, so he immediately prepared. Right after he had readied himself, that strong aura closed in. Following that, a huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared from the ground. That dragon head had 2 horns with thick dragon scales all over its body. Its dragon beard was swaying under its widely opened mouth that looked like it could bite away a mountain. The dragon's mouth bit down fiercely at Diwu as though it was about to swallow him whole. Time principles surged, and even with his newfound strength, Diwu couldn't help but fall into a daze. Luckily for him, he instantly woke up and quickly retreated. The dragon chased after him with eyes that were filled with fiery rage, seemingly wanting to burn him to ashes. In that moment of running and chasing, the pseudo-royal lord and dragon leapt 1,000 kilometers into the sky, and it was only then that Diwu caught a glimpse of what this dragon looked like. It was a huge dragon form that seemed to be 100,000 meters long. Though the dragon head was right before him, the dragon tail seemed to stretch out forever, and the dragon pressure was so strong that it was like a furious wind that shook the world around it. Diwu felt his heart sink. Is this guy Yang Kai? He couldn't help but doubt whether the intelligence had been mistaken because the being before him wasn't an ordinary dragon, or even a powerful ancient dragon, but quite possibly a divine dragon. According to the information the Black Ink clan had obtained, while Yang Kai possessed a potent dragon clan bloodline, he was still far from becoming a divine dragon. Yang Kai's dragon form was supposed to be just 70,000 meters long. But the dragon before him was unquestionably 100,000 meters in length. A 100,000-meter-long dragon was a divine dragon, a master superior to ordinary royal lords and Ninth-Order Open Heaven Realm masters. Not to mention Diwu, who was a mere pseudo-royal lord, even the royal lord back at the no-return pass would have to act cautiously if he encountered a divine dragon. However, there was only one white divine dragon left among the dragon clan, and that divine dragon had flown into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield over 1,000 years ago, disappearing without a trace. How could there be a second divine dragon here now? Along with everything he saw these past 300 years, Diwu immediately concluded that the divine dragon in front of him was indeed Yang Kai, and these years of cultivation allowed him to gain significant growth. This is bad. My pseudo-royal lord's strength is enough to crush an 8th Order master, but if Yang Kai has become a divine dragon, I'm the one in danger of dying today. While Diwu was panicking, Yang Kai was also shocked and half of the rage in his eyes faded. A royal lord? How could there be a royal lord here? Previously, an external force almost interrupted his hard work of many years, so Yang Kai was naturally furious. After witnessing the primordial light landing on the ancestral land and what happened shortly after, he furiously charged out from the depths of the ancestral land. It seemed like he had been too lenient and determined to adhere to the agreement between the two races. The Black Ink clan might have forgotten what it felt like to fear him, so Yang Kai had decided to teach them a lesson about the consequences of enraging him. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai wouldn't be so reckless and would instead examine the situation before devising a plan, but his strange experience made his consciousness spend millions of years in the past, so his subconscious took over and did everything instinctively under the influence of his rage. When he felt the aura of the Black Ink clansman in front of him though, he finally regained his senses. The Black Ink clan wouldn't challenge him if they weren't confident that they could kill him. So, the royal lord before him was undoubtedly the Black Ink clan's trump card. Has the one at the no-return pass come all the way here? Wait. This royal lord isn't the one from the no-return pass. Yang Kai had encountered the royal lord from the no-return pass a few times, so he knew what he looked like. However, the Black Ink clansman before him was someone he had never seen before. The Black Ink clan actually has a second royal lord. Yang Kai was shocked. If the Black Ink clan had a second royal lord, wouldn't that mean they could have a third or a fourth? At that instant, Yang Kai suddenly had no idea how many years he had spent in the ancestral land. Could he have been here for a few 1,000 years? If not, how could the Black Ink clan have a new royal lord? But no matter what it was, he couldn't remain here and fight a meaningless battle. The escaping and pursuing pair were both lost in their own thoughts at the same time, but came to their senses just as quickly. Following that, the dragon released a powerful dragon breath from its huge maw, which became a blast of raging golden fire threatening to burn the sky down. In response, Di Wu threw a few punches that were surging with Black Ink strength with all his might. A loud boom sounded in the air, and the dragon breath was put out while the Black Ink strength dispersed. Yang Kai and Di Wu were both sent flying. The huge golden dragon suddenly shrunk and returned to human form. Then, Yang Kai immediately flew away without turning back. He didn't have any intention of fighting a royal lord. With his current strength, it was still quite difficult for him to kill a royal lord, and he was anxious to find out what had happened in the outside world. How long had he been here, and what was the state of the human side? However, he had only flown a short distance when he heard an angry roar from above, "Get down!" Immediately after that, the void trembled and a huge bolt of lightning came crashing down on him. Although the bolt wasn't overpowering, it wasn't weak either. Not expecting to encounter an ambush, Yang Kai looked up and saw a territory lord holding an array banner while pointing at him from afar, looking nervous but feigning calm. Yang Kai coldly snorted before manipulating space principles, preparing to flee. But just as his instantaneous movement activated, it sputtered and he was ejected from the void. That short pause caused the thunderbolt to hit him directly, making him tremble. Even a few strands of his hair were made to stand on end. A heaven-sealing earth-locking array. At the thought of that, Yang Kai's face fell as a memory from the depths of his mind emerged. He vaguely recalled that when he was looking back in time, he saw a group of territory lords setting up some sort of grand array outside the ancestral land. Now it seemed like they had sealed the ancestral land. No wonder the Black Ink clan dared to attack me. It's because of this. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5632, Mysterious Light. Instantaneous movement was indeed one of the most mysterious and unpredictable techniques among space techniques, and Yang Kai relied on it to escape from many masters in the past. However, the Black Ink clan's arrangement prevented this secret technique from activating. With the heaven-sealing earth locking in effect, everywhere inside this grand array was cut off from the outside, meaning if one wanted to leave, one had to destroy the grand array first. It wouldn't be easy to break such a grand array though. Not only was a royal lord targeting him, but Yang Kai was sure that this grand array had other functions besides being heaven-sealing earth-locking. The thunderbolt that hit him just now was obviously created by this grand array because Black Ink clansmen didn't have such an ability. Having charged out in a fury but being met with such an awkward situation, Yang Kai couldn't care about being angry anymore. Adding on to the fact that his consciousness had witnessed millions of years of the ancestral land's history, he was still a little muddle-headed and knew this wasn't the time to get entangled in a battle with the Black Ink clan. At the very least, he had to figure out his current situation first. Thinking so, Yang Kai didn't hesitate, and his figure flickered before instantly disappearing. He didn't use instantaneous movement to leave. Instead, he escaped into the depths of the ancestral land and concealed his aura. The ancestral land was incredibly firm, and even Di Wu, a pseudo-royal lord, couldn't cause any real damage to it despite attacking with full force. However, Yang Kai didn't feel any resistance from the land when escaping to its depths. That was because this land had shown its pampering attitude towards Yang Kai. This was just like how he was a Star Boundary's great emperor and could instantly travel to any corner of it with just a thought as long as he was within its borders. Although he wasn't the great emperor chosen by the ancestral land's world's will, he was not far from it. Next, Yang Kai's divine sense flowed out like the tide and quickly examined the ancestral land and its surrounding void, which was indeed enveloped by an unknown grand array that had sealed this place and separated it from the outside world. Yang Kai's face fell. It was bold of the Black Ink clan to come after him, but judging by the arrangements they had made, they did have the capital to do so. With a royal lord overseeing the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array and who knows how many innate territory lords hiding in the dark, the Black Ink clan could take the risk to fight for victory. How many years has it been since I came to the ancestral land? Calming down, Yang Kai began estimating the days and soon felt relieved. Thankfully, it had only been 300 years. When he saw an unfamiliar royal lord, Yang Kai worried he had spent thousands or even tens of thousands of years in the ancestral land, but it seemed only 300 had passed. Though 300 years wasn't a short amount of time, it wasn't too long either, as Yang Kai had just previously spent 1,700 years in retreat. In such a short period, the situation between the Black Ink clan and human race couldn't have changed much. However, since that was the case, where did this unfamiliar royal lord come from? Logically speaking, a territory lord wouldn't have grown to become a royal lord in such a short time frame. Could it be that this royal lord had been hiding in the dark all this while? But that seemed impossible, because if the Black Ink clan had a second royal lord available, they wouldn't have hidden him away. With the situation on the battlefield, if the Black Ink clan deployed a royal lord, the humans would at least have to give up a few more great territory battlefields and countless more of Eighth Order masters would have died in battle. Among his current means, the soul-rending thorns were still the sharpest weapon he had to deal with a royal lord. The soul-rending thorns were what played the biggest role when he killed a royal lord outside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Back then, he had used 4 soul-rending thorns consecutively, which caused him to fall into a dazed state, but with how strong his soul was now, Yang Kai estimated he could use 5 soul-rending thorns at once and still barely maintain lucidity. No matter how that royal lord guarded himself, 5 soul-rending thorns could critically injure his soul. Moreover, Yang Kai's strength had reached the peak of the Eighth Order open heaven realm, so he was far stronger than he was when he had just come out of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. He was able to kill that royal lord back then mainly because he was lucky, but luck was never something one could rely on. However, Yang Kai soon brightened up because he discovered that his dragon vein had grown significantly stronger after 300 years of cultivation. Just now, though he had managed to battle the royal lord in his dragon form for a short while, he didn't pay any attention to the changes in his dragon vein. After examining himself though, Yang Kai could feel that his dragon vein seemed to have hit a bottleneck. It was the bottleneck between the ancient dragon realm and the divine dragon realm. If he could achieve a breakthrough, he would be able to advance from an ancient dragon into a divine dragon. This realization greatly enthused Yang Kai. A divine dragon was in existence on the same level as a royal lord or Ninth Order master. Also, in general, a divine dragon would be stronger than other masters in the equivalent realm. When Yang Kai met Fu Guang in the depths of the dragon pool, the latter was in the same state as he was currently. But Fu Guang was now a white divine dragon. Even without transforming into his dragon form, Yang Kai knew that he had reached an astonishing 99,999 meters in length. Once he could take that last step forward, he could reach the 100,000 meter mark and regain the glory of the third-generation Dragon Emperor whose source he had inherited. Martial Peak, Chapter 5633, Changes in Himself. If so, he wouldn't be embarrassing the third-generation Dragon Emperor who had passed away. Yang Kai's gold divine dragon source came from the third-generation Dragon Emperor, and the third-generation Dragon Emperor didn't only have a 100,000-meter dragon form. 100,000 meters was only the minimum required length to reach the divine dragon realm, while only the strongest among divine dragons would have the right to be crowned a Dragon Emperor and command the Dragon Clan. During the third-generation Dragon Emperor's era, there wasn't just one divine dragon in the Dragon Clan, so being able to stand out among all the divine dragons meant that the third-generation Dragon Emperor was indeed unmatched. But even such a strong master had paid the ultimate price along with the Phoenix Empress of that era just to suppress and seal the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, which clearly showed how powerful a Black Ink Giant Spirit God was. In regards to the speed of cultivation among dragons, Yang Kai was ridiculously fast. Looking at today's Dragon Clan, he could be said to be the second strongest dragon after Fu Guang. He had expected his dragon vein to be refined because ancestral strength constantly flowed into his dragon form while he had been hiding deep below the ancestral land these 300 years. It would be stranger if his dragon vein had not been further refined. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the ancestral strength in the ancestral land had thinned out a lot because of him. The refining of his dragon vein had caused his dragon form to grow from 70,000 meters to 99,999 meters. As for the increased length of his dragon form, though it didn't bring any benefits to his open heaven cultivation, his strength had undoubtedly increased. At the very least, the intrepidness of his physique and ability to withstand punishment had increased appreciably, which would be of great importance when battling the Royal Lord later. However, the benefits didn't stop there. The Dragon Clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, so the more refined their dragon vein was, the higher their attainments in the Tao of Time rose. That was one of the benefits gained from inheriting a divine spirit bloodline. The Dragon Clan didn't need to have strong comprehensive skills. As long as their bloodline reached a certain purity, they would naturally comprehend things that ordinary people couldn't. Yang Kai could clearly feel that his attainments in the Tao of Time had greatly increased. Since coming out of the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, his Tao of Time could be said to have reached the 7th level, standing above all others within sight. All these years of constantly absorbing the things he gained from the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, he had gone much further in this stage. Now, following the growth of his dragon vein, Yang Kai's attainment in the Tao of Time had entirely surpassed the 7th level and reached the 8th level, summiting the peak. It was now on the same level as his Tao of Space. All this while, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space had always led his attainments in the Tao of Time. This wasn't only because he had been cultivating the Tao of Space for longer, but also because he had a natural aptitude in the Tao of Space. If he hadn't obtained an extremely pure Dragon Clan bloodline, there was a huge possibility that he wouldn't have any attainments in the Tao of Time at all. Now that his attainments in these two grand Taos had become even, they had a huge effect on him. The first was that time in his small universe now flowed even faster. If the previous speed of time in his small universe was between 6 and 7 times faster than in the outside world, it was now 10 times faster. The faster flow of time in his small universe meant that his heritage would increase faster as well. Of course, this didn't hold much meaning to Yang Kai anymore because he would soon reach his innate limit in the open heaven martial Tao. Once he reached that peak, his heritage and realm wouldn't improve no matter how much strength he accumulated. However, if he could break through the 8th order open heaven realm's restrictions, this change would become very meaningful. The 9th order open heaven realm was a new start, and a 10 times flow rate of time in his small universe could help him save many years of bitter cultivation. While the changes in his small universe's time flow were directly affected by his advancement in mastery of the Tao of Time, there was another effect that wasn't so direct. That was with his strongest secret technique, the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. A long while ago, Yang Kai had noticed that because his attainments in the Tao of Time and Tao of Space had some disparity, he would always feel like there was something incomplete with the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, limiting its power. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was a secret technique that combined both Grand Daos to create a brand new spacetime strength. Since his attainments in the two Grand Daos were different, with one slightly higher than the other, this spacetime strength was unstable. That was why he couldn't perfectly combine the full strength of those two Grand Daos. Yang Kai had previously surmised that when both these Grand Daos had reached the same level of mastery, he might be able to use the Sun and Moon Divine Will's complete power. But after so many years, even he didn't have a way to force the two Grand Daos into a balanced state. That was, until today. Since Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space and Tao of Time had both reached the 8th level, how much power would he be able to exert when he used them to activate the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel? At the thought of that, Yang Kai became excited and secretly decided to test this out as soon as possible. With the growth of his dragon form, improvement of his dragon vein, and new attainments in the Tao of Time, Yang Kai's overall strength had increased dramatically over the past 300 years. So what if he had to face a royal lord? Since he couldn't escape, he would just have to kill his way out. However, he first needed to understand the Black Ink clan's plan. When he was fighting with that royal lord earlier, everything happened too quickly and he was too muddle-headed, so he didn't have time to carefully assess the situation. The only thing he knew was that there was a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array outside the ancestral land, a royal lord waiting for a chance to strike, and an unknown number of innate territory lords lurking in the shadows, observing the situation. At the same time, in the sky above the ancestral land, the arrogant expression on Di Wu's face was gone, replaced with one of uncertainty. After becoming a pseudo-royal lord and gaining tremendous strength, he was confident that he could succeed in killing Yang Kai, but how could he have anticipated that a single clash with Yang Kai would terrify him so greatly? Yang Kai was just a half-step away from becoming a divine dragon, and in his fluster earlier, Di Wu nearly turned around and ran. Luckily for him, Yang Kai ran even quicker, or else he might have humiliated himself. Now that Di Wu carefully thought back on the previous exchange, though Yang Kai's aura was indeed powerful, it had not yet reached the stage of a divine dragon. Di Wu had previously felt the aura of the white divine dragon back at the no-return pass and clearly remembered that it was far more imposing and majestic than the aura Yang Kai exuded. Although that guy has grown significantly while cultivating in the ancestral land, he has still yet to break through that final barrier, so he should still be an ancient dragon. Having realized that, Di Wu felt relieved. If Yang Kai really had become a divine dragon, Di Wu would have no choice but to flee. Di Wu was a pseudo-royal lord, while Yang Kai could be regarded as a pseudo-divine dragon, so the two were on par, with neither side being the genuine article. In fact, being a pseudo-royal lord meant that he was the stronger of the two because he possessed the raw strength of a royal lord. Even if he couldn't control that strength properly, he still had it, as opposed to Yang Kai whose total strength was still lacking by comparison. Now that Yang Kai had gone into hiding though, things had become difficult for him because, if he couldn't damage the ancestral land with his strength, he wouldn't be able to find Yang Kai. In short, although the Black Ink clan had cut off Yang Kai's hope of escape with the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array, as long as Yang Kai didn't reveal himself, there was no way for them to kill him. This was what troubled Di Wu the most. Before coming here, he didn't expect the situation in the ancestral land would turn out like this. Di Wu could sense Yang Kai's divine sense probing around, checking the situation, but he couldn't pinpoint where the latter was, so he could only sit and wait. Just as he was thinking about how to lure Yang Kai out, he suddenly felt the latter's aura appear somewhere inside the ancestral land. Over there. Di Wu turned his head and saw Yang Kai's figure shooting up into the sky. Then, he immediately moved his body and shot towards Yang Kai while shouting, "Stop him!" They couldn't let Yang Kai hide within the depths of the ancestral land again. As Di Wu shouted his order, a thick bolt of lightning shot down from above. The innate territory lords responsible for maintaining the Grand Array had activated one of its functions, a killing array. Numerous lightning bolts appeared in the sky, resembling a thunder dragon flying through the sky and instantly stopping before Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure flickered across the sky as he easily dodged the attack, but the thunder dragon chased him as if it had a mind of its own. At the same time, more bolts of lightning rained down from above. Yang Kai managed to dodge many of these attacks before finally arriving at the edge of the Grand Array. With the Azure Dragon Spear in hand, he unleashed a powerful thrust. Space shattered, and even the Grand Array shook, revealing the figure of an innate territory lord in one of the array nodes. He was the one who first summoned lightning bolts just now. When the two pairs of eyes met, the innate territory lord shivered as he was filled with terror. Among all the humans, there were a few masters that the Black Ink clan was wary of, but there was only one that inspired fear in all. This couldn't be helped as too many innate territory lords had died at Yang Kai's hands. Even if 3 innate territory lords ran into him, their deaths were almost assured if they couldn't quickly receive assistance from more territory lords. Even though they had the Grand Array as a barrier between them, the innate territory lord didn't feel the slightest bit secure. He would have long fled by now if he didn't need to operate the Grand Array. However, he was a crucial part of this Grand Array, so he couldn't escape. The only thing he could do was to fiercely gather his strength while channeling it into the array banner, trying to strengthen the barrier in front of him. Fortunately, Yang Kai only attacked once before he immediately flew away with no intention of striking again. It wasn't because he didn't want to strike again, but because he couldn't. The Royal Lord was about to arrive, and lightning bolts were closing in on him from all sides. Any delay could land him in a critical situation. However, that one spear attack gave Yang Kai some insight into this heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array, and he realized it wasn't nearly as sturdy as he originally thought. With his strength, he could easily break through this Grand Array given half a cup of tea's time without any distractions. Of course, Black Ink clan wasn't going to give him a chance to do that. With the continuous strikes condensed by the territory lords operating the Grand Array, Yang Kai soon noticed that the bolts of lightning were increasing in number so rapidly that there was almost no place for him to run anymore. Therefore, he could only use space principles to exile his body to the void. The moment his figure turned illusory, the many lightning bolts hit their mark. Since Yang Kai had phased his body though, he managed to avoid most of the attack while the remnants didn't have enough power to harm him. This was the biggest advantage of having an extremely pure dragon vein. The dragon clan was unparalleled when it came to physical resilience and even had a high degree of resistance when it came to most secret techniques and divine abilities. So, it wouldn't matter if he was hit by some of the attacks. But before Yang Kai had the time to recover, 4 figures suddenly jumped out at him, each charging at him with their auras blazing. They were 4 innate territory lords that had been hiding nearby. These 4 innate territory lords had linked their auras in a battle formation which Yang Kai was very familiar with. Frowning, Yang Kai muttered, "For symbols formation. The 3 fortunes, 4 symbols, 5 elements, 6 paths, 7 stars, 8 desolations, and 9 palaces were the most standard battle formations of the human race which were used by its soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield in particularly dangerous or dire circumstances, for example, when their warships were destroyed." Martial Peak, Chapter 5634, Trapping Array. A warship was the largest reliance a human squad had when fighting against the Black Ink clan. Whether it was back at the Black Ink battlefield or on the current Great Territory battlefields, when both races fought, the humans were outnumbered. The only reason the humans could persevere was that the average strength of their soldiers was greater than that of the Black Ink clans, and they had warships. Each warship was essentially a mobile fortress with numerous artifacts that could greatly enhance the offensive and defensive capabilities of its crew. If the humans didn't have warships, they would have been wiped out long ago. Without mentioning anything else, it was difficult for humans to resist the corruption of Black Ink's strength when they were either too weak or injured. However, a warship could offer such human safety and protection. After so many years, the humans had used countless resources to build and maintain their warships. It could be said that the number of resources used on warships was larger than the amount cultivators used to cultivate. Every time there was a large-scale battle, warships were damaged and destroyed. Once a warship was destroyed though, the human soldiers would have to face the Black Ink clan's attack and the corruption of Black Ink's strength without this additional layer of protection. When that happened, the survivors would often use battle formations to greatly increase their chances of surviving. 3 humans could create a formation called the 3 Fortunes formation. Add 1 more person, and it would be the 4 Symbols formation. 5 people would form the 5 Elements formation, and so on and so forth until one reached the 9 Palaces formation. Under normal circumstances, the more humans in a battle formation, the stronger it would be. When Yang Kai was on the Black Ink battlefield, he led the many 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Dawn squad to form the 8 Desolations formation several times to kill their enemies, producing outstanding results. However, such battle formations could not be formed on a whim as they needed a long period of joint practice. Additionally, the people forming a battle formation had to be familiar with and trust each other because once it was formed, not just their auras, but their very lives would become linked. If one suffered, all suffered, and if one prospered, all prospered. If there wasn't enough trust between partners, it would be impossible to even form a battle formation, much less bring out its full strength. On the Great Territory battlefields, there were significantly fewer 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters than Territory Lords, but the reason the humans could stubbornly resist the Black Ink clan's continuous onslaught was that they made good use of battle formations. The Black Ink clan generally wouldn't use such formations because they didn't trust each other like how the human cultivators would. Rather than wasting their time and effort in forming battle formations, they preferred fighting alone because they could more freely use their strengths. Yang Kai had never encountered a situation where the Black Ink clan used a battle formation, and never expected to see it happen today. More importantly, it was 4 innate territory lords that formed this formation, which illustrated the Black Ink clan's determination to kill him. In the face of the huge pressure of confronting Yang Kai, these 4 territory lords had set aside all their reservations and banded together to defeat this formidable enemy. These 4 territory lords with linked auras charged forward, and though Yang Kai could see at a glance that their battle formation wasn't tightly bonded, he didn't want to be entangled with them for too long. With a sweep of his spear, Yang Kai thrust out more than a dozen times in the direction of those territory lords to slow down their approach. Then, he quickly flew downwards before immediately shooting away. Those 4 territory lords immediately changed directions and chased after him. The royal lord also quickly changed directions, trying to cut Yang Kai off. Despite there not being much difference in their speed, Yang Kai was proficient in space techniques, so it wasn't easy for the royal lord to block him. After flying around the ancestral land several times, the Black Ink clansmen sadly found that although they had taken advantage of the time Yang Kai was cultivating to seal him here, there was nothing they could do about him if he didn't fight them head-on. On the contrary, Yang Kai had managed to discover the Black Ink clan's strength with his constant probing. This made Di Wu furious. At that moment, a voice entered Di Wu's ear. It was from the 7th Order Black Ink disciple responsible for setting up the Grand Array. Once Di Wu heard what was said, he revealed a happy expression and nodded subtly. While Yang Kai was moving around the ancestral land, the killing array linked to the Grand Array surrounding the ancestral land didn't stop and was constantly sending lightning bolts towards him. It was a pity that this Grand Array's primary function was to act as a heaven-sealing earth-locking barrier. Though it had a killing array embedded inside, it wasn't very powerful, so Yang Kai could easily dodge its attacks. With Yang Kai's current strength, only a Grand Array set by a great Grandmaster in the Tao of Spirit Arrays could completely incapacitate him. A Spirit Array set up by a few 7th Order Black Ink disciples with mediocre achievements in the Tao of Spirit Arrays naturally wasn't as profound. As the chase continued, the ancestral land suddenly became covered in mist. This mist wasn't that dense in the beginning, but as time passed, it became denser and denser until visibility became essentially zero. Even divine sense was restricted to only being able to extend 100 meters from an individual. All of that was because the grand array had changed. Since the killing array was useless, they had switched it for a trapping array. Yang Kai couldn't help but slow down and carefully probe his surroundings. There were sounds of wind blowing, birds chirping, and a vague sound of a cry and howl. Knowing that all these were disturbances generated by the spirit array, he couldn't help but snicker. Everyone, including the Black Ink clan, knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Taoist time and space, but very few knew he had dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays. Of course, his attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays weren't particularly high and were all gained from his experiences in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Back then, there were grand Tao rivers of all kinds flowing inside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, and Yang Kai had absorbed and refined many of them. Yang Kai had taken so many Tao rivers with different great Taos filled with Tao essence into his small universe that talents in all kinds of different grand Taos were now born in the Void Continent. If Yang Kai only relied on these shallow attainments, he wouldn't be able to see through this trapping array, but that wasn't all he had to rely on. He closed both eyes, and when he opened them next, a golden cross flashed across his left pupil. The Demon Eye of Annihilation was an eye-secret technique he inherited from Myriad Demons' cave heaven. It could see through all illusions and was rumored to be able to see the past and tell the future once cultivated to its extreme. Yang Kai didn't have any intentions of seeing the past and looking into the future, but the Demon Eye of Annihilation's ability to see through illusions was the perfect thing to unravel spirit arrays. With this secret technique active, Yang Kai was able to see through the mist and get a clear view of his surroundings. Even though he hadn't reached the point where he wasn't affected by the mist at all, it was enough to help him in this situation. If the Black Ink clan had placed their hopes on this trapping array to restrict his movements, they had made the wrong choice. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to reveal his secrets though, so he wore a gloomy look on his face and slowed down his actions so that he could test the Black Ink clan and learn more about their situation. Soon, he saw the Royal Lord had stopped near the border of the Grand Array, seemingly ordering some kind of attack while looking in his direction with murderous intent filling his face. But Yang Kai noticed the Royal Lord didn't intend to charge right at him, which surprised him as he didn't know what the other party was worried about. Di Wu was indeed worried. Despite knowing that Yang Kai wasn't a true divine dragon, when they exchanged moves earlier, he had fully experienced how strong Yang Kai was. Adding on to the invisible suppression from the ancestral land, Di Wu wasn't confident he could kill Yang Kai without being injured. To a Black Ink clansman, being injured was a troublesome thing. They could endure minor injuries, but they would have to hibernate inside a Black Ink nest if they got seriously wounded. Di Wu couldn't accept the idea of having to hibernate and recuperate after his first battle as a pseudo-royal lord. Moreover, Yang Kai had a strange method to attack one's soul, and he had yet to use it, so Di Wu thought that he had to wear down Yang Kai's strength and means before he could deal the finishing blow. Otherwise, if he were attacked with that technique, he couldn't be sure whether he could make it out of this conflict alive. In the meantime, Yang Kai saw 4 figures quickly arrive beside Di Wu. They were the 4 that formed the 4 symbols formation. Soon after that, another 4 innate territory lords appeared. This scene shocked Yang Kai. He didn't notice the other 4 territory lords before and couldn't help but secretly exclaim at how determined the Black Ink clan was. When he was circling the ancestral land earlier, trying to investigate the Grand Array, he saw at least 10 innate territory lords maintaining its operation from the outside. Adding on the 8 territory lords before him, and perhaps a few that were still hiding, didn't that mean the Black Ink clan had sent a royal lord and more than 20 territory lords to deal with him? When faced with such a lineup, even a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would find it difficult to handle, let alone an 8th Order Master like himself. Yang Kai soon learned that wasn't all though, for the Black Ink clan had also apparently deployed a massive Black Ink clan army as well. Moments later, the Black Ink Clan army mustered their courage to charge into the mist under the Black Ink Clan master's orders. It was obvious that they were planning to exhaust Yang Kai using these cannon fodder. What's more, there might still be other arrangements on the Black Ink Clan side that Yang Kai was unaware of as of yet. Inside the mist, Yang Kai pretended to be disoriented as he walked around in circles, acting like a headless fly. When he tried to escape the mist by flying into the sky, he couldn't. Also, he failed when he tried to dive down and hide inside the ancestral land. This spirit array was actually quite good, which showed that those few 7th Order Black Ink disciples did have some talent in the Tao of spirit arrays, or else the Royal Lord wouldn't have looked so highly upon them. Just as Yang Kai was looking dazed and dizzy, the Black Ink Clan army that had charged into the mist surrounded him. Immediately afterwards, the feudal lords followed the instructions of the 7th Order Black Ink disciple operating the spirit array and swarmed towards Yang Kai. A battle immediately broke out. A long spear swept back and forward, sending out spear strikes like a dense rain. Immediately after, black blood spurted everywhere as bodies exploded into pieces. With Yang Kai's current strength, how could that army of Black Ink Clan cannon fodder defeat him when the strongest among them were just feudal lords? To put it bluntly, with sufficient time, Yang Kai alone could wipe out these 10 million Black Ink Clan troops. Group after group of Black Ink clansmen were killed, and the speed at which lives were lost was unimaginably fast. On the ground, the fresh black blood had gathered into a pool, which then became a river, and soon began to look like an ocean, one filled with the broken corpses of Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai killed methodically, without feeling any kind of joy or frustration. Since the Royal Lord was willing to sacrifice these Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai was more than willing to oblige. The more Black Ink clansmen he killed here, the fewer the humans had to face on the battlefields. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. Yang Kai's spear never stopped. In the beginning, Yang Kai moved around to more efficiently slaughter his enemies, but as time wore on, he could no longer be bothered exerting himself like that and simply stood in place while allowing the Black Ink Clan army to come to him. The scene resembled water splashing onto a rock that was blocking a river, which was an astonishing sight to see. So many had died so quickly that the Black Ink Clan army would have broken and routed if not for the territory lords and royal lord overseeing them, forcing them to continue. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5635, Scheming Against the Unexpected. No one could maintain their calm when facing a hopeless battle. The humans couldn't, and neither could the Black Ink Clan. The Black Ink Clan soldiers attacking from all directions couldn't even get within 1,000 meters of Yang Kai. No matter whether it was a feudal lord, a high-rank Black Ink clansman, or low-rank Black Ink Clan member, they perished with a single swing of the spear. Under such desperation, the Black Ink Clan army's morale soon crumbled. However, the royal lord and many territory lords were watching them from the outside, so they dared not retreat and could only force themselves to continue charging forward. A day later, Yang Kai's kill count had grown from 100,000 to 200,000. The breath Yang Kai let out was so intensely hot that it seemed like it was about to burn a hole through the void. The hand he held his spear with was still as firm as ever. A few days later, 200,000 became 500,000. Half of the million Black Ink clansmen that came to the ancestral land had died, causing the battlefield to reek of blood. Under Di Wu and the other territory lords' gazes, Yang Kai's speed finally began slowing down. He was sweating profusely, and his complexion seemed a little pale. Di Wu was satisfied with what he saw. If he could exchange 1 million Black Ink Clan soldiers for Yang Kai's life, he would do it without a frown. Moreover, if he succeeded and returned to the no-return pass, rather than punish him, the royal lord would certainly reward him. 1 million lower Black Ink clansmen was nothing because as long as they had Black Ink nests and resources, they could easily produce more such soldiers. On the other hand, How many innate territory lords had died at the hands of Yang Kai over the years? Innate territory lords came from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, so each one killed meant there was one permanently lost. Therefore, 1,000,000 Black Ink clansmen couldn't compare to even one innate territory lord. Since Di Wu had great understanding of the human's open heaven realm, he knew that a human's strength came from his or her small universe. The stronger the heritage of the small universe, the stronger the human was. But the strength inside a human's small universe wasn't inexhaustible. Yang Kai had been fighting alone, non-stop for days and had killed over 500,000 Black Ink clansmen, so he must have consumed a lot of energy. It's time. As Di Wu thought so, he didn't hesitate and flew straight into the mist. Then, he followed a 7th-order Black Ink disciple's directions and silently advanced towards his target. Meanwhile, the 8 territory lords noticed the situation and mustered their courage to follow behind Di Wu. Although Yang Kai was killing the Black Ink clan soldiers, he still noticed these external movements and couldn't help but frown. It seemed like things weren't moving according to his plan. He was feigning lethargy right now. To him, the best outcome here would be to lure a few territory lords over so that he could kill them first and weaken the Black Ink clan's overall strength. But the royal lord didn't act as Yang Kai expected and instead led 8 territory lords against him all at once. At that moment, Yang Kai felt a huge sense of danger as he quickly revised his plans. This trapping array couldn't hold him, as he could see through it quite easily, but there was no use in simply overcoming the trapping array because the ancestral land was still sealed by the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array. Since he couldn't escape, would he have to play the game of cat and mouse with the Black Ink clan masters again? Of course, he wasn't willing to waste his time doing so. What's more, he understood that it was better to kill a single territory lord than 1,000,000 Black Ink clan soldiers. In an instant, Yang Kai calmed down. Since the territory lords dared to come over, he had to let them know the consequences of their actions. If he missed this opportunity, he might not get another one. Having determined his next course of action, Yang Kai pretended to be even weaker. The 8 territory lords had split into 2 teams and hid within the Black Ink clan army, concealing their auras while nearing Yang Kai. 4 of them were mixed within the army while 4 remained on the outskirts. Meanwhile, the royal lord was hiding even further away, silently watching Yang Kai's every move as if he were a predator hiding in the dark, waiting to pounce. As the distance between them decreased, the 4 territory lords nearest to Yang Kai began secretly linking their auras. Yang Kai knew it was time for him to act, because once those 4 territory lords linked together, they could easily form a battle formation. By then, it would be much harder for Yang Kai to kill them. As the thought came to his mind, Yang Kai's murderous intent flared up. Instantly, whether it was Di Wu or the 8 territory lords, all of them could clearly sense the sudden change in Yang Kai. He was radiating a dangerous aura and the paleness on his face had vanished. That sudden change caught them off guard. Di Wu immediately stared in the direction Yang Kai was standing, and although there was a dense layer of fog between them, he could see a pair of black eyes looking right at him. In the next instant, an endless darkness enveloped him. Almost instantly, Di Wu felt like he had fallen into an abyss that contained not even the tiniest bit of light. He seemed to be alone in the universe and even his senses failed to detect anything around him. It was one of the 2 core secret techniques of the myriad demons' heaven, the Black Purgatory Eye. If Yang Kai had enough proficiency in this secret technique, he could engulf Di Wu in such deep darkness that he could never escape and could be easily killed. Of course, Yang Kai's proficiency in this secret technique wasn't nearly high enough for him to do that. Moreover, there was a huge gap between their raw strengths, so it only took a moment before the darkness around Di Wu to quickly disappear and the latter to regain his senses. The moment light returned, however, Di Wu trembled and let out a pained roar. His voice sounded so agonizing that it frightened all who heard it. Also, His black ink strength was being released uncontrollably, and all the Black Ink Clan soldiers struck by it perished, wiping out the Black Ink Clan army within a 10-kilometer radius around him. Di Wu felt like a needle had pierced into his head, making him feel immense pain as his body and mind shivered. It was as though that invisible needle was constantly tearing into his soul. At that moment, he felt like his thoughts froze and he became unable to think clearly. He finally understood how the other Black Ink clansmen felt when Yang Kai attacked them with his mysterious soul secret technique, and also why those innate territory lords would get killed right after encountering Yang Kai. When he first heard about these stories, he thought those dead territory lords were too weak and careless, but now that he had experienced it himself, he realized that those territory lords were neither of those things. It was simply because no one could endure such sudden and excruciating pain. Di Wu shouldn't have suffered such intense pain because since the Black Ink Clan found out about Yang Kai's strange soul secret technique, all territory lords who encountered Yang Kai would quickly use their strength to protect their soul. Only by doing that could they best weaken the effects of this insidious secret technique. Di Wu naturally did so as well, but the Black Purgatory Eye caused him to lose all his senses and disrupted his focus. Although he recovered quickly, he had lowered the defenses of his soul for a brief moment. Without protection against the soul-rending thorn, the consequences were extremely painful. Even a pseudo-royal lord like Di Wu found it hard to endure. At the same time Di Wu screamed in pain, 4 other screams rang out as well. Those screams came from the 4 territory lords nearest to Yang Kai, who were about to form a battle formation. Yang Kai used the element of surprise and sent out 5 soul-rending thorns in quick succession, 1 at Di Wu and the other 4 at the closest territory lords. That was his limit. Using any more soul-rending thorn would cause him to lose consciousness. Even at this moment, Yang Kai felt dizzy and was seeing stars. Fortunately, he had experienced this many times and had long grown used to it. Now, the intense pain in his head even had the effect of keeping him awake. A royal lord couldn't bear such pain, but Yang Kai was used to it. No one's success was without reason, as only by withstanding constant tempering could a person achieve great things. Yang Kai's figure still floated atop the mountain of corpses, but that was only an afterimage as his true body had already reached the territory lord nearest to him. Then, he smashed apart that territory lord's head with 1 spear thrust. Following that, a second territory lord fell. Yang Kai struck out at the 3rd territory lord, but he failed to kill him in 1 stroke. Territory lords weren't so easily killed. When the 4 territory lords approached Yang Kai, they had paid attention to protecting their souls, so although the soul-rending thorns were powerful, the territory lords could greatly decrease the damage they took by taking precautions. They would still feel pain and have a blurry conscience, but they wouldn't completely freeze up and become easy targets. Still, this scenario was a testament to Yang Kai's cunning and ruthlessness. Before the 4 territory lords could form a battle formation, Yang Kai launched a preemptive strike. With most of their focus on linking their auras to successfully form the battle formation, they never expected Yang Kai to launch a sneak attack. They had thought that Yang Kai was completely trapped in the spirit array and hadn't noticed them silently approaching. How could they have known that Yang Kai had been carefully monitoring their every move? What happened was the outcome when someone schemed against the unexpected. This was a desperate gambit within a hopeless battle. The entire ancestral land had been sealed with no way to escape, and there were many Black Ink clan masters here, leaving Yang Kai with no chance of escape or victory on his own. However, the original predicament changed because of the enemy's trapping array. A real master needed the ability to turn even the enemy's advantage into their own. If one only had brawn but no brain, they would forever be a reckless fool. That was why Yang Kai was the army commander of Profound Nether Territory, while Ouyang Lai could only be a division commander who had to obey Yang Kai's orders. It was this quality that was valued by the Supreme Headquarters and why they entrusted Yang Kai with such an important role. In an instant, two powerful innate territory lords had died and their four symbols formation couldn't be linked. The third territory lord regained his senses when being attacked, which was why he barely managed to block Yang Kai's strike. However, he was still run through by the Azure Dragon Spear, and when a burst of world force followed up, his body was still split in two, killing him. Like a fierce tiger, Yang Kai lunged at the fourth territory lord. It was only then that the other four territory lords outside finally reacted, but after recovering from their initial shock, they seemed hesitant. The situation before them was different from what they imagined. Having heard of Yang Kai's fierce reputation, those four territory lords didn't immediately know how to react. Luckily for them, Di Wu had finally gathered his wits, and when he noticed the obvious signs of territory lords dying, he was shocked and furious while roaring, "Kill him!" Martial Peak, Chapter 5636, Miscalculation. After Di Wu gave the order, the four territory lords forced themselves to charge towards Yang Kai, but before they reached him, they were forced back by a storm of secret techniques. At that moment, those four territory lords quickly joined their auras, wanting to form a battle formation. In the meantime, Yang Kai was exchanging a third attack with the fourth territory lord whom he hit with a soul-rending thorn. His assault grew fiercer with every swing of the Azure Dragon Spear. It was purely a release of raging power without any form of technique. The pain coming from Yang Kai's soul made his expression fiercer and more horrifying by the moment, and his behavior also grew more vicious and ruthless. It had only been 3 breaths of time since he began his counterattack. He first used the Black Purgatory Eye to disrupt Di Wu's senses, then sent out 5 soul-rending thorns before killing 3 territory lords. The change in situation was so fast that it was difficult to comprehend. Only by acting faster than the enemy could Yang Kai maximize the advantages of his plan. The 4th territory lord barely managed to resist Yang Kai's 3rd spear attack, but the same could not be said for the 4th. With a great thrust, the black ink cloud before him dispersed, revealing his unprotected body. This territory lord didn't last long because he was stronger than his 3 companions, but rather because he was the last to be targeted by Yang Kai. The first territory lord to get killed wasn't expecting the attack and didn't protect himself, but the 4th territory lord was prepared, which was why he could resist 3 spear attacks before succumbing. When Yang Kai arrived at the ancestral land 300 years ago, he killed a territory lord in his prime with 3 attacks. There were some elements of opportunistic trickery and verbal incitement, but it still showed how strong Yang Kai was. Now, even though his order hadn't changed after these 3 centuries, the heritage in his small universe had become a bit stronger. What really changed, however, was the increase of power in his dragon vein and his attainment in the Tao of Time, allowing Yang Kai to confidently say he was twice as powerful as he was 300 years ago. Furthermore, those territory lords had been hit by soul-rending thorns, so they couldn't exert their full strength while their minds were in a blurred state. That was why the 4th territory lord couldn't avoid the 4th spear attack. All he felt was a deadly aura enveloping him and a huge sense of fear filling his entire body, replacing most of the pain in his soul. Never had he felt so close to death. Save, when he opened his mouth to speak the first word, the Azure Dragon Spear had already pierced the protective layer of black ink strength he created and stabbed through his wide-open mouth. The territory lord's last word was stuck in his throat as space principles wrapped around him, destroying his last hope of escape. The long spear shot out from the back of the territory lord's head, leaving a huge hole in its wake. That territory lord's aura flared up before instantly melting like snow under the burning sun. Before Yang Kai could pull back his spear, however, 4 very powerful secret techniques were fired at him from the other 4 territory lords. At such close range, Yang Kai might not have been able to dodge these attacks in his prime, let alone in his current state. At the same time, he felt like his head was about to explode, and his consciousness began turning blurry as his thoughts slowed down. Meanwhile on his face, except for the fierce expression he had because of the pain, his eyes turned dull, making him look a little dazed. Those were the symptoms of his soul being heavily injured. Many cultivators lost all sentience and sense of self after suffering heavy injuries to their soul. Luckily, Yang Kai's instincts were still intact, so when those 4 secret techniques were about to reach him, he channeled his dragon veins power and a patch of small, dense dragon scales appeared on his skin. The dragon scales made his exposed skin suddenly turn shiny, as if he were wearing a gold robe. The next moment, Yang Kai was enveloped by those 4 secret techniques. As black ink strength burst out, a large boom sounded, and the world around Yang Kai shook as he released a muffled grunt. Before the effects of the Territory Lord's secret techniques had faded, the angry Di Wu arrived from behind and lunged at Yang Kai. Di Wu knew that since Yang Kai had used his strange soul secret technique, this would be the best chance to kill him. Before this, he was wary of Yang Kai's means, but now, Yang Kai was like a toothless tiger to him, so he naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. At the same time, the 4 territory lords that had formed the battle formation exchanged a glance before quickly moving back while maintaining their formation. Since Di Wu had made a move, they didn't have to do anything else besides keeping up the 4 symbols formation and preventing Yang Kai from escaping. The truth was that they were happy to see this situation as well because they were still afraid of dealing with Yang Kai. They were scared of getting killed by this human killing star, so they had no qualms about letting Di Wu take the lead. Sounds of explosions kept ringing in everyone's ears while there seemed to be figures flying about within the dense black ink strength. Soon, a figure flew out like an arrow leaving its bow. The figure spat out a mouthful of golden blood in midair. It was Yang Kai, and he clearly couldn't control his body. At this moment, he seemed extremely haggard. Not only was his hair in a mess, but the layer of dragon scales covering his body was also like a broken net, shattered and peeling off in many places. With the help of an artifact like the soul-rending thorn, he could easily kill innate territory lords, but that didn't mean innate territory lords were pushovers. Every one of their attacks was incredibly strong, so Yang Kai didn't feel good after forcefully taking 4 such attacks. Then, Di Wu came right after that and attacked Yang Kai, rendering him dizzy and looking disheveled. The advantage of having a stronger dragon vein was evident at this moment. If Yang Kai's dragon form was still 70,000 meters long, he might not have been able to withstand such a heavy beating, but now, though he was injured, he didn't lose all combat ability. This was the specialty of a powerful dragon vein. It granted the physical body incredible resilience. All the attacks were first weakened by the dragon scales before reaching the body, so the impact was naturally weakened. It was especially so for the 4 secret techniques used by those 4 territory lords. First, they were obviously weakened by the dragon scales before they hit Yang Kai. However, the effect of the dragon scales protection was greatly weakened when facing physical attacks like the ones Di Wu used. Following Yang Kai's haggard figure was Di Wu. He also flew out from the area covered by black ink strength while staring coldly at the pale figure before him, roaring loudly, "Yang Kai, suffer death." Yang Kai's expression became even more angered as veins throbbed on his forehead, his fury obvious to all. His original plan was to use the soul-rending thorn to kill those 4 innate territory lords and then quickly escape from the trapping array before hiding back inside the depths of the ancestral land to recuperate. Once he had another few years to heal his soul, he would come back out and ambush the others. He couldn't kill the royal lord, but he could kill the other 4 territory lords. Also, if he was decisive and found a good opportunity, he could kill every territory lord that came, just like how he had on the profound Nether territory battlefield. Back then, he killed so many territory lords that they all trembled in fear whenever they heard his name. When fighting the enemy, it was best to leave nothing to chance, and it was natural to make full use of all of one's strength and advantages. The soul-rending thorn was now Yang Kai's trump card when facing territory lords and royal lords. It could be said that this move worked every time. All Yang Kai needed was patience, because someday, the Black Ink clan forces here wouldn't be able to withstand the losses and would take the initiative to retreat, or deploy even more territory lords. Either way, it wouldn't be much of a loss for Yang Kai. That was his original plan. But even the best-laid plans often fail to withstand the first clash of battle. No one could predict what would happen next in the heat of combat. In the end, Yang Kai still overestimated how much his soul could tolerate. He thought that he could still manage to keep a clear mind after using 5 soul-rending thorns, and he had built the rest of his plan around that idea. However, after he threw those 5 soul-rending thorns out, his consciousness became blurry while he barely managed to maintain some clarity. To put it simply, though he could still think at the moment, his instincts were taking over and he was now showing some signs of falling into a daze. If a cognitively impaired person was attacked, they would either try to escape or retaliate fiercely. Yang Kai obviously gravitated towards the latter response, which was already illustrated by his behavior back at the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. Otherwise, he would have escaped when he lost consciousness back then. That was why, despite having taken on 4 secret techniques from the territory lords and being beaten up by Di Wu, Yang Kai still glared fiercely at Di Wu in his battered state. Veins were protruding from his forehead as he widened his eyes and said through gritted teeth, "You dare hit me?" Hearing this, Di Wu was filled with murderous intent and turned gloomy after. "What nonsense is he talking about? This is a life-or-death battle, who else would I hit if not you? You actually dared to hit me." Yang Kai growled through gritted teeth. He was like a bullied child questioning why he was being targeted while suppressing the vexation he felt inside. "Enough nonsense, die!" Di Wu roared before immediately charging at Yang Kai. After the previous attack, he was sure that Yang Kai was no longer his opponent. Although he still needed some effort to kill Yang Kai, today was going to be the day of Yang Kai's death. From today onwards, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have to be worried about this human anymore, which was a great contribution on his part. While the thought flashed across his mind, Di Wu's expression suddenly fell because at that moment, Yang Kai's supposedly weakened aura exploded out. "Since you hit me, I'll hit you back." The aggrieved child was finally retaliating. "Heavens and earth, lend me your strength." The injury to Yang Kai's soul made his mind become a little unstable, and the endless rage had influenced his thoughts into forgetting his original plan. However, he still had his natural abilities, so he instinctually knew he had to go all out when dealing with a royal lord. If his own strength wasn't enough to deal with a royal lord, he would just borrow strength from others. He was going to borrow strength from the ancestral land. What he did 300 years ago won him the favor of this land. Then, he fused with it for 300 years, which allowed him to look back in time and see the evolution of this world. Also, the huge amounts of ancestral strength entering his body had helped his dragon vein grow stronger and allowed his dragon form to grow from 70,000 meters to 99,999 meters. Even cultivating inside the dragon pool for 300 years wouldn't have been so beneficial. The entire ancestral land had opened its arms for Yang Kai, letting him have whatever he wanted. Under such conditions, it wouldn't be hard for Yang Kai to borrow some strength from the ancestral land. Martial Peak, Chapter 5637, A Huge Mistake. When Yang Kai was only a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had used his identity as Void Great Emperor to borrow the Star Boundaries world strength. It was only through that method that he could deal with Sua Quan Hui, a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master from Thousand Cranes Paradise. During that battle where he used the Star Boundaries world strength, Yang Kai's strength advanced from 6th-order Open Heaven Realm to 7th-order Open Heaven Realm, which helped him solve the crisis he was facing. This time, though it wouldn't increase his order, he might be able to take advantage of the favorable conditions and advantageous position here to overcome his enemy. Moreover, this was what Yang Kai had secretly planned for long ago. If he were forced to face the royal lord, he knew he had to borrow the ancestral land strength. It was just that his anger got to him, and he exposed this secret method far earlier than he wanted to. A loud humming sounded all across the ancestral land. The ancestral strength, which had been gradually thinning out throughout the past 300 years, suddenly became dense again. It was as though the ancestral strength hiding deep inside the land had surfaced and surged in response to that one sentence from Yang Kai. Not only that, the ancestral strength from the entire ancestral land was gathering towards Yang Kai's body from all directions. Then, the ancestral strength formed a layer of brilliant protection around Yang Kai's figure in the blink of an eye. While watching the scene, Di Wu felt his face twitch. It didn't matter if this change only affected Yang Kai, but following the increase in density of ancestral strength, Di Wu realized that the suppression this land had on his strength also increased. The most important sign was that he felt his black ink strength circulation become sluggish when he tried to use it. He only attacked after waiting 300 years because of the ancestral land's restriction on his strength. Before, that suppression was very obvious, and he wasn't confident in dealing with Yang Kai if he managed to lure the latter out. He only acted after the ancestral strength had thinned out significantly and the restriction on his strength was almost non-existent, so he never expected everything would change again with just a few words from Yang Kai. The original confidence Di Wu possessed was replaced with a sense of danger. Before he could think more about it though, a bright light suddenly appeared before him. It was Yang Kai, and he was actively attacking Di Wu. The pain in his soul and rage from being beaten had made Yang Kai lose his rationality. He didn't even use the Azure Dragon Spear and instead raised his bare fist and threw it out at Di Wu. At the same time, the dense ancestral strength had formed a dense protective light barrier around his skin and even fit to his fist. This punch was powerful and heavy as Yang Kai had used all his strength. If that fist landed on a universe world, it would undoubtedly be destroyed. Even a master as strong as Di Wu couldn't react in time as Yang Kai was too fast. Along with the use of space principles, Yang Kai literally instantly appeared before Di Wu. In his rush to protect himself, Di Wu could only cross his arms in front of him. The punch landed on the spot where Di Wu's arms crossed, and when it struck, Di Wu sank back and the black ink strength around him was scattered. Even standing mid-air, there were obvious signs that his knees were buckling and almost made him kneel. Realizing this, Di Wu was enraged and gathered all his might to throw a punch at Yang Kai's face as Yang Kai was throwing his second punch. Right after throwing that punch, Di Wu gained an understanding of how much the ancestral land had affected his strength. Yang Kai was acknowledged to be stronger than any other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but there was still a limit to that strength. If they didn't count the strange soul secret technique, they estimated that 2 or 3 innate territory lords would be enough to resist Yang Kai. That was the objective and impartial analysis given by all the territory lords that had encountered Yang Kai, which also formed the general impression the Black Ink clan had of him. That was why Di Wu felt like Yang Kai was a toothless tiger that would be easy to deal with after he used up his soul-rending thorns. Not only did Di Wu have such thoughts, but the other territory lords did as well. They all believed this was the best opportunity to kill Yang Kai because if the latter managed to recover and regain the use of that strange soul technique, they would be in trouble. But when Di Wu and Yang Kai seriously began fighting each other, the Black Ink clan masters finally discovered the horrible truth that reality was far different from how they had imagined. Though Yang Kai was indeed at a disadvantage in this clash, the fact that he could still fight with a pseudo-royal lord to this extent and not get killed immediately was a shocking revelation. Of course, the ancestral land's restriction and assistance played a part in this, but that did not diminish the astonishing strength Yang Kai possessed. It seemed like the past 2,000 years of cultivation had allowed this killing star's strength to grow to a truly unprecedented height for his 8th Order cultivation. The territory lords were shocked and couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. It was fortunate that this human couldn't reach the 9th Order Open Heaven realm in this lifetime, for if he could, even the royal lord would have had endless sleepless nights. At the same time, the battle raged on, and Di Wu found a chance to escape from Yang Kai's entanglement before opening up some distance between them. Then, Di Wu repeatedly used secret techniques from afar to target his opponent. Di Wu had also noticed that Yang Kai's actions seemed a little strange. It was obvious that his mysterious soul attack had drawbacks, which caused Yang Kai to lose rationality and recklessly charge at him. This, to Di Wu, was quite an opportunity. Powerful secret techniques were released from the pseudo-royal lord hands one by one, and that dense black ink strength continued to pummel Yang Kai, causing him even more discomfort and damage. Even the layer of ancestral strength protection was constantly breaking apart and restoring. Fortunately, the ancestral strength was still continuously gathering over, creating a strong protective layer around Yang Kai. Without entirely destroying that layer of protection, it would be impossible for Di Wu to give Yang Kai a fatal blow. Occasionally, Yang Kai would also take advantage of an opening and appear before Di Wu and give him a few punches. Whenever that happened, Di Wu would feel extremely distressed. It wasn't easy to escape from an opponent proficient in the Tao of space, and Di Wu was just lucky that Yang Kai was basically moving completely on instinct. Otherwise, if Yang Kai had used his space principles consciously, Di Wu would have had to engage Yang Kai in close quarters even if didn't want to. The firm body of a pseudo-divine dragon wasn't something a pseudo-royal lord like him could compare to. A while later, Di Wu saw that the protective layer around Yang Kai's body had been completely restored again and finally gave up on the idea of fighting Yang Kai alone. He insisted on fighting Yang Kai alone until now because this was his first battle as a pseudo-royal lord, and his opponent was Yang Kai. Therefore, he wanted the credit all to himself so that he could enjoy all the glory before the royal lord back at the no-return pass. But since that no longer seemed possible, there was no need to force the issue. When he escaped Yang Kai's range again and threw another secret technique at him, Di Wu roared, "What are you waiting for?" The 4 territory lords standing outside the battlefield secretly complained but didn't hesitate to attack Yang Kai with their secret techniques. Yang Kai had just steadied himself when he was enveloped by the secret techniques coming from afar. The ancestral strength gathered around his body instantly broke, and his figure flew out and tumbled like a sack. Right after landing on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, Yang Kai became aware of the cool feeling in his mind, causing his consciousness to wake up a little. The soul-warming lotus had kept working to mend his injured soul this whole time, but since his soul was injured quite seriously, it took a while to have any noticeable effect. Yang Kai was confused by his current situation and the danger around him, but he didn't have time to think about it as several secret techniques were already flying his way again. Instinctively, Yang Kai wanted to use his strength to protect himself, but before he could, the ancestral strength, once again, gathered around him and formed a thick barrier. Unfortunately, even this protection didn't last a single breath before breaking apart again. Feeling those secret techniques landing on his body, Yang Kai felt his 5 viscera and 6 organs churning and an immense pain coming from his bones, a number of which were now broken. Yang Kai's heart sank as his blurry consciousness became clear again. Everything that happened quickly flashed across his mind and he realized that he had unconsciously made a huge mistake and inexplicably caused this to happen. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5638, Making the Best of a Bad Situation. Yang Kai felt frustrated. He didn't mind getting beaten up a bit because his injuries would slowly restore on their own. The key was that he had exposed his ability to borrow strength from the ancestral land, which was one of his hidden trump cards. That was also what he was counting on to battle the royal lord. On the other hand, he felt lucky that he instinctively borrowed the ancestral land strength after sensing danger, otherwise, this situation would have ended badly. However, there was still doubt in his mind. Even though he had borrowed strength from the ancestral land, obtaining both favorable conditions and an advantageous position, his opponent was a royal lord, so he should have lost long ago. After all, a royal lord was equivalent to a ninth-order old ancestor. Also, Yang Kai had previously fought a royal lord, so he clearly knew how strong they were. Despite the fact that he could kill innate territory lords like he was slaughtering chickens and butchering dogs, he knew he was no match for a royal lord. Otherwise, he would have gone straight to the no-return pass and destroyed their black ink nests without bothering to try to maintain some random insincere peace treaty. The environment in the ancestral land had a certain degree of restriction on the royal lord, but Yang Kai knew he had devoured too much ancestral strength these past years and greatly decreased the ancestral land's heritage, which meant that the suppression wouldn't be too significant. In other words, the ancestral land's restriction on the royal lord wouldn't affect him too much. After carefully recalling his battle with the royal lord, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. Without question, the strength exerted by this royal lord was indeed at the level of a royal lord, but he seemed quite bad at controlling it. He had 100% of the strength of a royal lord, but could only exert 70% to 80% of it, making every attack feel like he was holding back. On top of that, there was also the suppression from the ancestral land's environment and the protection the ancestral strength granted Yang Kai. It was the combination of all these factors that allowed Yang Kai to stay alive until now. This guy must be a newly advanced royal lord, which is why he can't perfectly control his strength and why the humans had never heard of any news about him. Yang Kai thought he had guessed the truth, unaware that the real situation was completely different. If he hadn't been immersed in his cultivation inside the ancestral land, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have sacrificed 13 innate territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink next to create a pseudo-royal lord like Di Wu. The Black Ink clan could create such a master from the start but hadn't done so until now. To the current Black Ink clan, every innate territory lord and high-rank Black Ink nest was indispensable, so considering the overall situation, it just wasn't cost-effective to create a pseudo-royal lord. But if they could use Di Wu's strength as a pseudo-royal lord to kill Yang Kai, that would definitely be worth it. Without mentioning the Black Ink clan's plan, Yang Kai was now having a headache about his predicament. The trapping array had been completely destroyed, so the royal lord and 4 territory lords by themselves might not be able to stop him if he wanted to disengage. Of course, it was still impossible to leave the ancestral land because this world would still be sealed before the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array was broken. However, Yang Kai didn't need to leave the ancestral land, he only needed to dive deep into it to heal his injuries. If he did so, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Unfortunately, the idea of retreating now made Yang Kai feel quite reluctant. The 4 territory lords didn't need Di Wu's order for them to go all out as they fired their secret techniques at Yang Kai. But by now, the space around Yang Kai had become densely packed with small stone race. Although those attacks killed and injured a large patch of small stone race soldiers, Yang Kai remained untouched. Hong long long. Thunder came down from the sky, and another fight started. The territory lords and 7th Order Black Ink disciples operating the Grand Array had reactivated the killing array to target the small stone race army. Not only that, the Black Ink clan army, which had retreated far away while Yang Kai was fighting Di Wu and the territory lords, came forward once again and surrounded the small stone race from all directions. In an instant, the battle between masters had become a violent war between 2 armies, further heating up the atmosphere in the ancestral land. The small stone race roared and pounded their chests as their desire to kill the enemy had been raging since they were summoned by Yang Kai. Since the 3rd time he visited the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai had discovered that the small stone race nurtured by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were extremely sensitive to Black Ink's strength, probably because they were opposites of each other. Therefore, on the battlefield, the small stone race would charge fearlessly whenever they sensed Black Ink's strength and either kill their enemy ruthlessly or die trying. In the beginning, the humans didn't have a method to control them because of these characteristics. Once the small stone race were sent to the battlefield, they became like unleashed wild horses, which caused the humans to lose many more of them than necessary. Later, the humans began using a beast-taming method and an artifact refining method to control the small stone race. The situation had improved quite a lot. At the very least, the humans could now issue the small stone race simple instructions. The small stone race soldiers Yang Kai summoned just now obviously hadn't undergone any such taming or refinement. After he gained these small stone race members from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, Yang Kai just kept them inside his small universe and ignored them. That was why these fellows began running around after being let out, charging in the direction where they sensed black ink strength. At that moment, the scene was a chaotic mess, but Yang Kai just laughed like a madman. Die. All of you must die. Ha ha ha. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5639, End of the Road. A fierce battle was happening in the ancestral land. The small stone race's intrepid nature doomed them to have a bad ending if no one controlled them. Many small stone race soldiers charged at the 4 territory lords, but could not get near them because they were rendered to pieces of stone scattered on the ground by the latter's secret techniques. Even the Black Ink clan army that came back had begun surrounding these unruly and scattered combatants. Numerous small stone race soldiers were being broken to pieces with each breath. However, large amounts of small stone races were still appearing around Yang Kai. It was like there was an infinite amount of them, impossible to wipe out. On the other hand, Yang Kai's laughter grew louder and wilder, as though he had gone crazy. Di Wu had withdrawn his aura and was now hiding among the Black Ink clan army, cautiously observing the situation. The memory of the technique Yang Kai used at the no-return pass, in which he sacrificed 2 million small stone race soldiers, was still etched in Di Wu's mind. Therefore, Di Wu immediately retreated when Yang Kai began summoning his army to avoid being surrounded and experiencing the same tragedy from that time. Back then, the royal lord had been injured, causing his aura to drop by at least 10%. It took the royal lord a full 1,000 years to recover from that incident. So, if Di Wu, a mere pseudo-royal lord, was hit by the same technique, he would likely end up in an even worse state. In addition, if Di Wu remembered correctly, there were some powerful masters among the small stone race. The Black Ink clan had previously encountered a number of massive small stone race soldiers roughly 1,000 meters tall that had strength similar to that of an 8th order open heaven realm master. Even though they had lower sentience and couldn't wield this strength efficiently, their attacks were still not to be underestimated. After observing for a long time, Di Wu noticed that none of the small stone race soldiers Yang Kai summoned were 1,000 meters tall. The strongest of them all was only 100 or so meters tall, which gave them power equivalent to 7th order masters and feudal lords. Di Wu didn't take these small stone race soldiers seriously, and even the 4 territory lords currently in battle could easily kill vast swaths of them. As chaos swelled on the battlefield, Yang Kai summoned more small stone race soldiers. The 4 territory lords were in a better situation as they had formed the 4 symbols formation, so they only had to hold their ground and kill every small stone race member that came at them. However, the Black Ink clan army seemed to be having difficulties holding on despite having help from the killing array. Originally, 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers had been deployed to the ancestral land. Yang Kai had already killed half of them, leaving only about 500,000 of them. Now that the small stone race had joined the battle, even fewer Black Ink clan soldiers were left standing. Although the small stone race undoubtedly suffered greater losses, the Black Ink clan army would be wiped out eventually if this continued. Despite the disadvantageous situation, the Black Ink clan soldiers didn't dare to retreat because the territory lords were still fighting, so how could they withdraw? On the other hand, Di Wu finally rejoined the fight, but his target wasn't Yang Kai. Instead, he was still hiding among the Black Ink clan army and killing the small stone race soldiers, his cautious personality making him decide to continue observing the situation for now. 4 days later, the 500,000-strong Black Ink clan army had been reduced to only a few tens of thousands, and all the survivors were soaked in blood and had unstable auras. Despite their discomfited looks, the surviving Black Ink clansmen all seemed excited. They won. They killed all the small stone race soldiers that came at them. During these few days, they estimated they had killed at least 2 million enemy soldiers. It wasn't because they were strong, of course, but because they had a pseudo-royal lord hiding among them. The small stone race soldiers only had masters on par with 7th-order humans as their strongest combatants, so how could they stand against a pseudo-royal lord? Di Wu could kill hundreds or even thousands of small stone race soldiers in a single move. Moreover, the Black Ink clan had help from the Grand Array. The lightning bolts fired from above had culled many small stone race soldiers as well. More importantly, this was only the accomplishments of the Black Ink clan army and Di Wu. Even though the 4 territory lords didn't kill 2 million small stone race soldiers, they managed to slaughter at least 1 million of them. The originally loud ancestral land suddenly fell silent, with pieces of stone scattered everywhere, which were naturally the remains of the fallen small stone race soldiers. Nearly 3 million small stone race were lost over the past few days, which was a huge number. Some time ago, Yang Kai had stopped summoning small stone race soldiers and engaged the 4 territory lords on his own. His face was filled with rage, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. Also, his aura fluctuated wildly, as though he was not in a stable state of mind. Every time he charged at one of the 4 territory lords, he would be repelled by their combined attacks. He would have lost a long time ago if he hadn't borrowed strength from the ancestral land and had ancestral strength shielding his body in an impenetrable protective layer. Of course, the ancestral land suppression of the territory lord's strength was also very important. Even a pseudo-lord like Di Wu lost 10% of his strength, not to mention the territory lords. Those 4 territory lords felt an even heavier suppression of their strength and were now some 20% to 30% weaker than normal. If they battled Yang Kai one-on-one in such a state, they wouldn't be his opponent at all, but since they had formed the 4 symbols formation and linked their auras, no matter which territory lord Yang Kai targeted, it was akin to him trying to attack all of them at once. So, how could Yang Kai win in such a situation? It could be said that the strength of the 4 territory lords combined, though not as high as a pseudo-royal lord like Di Wu, was greater than that of an innate territory lord at their peak, which was also why they could stand a chance against Yang Kai. In the beginning, the 4 of them were still hesitant when facing this killing star, but after battling each other for a while, they felt that Yang Kai wasn't as strong as they had imagined. Or, more precisely, it wasn't that he wasn't strong. It was more like he had suffered a huge backlash after using his strange soul secret technique and now could not fight effectively. In the human's words, this man was now an idiot, so he couldn't exert his full strength anymore. This realization greatly bolstered the territory lord's confidence. Since the small stone race had all been ruthlessly killed, and Yang Kai had fallen into this demented state, they had the confidence to slowly whittle away his energy and kill him eventually. The ancestral strength in the ancestral land couldn't be inexhaustible, so once it was completely drained, Yang Kai wouldn't be far from death. Successfully killing Yang Kai was an incredibly glorious achievement, and it could only be obtained once in this world. If the royal lord decided to create more pseudo-royal lords in the future, they would be the first in line to gain such power, just like Di Wu. Of course, innate territory lords wished for greater strength, but they could only become pseudo-royal lords, and they would have to pay a high price for that. Therefore, the royal lord wouldn't create a pseudo-royal lord if it weren't a dire situation. Regardless, these territory lords wouldn't be able to get their wish because Di Wu was the one in charge of this mission to kill Yang Kai. He was turned into a pseudo-lord just for this mission, and now that things were leaning in their favor, how could Di Wu possibly let the territory lords steal the credit from him? If that were to happen, it would make him seem too useless. After several days of secretly observing Yang Kai, Di Wu concluded that this human-killing star was an arrow at the end of its flight. According to the current situation, Yang Kai couldn't turn things around. Di Wu felt a little lucky that Yang Kai had overused his secret technique, messing up his mind and revealing his trump cards. Borrowing strength from the ancestral land and the 3 million small stone race army were definitely the secret trump cards Yang Kai had. If he were in a conscious state of mind and used those two methods to corner Di Wu. If that happened, Di Wu would definitely have been taken by surprise. Once that happened, with the strength Yang Kai had revealed, they would most likely have failed their mission. At the thought of that, Di Wu shivered. Although they had lost 4 territory lords and 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers, that was still nothing compared to being able to kill Yang Kai. When Yang Kai was blown away by one of the territory lords again, the light barrier made of ancestral strength around him became extremely dim and did not immediately recover like usual. Seeing that, Di Wu didn't hesitate and dashed over like lightning. Yang Kai was immediately thrown to the ground, and before he stabilized his footing, Di Wu arrived. With a fierce explosion of power, Di Wu used his hand like a knife and pierced through the ancestral strength's protection and into Yang Kai's chest. Following that, Di Wu roared, "Die! I did it!" Di Wu suddenly felt a little excited as he could even feel Yang Kai's beating heart in his chest. Wait! Why is his heartbeat still so strong? While frowning, Di Wu instinctively felt something wasn't right and looked over at Yang Kai. He saw Yang Kai standing before him, unmoving, his black hair hanging over his forehead, creating a dense shadow that covered his eyes so that no one could see his expression. Only his lips were showing, curled up in a meaningful grin. Di Wu then heard something that terrified him. "You finally decided to come out." Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, and Di Wu immediately saw a pair of bloodshot eyes. Those eyes were filled to the brim with ruthlessness and murderous intent, but there was no trace of madness in them. A trick. Di Wu immediately thought. What he saw all this time was just what Yang Kai wanted him to see, making him think that the killing star was not in a conscious state of mind and had uncontrollably revealed all his trump cards. He might even be feigning weakness right now, making it seem he had reached his limit after being besieged by the 4 territory lords. All of this was just to lure Di Wu out. But why would Yang Kai do this? Did he have another way to turn the tide of battle even from this dire situation? No matter what Yang Kai was up to, Di Wu wouldn't let him use any more tricks. Just as Yang Kai finished speaking, Di Wu exerted strength into his hand and stabbed it further into the former's chest. If he could pierce just a finger length deeper, he could tear apart Yang Kai's heart. To an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master like Yang Kai, having his heart destroyed might not be a lethal blow, but it would still be a severe injury. But just as Di Wu exerted his strength, a large hand grabbed his wrist and firmly held him in place. In terms of cultivation, a pseudo-royal lord was indeed stronger than an 8th Order master like Yang Kai. However, in terms of raw physical power, a pseudo-divine dragon like Yang Kai surpassed Di Wu by a wide margin. Therefore, how could Di Wu move when he was restrained in such close proximity to Yang Kai? Although Di Wu had been stopped, he wasn't flustered. He clenched his other fist and threw a punch at Yang Kai's face. Before his fist could reach its target though, it too was seized by Yang Kai. A pseudo-royal lord and a pseudo-divine dragon were now standing face to face at arm's length from one another, locked in mortal combat. Martial Peak, Chapter 5640, Sun and Moon Divine Seal. Di Wu was entirely at a disadvantage because Yang Kai had the absolute upper hand when it came to physical strength. The excruciating pain coming from Di Wu's wrist was something he had never experienced before. "Next time, don't make others wait so long," Yang Kai bellowed before headbutting Di Wu. The aggressive force was like the whole world was coming at him, making Di Wu feel dizzy and almost disperse the black ink strength he had gathered inside him. The sudden change rendered the 4 territory lords dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that this would be an easy kill for Di Wu, but the results shocked them. In their flustered state, the territory lords didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly attacked Yang Kai with their secret techniques, trying to save Di Wu. A series of explosions sounded across the ancestral land. Since the light barrier protecting Yang Kai had been torn open by Di Wu, Yang Kai had to take on consecutive attacks from the territory lords with his own body. Although he had his own layer of protection from his world force, resisting the attacks was difficult. His body was instantly battered, and he kept spitting out golden blood. "Are you done? I've been enduring you all for too long," Yang Kai roared. Suddenly, a pair of bright but also strange patterns appeared on the back of Yang Kai's hands. They were the great sun and moon marks. An extremely mysterious force appeared from within the marks, which then began permeating out across the ancestral land. In an instant, tiny wisps of light flew out from the small stone race corpses. Those lights were either pure yellow or blue. When they first began appearing, there weren't that many at a glance, but in the blink of an eye, the ground and sky were densely packed with a sea of blue and yellow covering the entire battlefield. Some 3 million small stone race soldiers had died in this vast land over the past few days, and if Di Wu had observed carefully enough, he would have noticed that these small stone race soldiers had 2 different characteristics. There were even numbers of Great Sun small stone race and Great Moon small stone race. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had spent years painstakingly nurturing these special beings with their power, and with the small stone race's nature of devouring and refining resources to grow themselves and breed new clansmen, it could be said that they were now living yellow and blue crystals, although less pure than the real ones. They had the purest form of yang and yin energy contained inside them. Despite being smashed, this pure energy hadn't dissipated, and if other small stone race members came across this place, they could devour the corpses of their fallen brethren to continue growing stronger. These 3 million small stone race soldiers weren't sacrificed in vain. Since deciding to summon the small stone race, Yang Kai had been planning for this very moment. Never would the Black Ink clan have thought that the dead small stone race could still have such great power even after death. After all, there were only a dozen or so divine spirits who had the great sun and moon marks, and none of them had shown such mysterious techniques before on the battlefield. Di Wu thought he had been careful enough, but the reality was that he would never be able to understand just how cunning humans could be. When he recovered from his dizzy state, the 2-tone lights he saw around him made alarm bells ring in his head, and he was once again reminded of the time when Yang Kai trashed the no-return pass. The Black Ink strength inside Di Wu surged madly as he desperately wanted to escape from Yang Kai's grasp. At the same time, he yelled, "Let go!" Too late. Yang Kai snarled while using all his strength to activate the 2 marks on the backs of his hands. At that instant, the yellow and blue lights merged, causing the 2 colors to disappear instantly and transform into the purest white light. The light gradually condensed into a ball that rapidly expanded across the battlefield, like a great rising sunday. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment, and under cover of the intense purifying light, the scattered Black Ink strength and Black Ink clouds formed from the massive amount of Black Ink clansmen killed in this battle were instantly vaporized. It was as if they had never existed before. On the other hand, the surviving Black Ink clansmen felt like ants that had been thrown into boiling oil, screaming and struggling, but unable to resist the erosion of the purifying light at all. The Black Ink strength inside their bodies quickly dissolved and their auras grew fainter. Those weaker ones were soon killed on the spot, while the stronger ones were barely clinging to life. At the same time, the 4 territory lords fired more secret techniques at Yang Kai, but these attacks were severely weakened by the purifying light and lost at least half of their power by the time they hit their mark. Not only that, but the territory lords were also enduring the pain of having their bodies literally melting as the purifying light invaded them, destroying their very foundation. As for Di Wu, who was right in front of Yang Kai, he was experiencing the worst of these effects. Since he was the strongest and was literally being held down by Yang Kai, the place he was standing was where the purifying light was the most intense. At this moment, the pseudo-royal lord was like a melting candle. The jet-black ink strength was continuously flowing out of his body, which would then be neutralized by the purifying light. Fortunately for Di Wu, he had mustered all his strength and pushed the knife hand being gripped by Yang Kai further into the latter's chest just before Yang Kai activated the purifying light. Although Yang Kai wasn't willing, he was forced to let go at that last moment and quickly put some distance between them to avoid his heart being pierced through. Now that Di Wu wasn't being restrained, he immediately flew into the sky, desperately wanting to escape the area being enveloped by purifying light. At that moment, space suddenly became extremely viscous and simultaneously felt like it was being stretched out infinitely. It was only for a moment, but it was still torturous for Di Wu. It only took 3 breaths of time for the blast of purifying light to dissipate, but during that short moment, the Black Ink clan had suffered a terrifying loss. Di Wu finally escaped the space binding and charged out of the area being encased by purifying light, but when he looked down, he felt devastated. The tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers that had survived the previous slaughter were now reduced to less than 2,000 by the intense purifying light. However, even these survivors were like flickering candles in the wind, at risk of being snuffed out at any moment. As for the 4 territory lords who had formed the 4 symbols formation, all 4 of their auras had disappeared. Soon, Di Wu saw Yang Kai covered in blood, and in his hand was a huge head. That head belonged to one of the territory lords, and the expression on its face was filled with reluctance and disbelief. Obviously, this territory lord never expected their originally advantageous situation to suddenly make a huge turn for the worse. Yang Kai was cornered and at his limit, but he suddenly regained control of the entire situation in the blink of an eye and even had the time, while Di Wu was escaping, to kill the 4 weakened and stunned territory lords who were being tortured by the purifying light to the point of wanting to die. Yang Kai seriously injured a true royal lord by sacrificing 2 million small stone race soldiers back at the no-return pass. Today, 3 million small stone race had died here, so how could mere innate territory lords withstand the resulting burst of purifying light? Moreover, there was also suppression from the ancestral land. If Yang Kai targeted them in such a situation, where they couldn't even access 50% of their maximum strength, they were still doomed even if they had formed a battle formation. When the 4 eyes suddenly met, Di Wu once again felt hopeless and terrified. He came here in full confidence, but suddenly discovered after this huge battle that perhaps killing Yang Kai was an impossible task. At that moment, he suddenly had the urge to retreat. Now there's only the 2 of us. Yang Kai casually tossed the head away as if he were throwing out the trash. When compared, Yang Kai's injuries were definitely more serious than Di Wu's. His soul was constantly throbbing, and his body was completely battered. Even so, Di Wu's mental state right now was far worse than Yang Kai's. Yang Kai looked at Di Wu with his deep, cold eyes while asking, "Are you ready to die, Sir Royal Lord?" However, Di Wu just turned around and made a mad dash while yelling, "Open the Grand Array." Since the heaven-sealing earth-locking 8 palaces Great Pagoda Array was still active, he couldn't escape without it first being opened. Once he gave the command, a crack appeared on the Grand Array, and Di Wu immediately charged at it like lightning. But when it came to speed, none could match Yang Kai. Di Wu felt his sight blur for a moment before he saw Yang Kai already blocking the opening while looking down at him. This scene stunned the Black Ink disciples and territory lords managing the Great Array, and they didn't know what to do. With this strong opponent blocking his only path of escape, Di Wu steeled himself and gathered all his strength to form a black ink cloud before charging at Yang Kai. Yang Kai lifted his hands, and a great sun ascended into the sky as a golden crow cawed. At the same time, the full moon rose into the air, bathing the world in its icy glow. The mysterious scene of the sun and moon rising together reappeared, and Yang Kai stood below them like a deity. Both Yang Kai's trump cards of borrowing strength from the ancestral land and the small stone race army were just external aids, while the one he displayed right now was wholly his own. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. That was a secret technique only Yang Kai could perform because it was the extreme fusion of both the Tao of space and Tao of time. Even though Zhao Yi Bai and Su Yi could also stimulate the mysterious spacetime strength, they were still two individuals and could never truly comprehend the essence of this esoteric power. Since Yang Kai had first comprehended this secret technique, he had used it many times in battle against enemies he couldn't defeat through conventional means, and it had not disappointed him before. However, he had never been able to call upon it so smoothly and with such ease as he did today. Before now, his attainments in the Tao of space had always been higher than his attainments in the Tao of time. Even though he could still use the Sun and Moon Divine Will, since one of the two grand Taos that it was formed from was stronger than the other, the technique had always been unbalanced. It was only after he came to the ancestral land this time and his attainments in both grand Taos reached a balance that something had changed. The Sun and Moon began orbiting around Yang Kai as time and space principles permeated the air. These two principal strengths then began fusing together, creating a new spacetime strength. Everything happened incredibly smoothly. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai gained an epiphany. Time and space were originally two interdependent principles, so when they fused and integrated, they were just returning to their natural state. Space without time was like a tree without roots, or a river without a source, and time without space was only a vast emptiness that had no substance to it. Time was the imprint of space, and space was the carrier and root of time. After millennia of studying and comprehending both the Tao of time and the Tao of space, Yang Kai was finally showing signs of gaining true understanding and mastery of them. This newfound enlightenment had immediate tangible benefits in how the Sun and Moon Divine Will manifested. Originally, the Sun and Moon Divine Will took the form of a great sun and the full moon rapidly spiraling towards each other as they shot forth, blasting out waves of spacetime strength as they flew forward. But now that Yang Kai had gained a deeper understanding of spacetime, the Sun and Moon were able to fuse entirely and turned into a mysterious seal that was one half great sun and one half full moon. This seal was not nearly as dazzling and awe-inspiring as the original Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, but it was actually far more profound as it had condensed all the power which had been blasting out into a single point. With unstoppable momentum, the seal fiercely slammed into the black ink cloud that Di Wu was hiding within. Martial Peak, Chapter 5641, Your End Has Come. The black ink cloud was destroyed, revealing Di Wu's figure, before the Sun and Moon Divine Seal slammed into Di Wu's face and silently entered his body. Di Wu instantly felt like he had been struck by lightning, and his body visibly shook. When the profound spacetime strength exploded, it was like a million tiny millstones began grinding inside him, causing his pseudo-royal lord aura to weaken at breakneck speed. At the same time, Di Wu could feel his vitality rapidly draining away. The strange strength inside him felt like innumerable sharp daggers slicing into his 5 viscera and 6 organs. What is this divine ability? Di Wu was absolutely terrified. The newly formed Sun and Moon Divine Seal wasn't as imposing or overbearing as the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, but it was far more deadly. After all, the seal was the result of Yang Kai's comprehension after balancing the Tao of time and Tao of space, so it was impossible for it not to have improved. The power of this new divine ability didn't disappoint Yang Kai. Di Wu's aura constantly weakening was the best evidence of its efficacy. At first, the ancestral land already had a trace of suppression on Di Wu's strength, and after being bathed in rich purifying light, Di Wu lost a huge amount of his strength, affecting his foundation. He was not a real royal lord, but a pseudo-royal lord that was created through the source fusion technique. Previously, at the No-Return Pass, the royal lord had been struck by a similar blast of purifying light, and although he was injured seriously and had 10% of his heritage wiped away, his foundation remained stable. It was a different case for Di Wu because once his pseudo-royal lord foundation, which was already unstable, was affected, there was a huge possibility that he would fall back into the innate territory lord realm. He couldn't accept that, and the royal lord wouldn't forgive him if that happened. The Black Ink clan had paid an enormous price to create a pseudo-royal lord, which was why Di Wu chose to escape in the end. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had blocked his escape. Now that he was struck with the Sun and Moon Divine Seal, Di Wu's already weakened pseudo-royal lord foundation finally reached the point of rupturing. At that moment, dense and viscous black ink strength began pouring out of his body, but it wasn't by his own doing. Instead, it was a sign of his inability to control his own strength. Di Wu's expression became extremely pained. He was using all his strength to suppress the rioting strength inside his body, but the Sun and Moon Divine Seal was still wantonly destroying him from the inside, so how could Di Wu succeed? When Yang Kai noticed Di Wu's state, he was puzzled but didn't think too much of it. He summoned the Azure Dragon Spear again and stared coldly at Di Wu. "Sir Royal Lord, your end has come, suffer death." Those words Di Wu had spoken before were returned to him. Who would have thought that their situations would make a complete turnaround after just a few days? Once those words were spoken, Yang Kai thrust his spear at Di Wu. When the light from the spear bloomed, a myriad of Tao strengths wove together, giving the spear an unstoppable momentum. Di Wu roared madly as he counterattacked, and the two figures instantly became entangled with each other. Even with the suppression from the ancestral land, and after being weakened by purifying light and the Sun and Moon Divine Seal, Di Wu still had the strength to fight. However, his strength was constantly slipping away, and as time passed, he would only become feebler. Once his pseudo-royal lord foundation fully cracked, he would return to his original territory lord state. Although Yang Kai didn't know much about the royal lord before him, he noticed the madly decreasing black ink strength and thought that this newly advanced royal lord did not seem to have a stable foundation, otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. When Yang Kai first met this royal lord, he didn't have any intention of fighting him because he knew he wasn't a royal lord's opponent. Fighting such a strong enemy would only make things difficult for him with minimal chances of success. However, a series of accidents changed the battle and caused it to escalate to this point. On the other hand, Di Wu was not an unbeatable royal lord anymore. He was now an enemy that could be killed. While the two of them were fighting, several powerful auras approached from all directions. They were the innate territory lords managing the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array. They noticed the situation had grown dire and came to help. If Di Wu died here, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to the royal lord after returning, therefore, they couldn't stand by and watch as Di Wu was killed. Moreover, there were 12 of them, so if they worked together with Di Wu, they wouldn't need to be afraid of Yang Kai. There was only one problem with their plan. Without them powering the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array, the heaven-sealing earth-locking effect would disappear, so no one would be able to stop Yang Kai if he decided to escape. In other words, the moment they decided to stop operating this grand array, their mission to surround and kill Yang Kai had basically failed. But at this moment, they couldn't care too much about it because if Di Wu died, it would be meaningless to keep the grand array running. After all, Yang Kai could easily break through it. This grand array was sealing an extremely vast region, so it wasn't very sturdy. The aura from the many territory lords approaching was very obvious, so Di Wu and Yang Kai could sense them coming. Di Wu's flustered expression calmed down slightly, probably because he thought he had a chance to survive, but at the same time, he felt a little humiliated. He was a pseudo-royal lord, and he led so many innate territory lords here to kill Yang Kai, but still failed. Not only did he lose 1,000,000 soldiers and 8 innate territory lords, but he was also heavily injured to the point of his foundation almost rupturing. In the end, he still had to rely on the other territory lords to come to his rescue. Now, he didn't even know how he would explain himself to the royal lord after returning to the no-return pass. It seemed like he didn't need to explain anything. Just as his expression calmed down, it changed again because a small universe portal suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai and a large number of 1,000-meter-tall figures leapt out one after another. Small Stone Race Masters. In an instant, nearly 300 of these 1,000-meter-tall small stone race masters appeared, each of them radiating extremely imposing auras that made it obvious they had the strength of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Of course, since they didn't have much sentience and acted entirely out of instinct, their combat capabilities were far lower than 8th Order Masters. Moreover, ordinary 8th Order Masters were weaker than innate territory lords. However, none of that mattered with this kind of advantage in numbers. 300 small stone race masters was an enormous lineup. All the remaining Black Ink clansmen were thoroughly shocked because, from what they knew, the small stone soldiers were a very special race that was difficult to nurture. After some 3,000 years of war, the small stone race had basically been wiped out. Even if there were still some, there wouldn't be many. Yang Kai summoning the 3 million small stone race soldiers was already very shocking for the Black Ink clan. Back then, Di Wu even specially observed the small stone race, trying to see whether there were any of these more powerful masters among their ranks, but he never spotted any. Since Yang Kai could summon so many small stone race, how could it be possible that he didn't hide any small stone race masters? It was just that Yang Kai didn't want to bring them out. When they witnessed so many small stone race masters appearing before them, the Black Ink clan realized their mission to surround and kill Yang Kai had failed before it even began. However, Yang Kai kept this advantage hidden and continuously used his discomfited state to give the Black Ink clan false hope. He even exposed a number of his tricks and trump cards just to grind away at the Black Ink clan's strength. At this moment, he finally showed his final hidden hand, as if to spell out for them how hopeless and pitiful all their plotting truly was. 8 territory lords were dead, and a Black Ink clan army of 1 million soldiers was wiped out. Also, the pseudo-royal lord, Di Wu, was seriously injured and the existence of the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array was exposed. These were the losses the Black Ink clan had suffered in this battle, but what about Yang Kai? Some serious injuries? 3 million dead small stone race soldiers? Did any of that even matter? Di Wu felt both aggrieved and angry at the same time. What a scheming bastard. The instability of his state of mind caused his pseudo-royal lord foundation to falter even more. Adding on to Yang Kai's constant attacks, he knew he couldn't hold on much longer. After getting summoned, those 300 small stone race masters dispersed in all directions, roaring as they charged at the approaching 12 innate territory lords. The territory lords were stunned at the same time and didn't know whether to continue forward or retreat. If they continued trying to save Di Wu, they would inevitably be besieged by these small stone race masters, with each of them having to face at least 20 on their own. Even if these small stone race masters didn't have much sentience, their incredible strength wasn't easily dealt with. Once the territory lords were surrounded by these small stone race masters, death was basically guaranteed. But it wouldn't be appropriate for them to retreat either. At that instant, the territory lords were caught in a dilemma. Run! Di Wu roared through gritted teeth, head back and report to Sir Royal Lord that Di Wu has failed his trust and deserved his death. Hearing what Di Wu said, the territory lords all turned around and ran. If they had decided to run themselves, they wouldn't have been able to explain it to the Royal Lord, but now that Di Wu had ordered them to do so, they no longer had a reason to hesitate. Meanwhile, the small stone race masters were chasing after them. Back on the battlefield, Di Wu seemed to have come to a decision after shouting his order. At first, he thought that though he was in a critical situation, he still stood a chance to escape, but after the appearance of those small stone race masters, that last hope was thoroughly destroyed. When even the possibility of survival disappeared, he actually felt a sense of relief. The surging black ink strength inside his body that he was trying hard to suppress was now free of restraints as he roared, "Yang Kai, so what if you win against me today? This universe belongs to the Black Ink clan." At that instant, black filled the sky as the dense and fierce black ink strength turned into a huge tornado that was madly spinning with Di Wu in the center. Yang Kai suddenly felt pressured. He had fought against many Black Ink clansmen, killed territory lords, and even won against a royal lord, but never had he seen such a fierce and dense black ink strength coming from a single Black Ink clansman before. This isn't normal. At a glance, Yang Kai could see that Di Wu was about to suffer a fatal backlash from his own strength. The best choice now would be for him to escape the battlefield because it was impossible for Di Wu to maintain this state for long. However, Di Wu seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's plan. Since Di Wu had decided to use his death to show his loyalty and resolve, how could he let Yang Kai escape that easily? Since he had to die here, he would at least bring Yang Kai with him. Enough nonsense. Today, either you die, or I perish. Yang Kai roared while madly gathering the strength in his small universe before channeling it to his spear. Space-time strength hovered around him while the ancestral land thrummed. What was left of the ancestral strength flowed in from all directions and turned into a bright barrier around his body. As the matriarch, this was the last protection the ancestral land could give her favored son. The next moment, Yang Kai boldly charged at Di Wu. When the bright and dark lights smashed together, the entire world shook as space ruptured. Both lights exploded, enveloping 100,000 kilometers in a blinding brilliance. At that moment, it seemed like time itself had ceased to flow. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5642, Asking Questions. In an instant, that seemed to last millions of years, the two lights suddenly disappeared, and the violent energy calmed down, signaling the end of the epic battle. Yang Kai coughed up a large mouthful of blood as his consciousness blurred. Thanks to the Azure Dragon Spear, he barely remained standing. Despite doing his best to seal the gaping hole in his chest by tightening his muscles, the wound was reopened and blood was now pouring out. Not far before him, Di Wu was standing with his head held high, but his body was completely battered and full of wounds. Black ink strength would occasionally spurt from his wounds, but even that had lost the powerful momentum it used to have and seemed quite weak. His royal lord aura had already weakened long ago, and his vitality was almost gone. Completely unshackling his rupturing pseudo-royal lord foundation had caused a lethal backlash, so how could he possibly survive? However, he wasn't dead yet. Creakingly turning his head, he stared at Yang Kai with blurry eyes filled with mixed emotions before gathering the last of his strength to chant, "Black Ink Eternal." Then, his body fell with a thud, kicking up the dust around him. Just like that, his aura completely disappeared. Of course, Yang Kai wasn't sure Di Wu was dead, so he forced himself to remain conscious as he stumbled over to Di Wu. After giving the corpse a few hard stabs with the Azure Dragon Spear and confirming that Di Wu was gone, Yang Kai spat out another mouthful of blood and cursed. "Black Ink Eternal, my ass." He had heard that saying for thousands of years, but never saw the Black Ink clan dominating the universe. The human race was not dead yet, so the Black Ink clan could forget about being eternal as long as Yang Kai remained alive. While supporting himself with the Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai slowly sat down on the ground, regulating his obviously disordered power and activating the power of his dragon vein to heal his injuries. His gaze was still slightly unfocused. Having been locked in a very intense battle for several days and having been constantly thinking of ways to deceive and lure out the Black Ink clan, he had exhausted both his mental and physical strength. The injury to his soul was still there, and it would require a long recovery time before it could be fully restored. He also suffered a lot of injuries to his body during this battle. At that instant, he seemed to have forgotten why he came to the ancestral land in the first place. After thinking about it for a while, he remembered he had come here to seek out clues about the primordial light. Fortunately, his journey had been fruitful. Even though there were still some mysteries surrounding the primordial light, Yang Kai had learned its history. Then, he continued to cultivate in the ancestral land for 300 years, during which time his dragon vein was greatly refined. Then, he proceeded to kill 8 innate territory lords and a royal lord. No matter which angle he looked at it from, this trip to the ancestral land was a very rewarding one. The only thing that would have made it even better was if he wasn't in such a terrible state. Yang Kai didn't rest for long though, because the 300 small stone race masters were still chasing after those escaping innate territory lords. Although it was probably impossible for the small stone race to catch up to those territory lords, Yang Kai still needed to oversee their situation. 300 small stone race masters were a huge war asset, and if Yang Kai didn't go retrieve them, given the small stone race's nature, they would most likely get lost or even destroy each other. So, no matter what, he had to get those small stone race masters back. Yang Kai only slightly adjusted his breathing before getting up and dragging his extremely tired body to manipulate space principles and shoot away. Just as he expected, the small stone race masters didn't manage to catch up with the innate territory lords. Innate territory lords were already very powerful, and if they were determined to escape, the small stone race wouldn't be able to do anything about it. While Yang Kai moved throughout the void, picking up batch after batch of scattered small stone race masters, he chanced upon a surprise. Since the 12 innate territory lords powering the Grand Array had already escaped, the small stone race weren't able to catch them. Yang Kai didn't intend to chase them either because those territory lords couldn't hide forever. There was bound to come a day when Yang Kai would settle accounts with them. On the other hand, the few 7th Order Black Ink disciples that came with the Black Ink clan weren't able to escape as quickly because their strength was far lower, therefore, they were still being chased by the small stone race masters. When Yang Kai arrived at the scene, those 7th Order Black Ink disciples were badly beaten up. If Yang Kai had come any later, the small stone race would have killed them. The moment those Black Ink disciples saw Yang Kai, they began calling for help as if they saw their savior. To the Black Ink clan, Black Ink disciples would forever be slaves, but there were also times when the Black Ink clan needed these Black Ink disciples to do something for them that they weren't capable of. Therefore, they wouldn't kill Black Ink disciples at will. To the humans, if they encountered Black Ink disciples, those capable of taking them on would do their best to capture them alive rather than kill them. That was because the humans now had a method to save these Black Ink disciples. In other words, Black Ink disciples could survive among both races. The 7th Order Black Ink disciples could not escape from the small stone race master's pursuit, but there was little they could do other than go all out as their loyalty was currently to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai naturally didn't make things difficult for them and summoned the great sun and moon marks to retrieve the small stone race masters. After that, he used purifying light to dispel the Black Ink strength from within those Black Ink disciples. Without Black Ink strength affecting their minds, the Black Ink disciples regained their true nature and hung their heads in shame. The leader among the 7th Order Black Ink disciples, the old man, cupped his fist at Yang Kai while sweating. This old man and his companions have committed a great crime. Please punish us, sir. Every Black Ink disciple who was freed from the influence of Black Ink strength would have such thoughts. When they recalled their actions while being Black Ink disciples, it all seemed like a nightmare that they couldn't understand or accept. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai assured them, "You didn't act willingly, so you don't have to blame yourselves. If you still feel ashamed, return to the battlefield and kill more enemies." The several 7th Order Open Heaven Masters nodded and agreed. "Wait for me at the border of the ancestral land. I have some questions I want to ask you," Yang Kai ordered. The old man replied, "Yes, sir." After saying that, the Seventh Order Masters shot towards the ancestral land while Yang Kai continued searching for the small stone race masters. Yang Kai spent more than 10 days scouring the entire shattered heaven but still couldn't find all the small stone race masters he summoned, but in the end, he did a count and found that about 10 were missing. He had no idea whether the innate territory lords killed them or if they had simply gotten lost. That was a regretful discovery because each small stone race master was equivalent to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was a pity to lose 10 of them. But Yang Kai could do nothing about it because that was how the small stone race was. They had simple sentience and acted according to their instincts. Yang Kai didn't have any other choice but to summon those small stone race masters before he could tame or refine them because he needed them to block the incoming innate territory lords. In conclusion, if he hadn't gone to visit Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan and gotten so many small stone race soldiers before coming here, he would have been in a dangerous situation. When Yang Kai returned to the ancestral land, his face still looked pale and the throbbing pain in his soul was still evident. The several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were waiting for him and came over as soon as they sensed his return. Raising his hand, Yang Kai skipped the formalities with them and got straight to the point. Have you all been staying at the No-Return Pass? The eldest 7th Order Master, the old man, nodded, yes. We all had some talent in the Tao of Spirit arrays, so we were specially sent to the No-Return Pass after being corrupted. The Black Ink clan there seemed to be particularly interested in humans like us. After a short pause, the old man elaborated shamefully. The heaven-sealing earth-locking 4 gates 8 palaces great pagoda array was also created by us. After Sir made a name for yourself on the profound nether territory battlefield back then, the Royal Lord ordered us to come up with a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array that could be used to deal with you. Previously, there were some Black Ink clansmen who reported to the Royal Lord that you were in the ancestral land and seemed to be immersed in cultivation. Therefore, the Royal Lord thought it was a good opportunity and ordered several innate territory lords to bring us here to set up the grand array. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Even though he didn't get a chance to carefully investigate the so-called 4 gates 8 palaces great pagoda array, he could sense that it had many rough patches. If it wasn't for Di Wu pestering him, Yang Kai was confident he could have broken the grand array and eliminated its heaven-sealing earth-locking effects in short order. More importantly, 12 innate territory lords were needed to power this grand array, which was another sign that this wasn't a high-end grand array. If that was the case, these 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had limited attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays and might even have lower attainments than Yang Kai himself. Although Yang Kai never formally studied the Tao of Spirit arrays, he had refined several array Tao rivers in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, so his small universe had quite a lot of array Tao essence in it, which meant he wasn't without any foundation in this grand Tao. How many royal lords are there in the Black Ink clan? Yang Kai asked. He wanted these 7th Order Masters to stay behind because he wanted to ask about this matter. An unfamiliar royal lord had suddenly appeared in the Black Ink clan. Though Yang Kai had killed that royal lord using all sorts of means, it was still a very difficult battle. After this fight, Yang Kai would have to recuperate for at least 100 or 200 years to fully restore himself. Who knows whether the Black Ink clan still has more royal lords or not. The previously Black Ink disciples looked at each other before the old man replied with a frown, I know what Sir is worried about, but according to our knowledge, the Black Ink clan has only ever had one royal lord. Only one? Yang Kai was confused, but the 7th Order old man nodded and said firmly, only one. Yang Kai frowned as he thought these 7th Order Open Heaven Masters had spent many years at the No-Return Pass, so they should know some of the Black Ink clan's details. But now, it seemed like they weren't able to get their hands on the core secrets. However, even if the Black Ink clan had hidden a royal lord, the Black Ink disciples should have heard about it. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan also knew that once the Black Ink disciples got caught by the humans, the Black Ink strength inside them would be expelled. Then, those humans would regain their consciousness, so if they knew any confidential information about the Black Ink clan, that information would probably get exposed, so perhaps they were keeping better control over vital information than Yang Kai first thought. Actually, we're confused as well. While the old man spoke, he looked at Di Wu's corpse on the far end. This Di Wu, he used to be an innate territory lord, but he somehow became a royal lord. Wait, Yang Kai interrupted him, you said this guy was an innate territory lord? Nodding, the old man explained, yes. He was an innate territory lord, and one of the royal lord's confidants. The other Seventh Order masters nodded in agreement and confirmed Di Wu's identity as an innate territory lord. How is that possible? Yang Kai's eyes widened as he couldn't believe his ears. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-43, Speculation. All innate territory lords were born from the primordial heaven source grand restriction and were directly created by Mo. It was also common knowledge that innate territory lords could never advance to become royal lords. Although Yang Kai didn't know much about the mysteries of the creation force, he did know that each innate territory lord was born with more powerful strength than an ordinary territory lord. Mo must have used some kind of strange means to stimulate their full potential, completely exhausting it, causing them to be unable to gain more strength afterwards. No one knew where the news came from, but the humans believed it. In fact, it had been more than 3,000 years since the battle outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, yet even with so many innate territory lords, there was never any news about one of them becoming a royal lord. But the matter they thought was impossible had happened now. Yang Kai felt his heart sink. It wouldn't be too concerning if this was a special case, but if the Black Ink clan did have some sort of way to make innate territory lords into royal lords, the situation between the two races would change drastically, with the humans being at a huge disadvantage. Also, he didn't believe the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters standing in front of him were lying because, as fellow humans, there was no need to joke about such things. Just as he was thinking about this matter, the Seventh Order old man added, "Sir, you don't have to worry too much about this." According to this old man's observations, while the Black Ink clan has a way of making innate territory lords into royal lords, it must not be easy to accomplish. There must be a huge price to pay. Why would you say that? Yang Kai was taken aback. The old man thought back on his memories before explaining. About 300 years ago, I recall something strange happening at the No Return Pass, but we weren't allowed to roam freely, so I couldn't go and investigate. Over about a month or so, a large number of innate territory lords entered one specific high-rank Black Ink nest, but never came back out. It was like they vanished from existence. Di Wu was the last one to enter that Black Ink nest. After that, we were ordered to come here together with 20 territory lords and arrange the heaven-sealing earth-locking array. However, 2 years later, Di Wu appeared here as a royal lord. Although these Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't know about the Black Ink clan source fusion technique, there was quite a commotion when the innate territory lords were performing this technique, so they naturally sensed something was happening. However, as Black Ink disciples, they had no right to pry, otherwise, they would have known a lot more. When Yang Kai heard what the old man said, he frowned. It seemed like there was a sudden change in the Black Ink clan that the humans didn't know about, or in other words, the Black Ink clan possessed some kind of technique unknown to the humans that they had never used before. In addition, this technique allowed an innate territory lord to become a royal lord. That was enough to make alarm bells ring in Yang Kai's head. There was only Di Wu this time, but if there had been another royal lord, Yang Kai might not have been able to win despite all his powerful trump cards. How many innate territory lords entered that high-rank Black Ink nest back then? Yang Kai asked. The old man replied, at least a dozen. Another Seventh Order master interrupted them, if I'm not mistaken, before Di Wu, there should have been 13. If we include Di Wu, it would make 14. Frowning, Yang Kai exclaimed, 14. Calming down, Yang Kai began thinking about the situation more carefully. After a long time, he spoke up, "If what you said is true, could the Black Ink clan have some sort of technique that is similar to a sacrificial ceremony, using the high-rank Black Ink nest to gather the strength from many innate territory lords to create a royal lord?" Even though Yang Kai's estimations weren't entirely correct, he wasn't far from the truth. Technically speaking, the source fusion technique and sacrificial ceremonies were still different. It was just that the more innate territory lords performing the source fusion technique inside a high-rank Black Ink nest, the greater the chances of success. The Seventh Order old man nodded. "That is what this old man thinks too." Then, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. No wonder. Before, he kept having the feeling that Di Wu's performance as a royal lord was underwhelming. Di Wu clearly had the raw power of a royal lord, but he wasn't able to utilize it smoothly, resulting in him only being able to display about 70% to 80% of his full strength. In the last moments of the battle, Di Wu even suffered backlash from his own strength, which should have been impossible unless he used some kind of forbidden technique. Yang Kai originally thought that Di Wu's condition was because he was a new royal lord and wasn't familiar with controlling his new strength, but what if the truth was like what he had just guessed? Di Wu didn't become a royal lord through his own cultivation, but through some strange technique. He had suddenly gained a massive increase in strength, but that strength didn't belong to him, which was why he had difficulty using it. If that were true, the situation might not be as bad as Yang Kai feared. Though it wasn't clear whether sacrificing 14 territory lords to create a royal lord like Di Wu was a loss or gain for the Black Ink clan, it did give hope to the Black Ink clan in killing him while he was cultivating in the ancestral land. That was why the royal lord decided to use this hidden technique. If the Black Ink clan could kill Yang Kai, that sacrifice would be worth it. Sending out one royal lord, 20 territory lords, a few Black Ink disciples, and a 1,000,000-soldier Black Ink clan army clearly showed how determined the Black Ink clan was, but how could they have expected that Yang Kai alone could force the Black Ink clan to abandon everything and flee? Also, even the new royal lord, Di Wu, had also lost his life in the Divine Spirit ancestral land. The Black Ink clan had a lot of innate territory lords at the start of the war, but there wouldn't be many of them left now. Innate territory lords were very powerful, and ordinary Eighth Order masters couldn't easily deal with them, therefore, the utility of a dozen or so innate territory lords on the battlefield was definitely higher than one defective royal lord. While thinking so, Yang Kai felt more relieved. Even if the Black Ink clan used that technique to make another royal lord, it wouldn't affect the overall situation too much. At the very least, it wouldn't reach the point of suppressing the humans. Then, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and said, "This matter is quite important, so I need you all to head over to the Supreme Headquarters and provide them with a full report." Even though this matter didn't change the overall situation much, the humans still had to take precautions. What if a few royal lords suddenly appeared on one of the battlefields? If that happened, the humans would definitely suffer a huge loss, therefore, it was necessary to report this matter to the Supreme Headquarters as soon as possible. "We would be glad to do so." The Seventh Order old man cupped his fist and moved to leave. "Wait, there's no hurry to leave." Yang Kai stopped them. "It's a long journey there, and there will be dangers along the way. Although the two races are still abiding by the peace agreement, there's no telling whether the Black Ink clan will make a move after this incident. If they do decide to break the treaty, there would be nothing restricting them. I'll give you all a small stone race master each so that you can refine them and use them for protection." While saying so, he waved his hand and summoned a few small stone race masters. Since the great sun and moon marks were inhibiting them, the few small stone race masters remained docile for the moment. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were ecstatic and thanked Yang Kai. Then, they each found one small stone race master and began taming them. With these small stone race masters protecting them, they wouldn't be vulnerable even if they encountered a couple of territory lords. Actually, Yang Kai could personally make the trip to the Supreme Headquarters and bring the Seventh Order Masters with him, but his injuries hadn't recovered yet, therefore, he had to treat them immediately. Moreover, he suffered a huge loss after being ambushed by the Black Ink clan, so how could he be willing to let this matter slide? Even though the Black Ink clan suffered a huge loss in the end, that was because Yang Kai had many trump cards. If Yang Kai was unlucky this time, he might already be dead. Since the Black Ink clan dared to offend him, they should be ready for his retaliation. While the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters tamed the small stone race masters, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing and began healing his injuries. After the battle, the ancestral land had returned to its former peaceful state. However, Yang Kai could sense that the heritage accumulated by the ancestral land over many millennia was almost depleted because of him. First, it was because he had been cultivating here for 300 years, constantly absorbing massive amounts of ancestral strength, which helped his dragon form grow to 99,999 meters long. After that, he engaged in a massive battle with the Black Ink clan and borrowed strength from the ancestral land, further exhausting the ancestral strength. To the ancestral land, who resembled a kind and gentle matriarch, Yang Kai was like a black sheep son who spent almost all her wealth in a short time. But Yang Kai also knew that this was inevitable because, during that life-or-death situation, the ancestral land's full support allowed him to use the ancestral strength as constant protection to block off the bulk of the powerful attacks he faced. Without the protection from the ancestral strength, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a protracted battle against such powerful enemies. Fortunately, this situation didn't greatly affect the ancestral land. The birth of the ancestral land was because the primordial light had landed here. When that happened, the originally ordinary continent became the source of all divine spirits. Therefore, this land would be forever indestructible. With enough time, the ancestral land could restore its heritage. It might need thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of years for that to happen, but it would eventually happen. There would be a time when the ancestral land would be restored to its former glory, but all of that hinged on the human race defeating the Black Ink clan. If the humans failed, the ancestral land would no longer exist. 2 months later, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters finished refining their small stone race companions. Their cultivation was much lower than those of small stone race masters, so it took them quite a while to tame them. However, despite having tamed them, it was difficult for the Seventh Order Masters to fully control those small stone race masters and could only order them with basic commands. Once these small stone race masters moved too far away from them, the Seventh Order Masters would lose control of them. They all gathered before Yang Kai, who opened his eyes and retrieved several dozen world beads. These world beads were made by Yang Kai sacrificing small parts of his small universe to refine. Although it affected him somewhat, the damage wasn't too substantial. Moreover, with the World Tree clone assisting him, the damage would gradually be repaired. After giving those world beads to the Seventh Order Masters, he exhorted, "Every bead contains a sealed world with 4 1,000-meter-tall small stone race masters and 500,000 small stone race soldiers." The Seventh Order Masters drew in a sharp breath after hearing this. It didn't matter if it was 1 or 2 beads containing such an army, as they had already witnessed Yang Kai summoning some 300 small stone race masters earlier while operating the Grand Array. The point was that every bead also included 500,000 small stone race soldiers. That number was terrifying because Yang Kai had given them about 50 world beads. Wouldn't that mean there were 25 million small stone race soldiers? That was a huge force, and if they introduced all of them to the various great territory battlefields, it could shift the balance between the humans and Black Ink clan. Immediately, the 12 territory lords began talking one after another as they told the royal lord what happened after Di Wu arrived at the ancestral land. Of course, they skipped over the 300 years they were waiting for Yang Kai to come out because nothing worth mentioning happened during that time. When the territory lords on both sides of the Grand Hall heard that Yang Kai could now use his mysterious soul secret technique to hit 5 targets, and even kill 4 territory lords in rapid succession while being trapped inside the Grand Array, their expressions immediately changed. It seems like the Killing Star's strength has indeed grown. He wasn't capable of this 2,000 years ago. Meanwhile, the royal lord could roughly guess the rest of the story after hearing that Yang Kai summoned a massive batch of small stone race soldiers. Back when Yang Kai came to the no-return pass, he had also summoned a large small stone race army to deal with him. Di Wu should also have known about this, but this was the first time the Black Ink clan learned that even after those small stone race soldiers died, they could still be used by Yang Kai. As a result, all the surviving Black Ink clansmen, including Di Wu, were enveloped in an intense burst of purifying light that dramatically diminished their strength. The Black Ink clan fell into an irreversible disadvantage in the battle after that. After listening to the full story, the royal lord's expression was dark as a storm cloud, while the uninvolved territory lords felt slightly relieved. The territory lords thought that Yang Kai was now strong enough to kill a pseudo-royal lord, but now it seemed like the main reason Di Wu failed was that Yang Kai had many coincidental advantages on his side, especially when it came to the battlefield. The divine spirit ancestral land could suppress the Black Ink clan's strength and even offered its strength and protection to Yang Kai. Such a situation greatly reduced the difference in strength between the two sides. In addition, Yang Kai was a scheming fellow who used purifying light to weaken the Black Ink clan masters and deal a crippling blow to Di Wu. Now it seemed like, though Yang Kai was strong, he still had obvious limits. For some unknown reason, this realization made the territory lords feel relieved. After the 12 territory lords finished reporting, they stood silently in their spot, not daring to speak. The royal lord sat back on his throne and swept his gaze across them before looking to the side. Mo Nai, what do you think? One territory lord stepped forward, and it just so happened to be someone Yang Kai knew. It was the innate territory lord who led the operation against Yang Kai back in the Acacia territory. Later, Yang Kai faced off against this same territory lord in profound Nether territory. Mo Nai was undoubtedly the most strategic and insightful of all the territory lords, which was why the royal lord decided to still use him after the humiliating incident in Acacia territory. After Di Wu became a pseudo-royal lord 300 years ago, the royal lord recalled Mo Nai from the front lines to serve as his right hand. First, Mo Nai bowed to the royal lord before speaking. "Sir Royal Lord, I think that what we must do now is prepare for Yang Kai's retaliation." The royal lord frowned. "You think that fellow would come to the no-return pass and try to raise chaos?" Mo Nai nodded heavily. "He definitely will. Although I haven't encountered him many times, everything I have observed and learned of him indicates that he is not one to simply suffer a loss. The Black Ink clan planned to deal with him in the divine spirit ancestral land while the agreement between our two races was still in effect, so he definitely won't let this matter slide. The human race needs to maintain this current situation, so he wouldn't openly break the agreement. On top of that, he knows that we will not just let him go around killing territory lords. In such a situation, his only real option to gain revenge is to attack the no-return pass." Slightly angered, the royal lord bellowed, "He dares." He was personally overseeing the no-return pass. Even though it happened before, if Yang Kai caused a scene here again, it would mean that Yang Kai had disregarded him, a royal lord, completely. Mo Nai added, "He has always been a reckless risk-taker." The royal lord was silent because he had to agree that what Mo Nai said was justifiable. No matter what the Black Ink clan had done in the ancestral land, both races still needed to maintain the so-called agreement to ensure the overall situation. Since they needed to maintain the agreement, it was unlikely that Yang Kai would go off and kill territory lords on the various battlefields lest he force the Black Ink clan to launch an all-out retaliatory war. That was the last thing the humans wanted right now. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan also didn't want to break the agreement because if they did, many more innate territory lords would die in the coming days. Therefore, coming to the no-return pass to make a scene was Yang Kai's only option. "When do you think he will come?" the royal lord asked. Mo Nayi replied, "Within 200 years. On what basis?" Back in profound nether territory, Yang Kai would make a move every 2 years to kill territory lords. I'm guessing that the reason he took that long in between attacks was he needed time to deal with the huge backlash of using his soul-injuring technique. Every time he used it, he would need a long period to recuperate. However, this time, in the ancestral land, Yang Kai not only overused his soul technique, he also suffered numerous severe physical wounds. Although humans have an advantage when it comes to healing rate compared to our Black Ink clan, he must need at least 100 to 200 years to recuperate. After listening to the explanation, the royal lord nodded as his gloomy eyes showed appreciation. If all the innate territory lords had the same intelligence as Mo Nayi, he wouldn't be so troubled. Unfortunately, most of the territory lords didn't have sharp minds, while the humans seemed to have plenty of cunning people. "Sir Royal Lord, please take the necessary precautions early. The humans might already have a new Ninth Order master," Mo Nayi added. Hearing that, the royal lord turned solemn. "Is this news reliable?" Mo Nayi shook his head. "The humans have established extremely strict control over any such news, and only a few higher-ups would know whether a new Ninth Order master has been born. The low-level Black Ink disciples we have converted have no way of knowing about these things. However, according to the reports I have received from the front lines, a few prominent Eighth Order masters have completely disappeared from the battlefields. Without mentioning anyone else, Xiaofan has been missing for nearly 1,000 years now. No one knows where he is, but if he has not shown up in so long, it must be because he's trying to break through to the Ninth Order. In the worst case, he may have already succeeded and is simply remaining hidden because it is still not the time for Ninth Order masters to appear." The royal lord's expression became far gloomier when he heard this. Even though the Black Ink clan had always prided themselves as the mightiest army with the finest arms, never having suffered a true defeat on any of the great territory battlefields, they were constantly wary of some Eighth Order masters breaking through to become Ninth Order, as even one such master could alter the course of the war. Among those humans, the one they were most wary of was Xiaofan. Even their worries about Yang Kai were dwarfed in comparison. After all, Yang Kai's limit was the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai was destined to come to the no-return pass and cause a ruckus, and Mo Nayi just happened to mention a possible new Ninth Order master. All of that made the royal lord think about a lot of things. Many years ago, Yang Kai had come to the no-return pass alone, and though the Black Ink clan injured and repelled him, he still managed to kill a number of territory lords and destroy several high-rank Black Ink nests, which made the royal lord fly into a rage. In fact, the royal lord was still secretly frustrated about this incident even after so many years. 2,000 years later, Yang Kai had definitely become much stronger than before, and even managed to kill a pseudo-royal lord while borrowing some external aids. Yang Kai alone would be tricky to deal with, but if a new Ninth Order master came along with him, how could the no-return pass stop them? If the Black Ink clan lost a few more Black Ink nests, they would quickly find themselves at a huge disadvantage. The royal lord soon realized that he alone was not enough. He needed a helping hand. Di Wu was a good adjutant, one who was loyal and listened to orders, but unfortunately, a dead helper was worthless. The royal lord slowly turned to look at Mo Nayi before gazing at the 12 territory lords that returned from the ancestral lord before making up his mind. "All of you, go and perform the source fusion." The 12 territory lords all showed shocked expressions. They didn't escape all the way back to be source fusioned into a black ink nest. Meanwhile, Mo Nai lowered his head as his lips undetectably curled into a slight smile. All according to plan. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5645, Returning to the Barren Territory. Once bitten, twice shy. Yang Kai had already caused a huge scene in the no-return pass once, thus, the royal lord would definitely be worried about Yang Kai coming back. He would not be able to protect the numerous black ink nests in the no-return pass on his own. This was not a solo life-and-death battle. Considering the strength of a royal lord, he was naturally not afraid of an Eighth Order master, even if that Eighth Order master had killed a pseudo-royal lord. However, if Yang Kai really appeared at the no-return pass, then his purpose would not be to fight with the royal lord or the territory lords, but to destroy high-rank black ink nests. High-rank nests were the root of the Black Ink clan right now. The Black Ink clan army was created through the various black ink nests, and all mid- and low-rank nests shared an intrinsic link to the high-rank black ink nest which spawned them. The source fusion technique also required a high-rank black ink nest to be sacrificed. Once the high-rank black ink nests were all gone, the Black Ink clan would not be able to replenish their numbers and would not be able to grow stronger. Eventually, they would die out. Thus, even if the royal lord was strong, if Yang Kai avoided fighting him and instead targeted the black ink nests, it would be impossible to stop him on his own. It wasn't just that though, there was also a possible new Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master the royal lord needed to be wary of. Therefore, he needed assistance. He could not count on the innate territory lords and could only hope for help from a pseudo-royal lord. However, in all these years, the Black Ink clan had only ever created a single pseudo-royal lord, Di Wu. Which innate territory lord did not aspire to become a pseudo-royal lord? In the anticipated final confrontation, the role innate territory lords could play would diminish significantly. Perhaps, they would one day encounter a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and be killed by them. Mo Nai also wanted to become a pseudo-royal lord, but he was not one of the royal lord's favorites. How could he receive such benefits for no rhyme or reason? If he had such an opportunity, then it would have been him and not Di Wu who was selected in the first place. Now, he had an opportunity. The other territory lords were still shocked by Yang Kai's terrifying powers, which highlighted Di Wu's incompetence. They were all intimidated by the royal lord's anger. However, through this crisis, Mo Nai was able to spot a light. The 12 territory lords who had escaped were how he could potentially make a breakthrough. These 12 territory lords were now considered to be guilty of serious crimes. If nothing was done, they would probably be sent to the 6 great territory battlefields by the royal lord to fight against the Eighth Order humans for an extended time as punishment for their crimes. However, this was not what Mo Nai wanted to see. With just a few words, he was able to influence the royal lord's decision on the fate of these 12 territory lords. Throughout everything he had said, at no point did he mention any of his own ambitions. This spoke volumes of his intelligence. In contrast to Mo Nai's exuberance, the 12 territory lords were extremely frightened. They did not flee from the ancestral land just to be sent to perform the source fusion technique. While they could become a pseudo-royal lord if they succeeded, their hopes of success depended on the number of sacrifices before them. No one could guarantee that they would be successful. Just as Di Wu never guaranteed his success. Di Wu simply had better luck, and the accumulation from the source fusion technique was sufficient by the time it was his turn. However, the royal lord had already given the order, so they could not refuse. They now felt that Mo Nai's dedication to the Black Ink clan's great cause was both respectable and admirable. "Please allow me, sir." Mo Nai pleaded again. He would not give up this opportunity to the other territory lords no matter what happened, after all, he had meticulously planned for this moment. Although there was a risk of failure, the chance of success was decent. If the other territory lords managed to grab this opportunity, then it would be a case of desperate to cry but unable to shed any tears. The royal lord seemed to hesitate in deciding, but Mo Nai had already expressed his willingness to risk his life. If the royal lord still refused now, then he would seem very biased against Mo Nai. He had no choice but to nod and agree. In that case, go ahead. Mo Nai's eyes lit up with joy. Many thanks, sir. He turned around immediately, walked out of the grand hall and entered the high-rank black ink nest. His aura began to fluctuate. The divine spirit ancestral land remained undisturbed for nearly 100 years before a figure finally emerged from its depths. It was Yang Kai. After 100 years of recuperating, his wounds had now completely healed. With the soul-warming lotus, even the most serious injuries to his soul could be restored, though this time it had taken quite a bit longer as the damage resulting from using 5 soul-rending thorns at once had been quite serious. Yang Kai was not only healing during the past 100 years though. He had also been reviewing his new comprehension of the grand Taos of time and space, which he benefited a lot from. If he performed the Sun and Moon Divine Seal again right now, it would be much more powerful than his previous attempt. Although he was here for more than 100 years, Yang Kai quickly realized that the ancestral land situation had not changed much and its ancestral strength was still very weak. In such an environment, even if a divine spirit was cultivating in the ancestral land, they would not benefit much. It would take a long time for this world to fully recover. Yang Kai bowed and gave a respectful salute to this world. If the ancestral land really had a will, then it must be able to feel his heartfelt gratitude. He then straightened up and took off into the sky. Yan Kai left the ancestral land, traveled across the divine ability sea, passed through the shattered heaven, entered a territory gate, and arrived at the barren territory. He did not come here to enter the no-return pass from the barren territory though. Although this route was the fastest, it was also the most dangerous. The no-return pass was now in the hands of the Black Ink clan, and not only was there a royal lord stationed there was also a large number of territory lords. Yang Kai did not know the situation at the territory gate either, so if he just barged in, and there was some kind of ambush, he would have sacrificed himself for nothing. After all, he had done this before, so the Black Ink clan must have taken appropriate precautions by now. The reason why Yang Kai came to the barren territory was because he wanted to check out the situation of the Black Ink giant spirit god here. Thousands of years had passed since the battle in the barren territory. During these thousands of years, the 2 Ninth Order's old ancestors were unable to move at all. Likewise, the Black Ink giant spirit god was also unable to extricate itself. Although they were separated by the boundary wall of the great territories, they were literally chained to each other. At least, that was the case initially, because at that time, the Black Ink giant spirit god was seriously injured. It was pursued from the divine spirit ancestral land into the barren territory. Then, as it passed through the battlefield, it was bombarded by the human race army and numerous masters. Thereafter, it was attacked by numerous Ninth Order old ancestors and was severely wounded. Old ancestors Xiaofan and Wuxia found the opportunity to secure its arm through the territory wall between the barren territory and wind mist territory, but they were forced to remain in wind mist territory as a result. However, Yang Kai now wondered if the Black Ink giant spirit god had restored itself after all these years. If it was restored, the 2 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't restrict its movement by themselves. If this Black Ink giant spirit god broke free, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to the human race. The human race was currently incapable of resisting a Black Ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai was amazed by how quiet the barren territory was when he entered. The last time Yang Kai came over, giant spirit god Air and the other, unshackled Black Ink giant spirit god, were locked in a brutal battle that shook the entire great territory, so it was odd that everything was so calm right now. Yang Kai used his divine sense and very soon, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He saw that in a vast void, these two giant spirit gods, who had been fighting for thousands of years, were now entangled in a physical stalemate, one of them body-locking the other, while the other headlocked the first. There was no telling when they ended up in this grappling hold, but it was clear that both had fought viciously as there were wounds all over their bodies. There were even big chunks of their flesh drifting about, looking like asteroids in the void. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-46, collect some interest. This battle had been going on for thousands of years, its two combatants evenly matched. The only one who could stand up to a black-ink giant spirit god was a true giant spirit god. From what Yang Kai saw, these two giant spirit gods, who had been fighting for many years, would simply fight on for the rest of eternity if no external factors were introduced. Yang Kai watched them silently for a while, but did not bother them. Then, he turned his attention to the other black-ink giant spirit god. This black-ink giant spirit god was seated and slightly hunched over. Its lofty figure obscured the large void with one of its arms poking through the boundary wall. This arm was being locked down on the wind mist territory side by the two Ninth Order's masters, rendering it immobile. Originally, it had many wounds caused by the human masters and the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders during the Barren Territory battle. Black ink strength oozed like thick mucus from those wounds. However, after all these years, the wounds on its body had been healed significantly and were no longer such a gory sight. Its injuries were slowly recovering. Yang Kai was astonished. All black ink clansmen, even royal lords, had to enter a black ink nest to recover from serious injuries, but it seemed the black ink giant spirit gods were exceptions to this rule. Although the speed of healing looked slow, it was indeed healing. Supreme Masters clearly could not be judged using common knowledge. When this black ink giant spirit god was being suppressed and sealed in the divine spirit ancestral land, its aura had been completely wiped away by the omnipresent ancestral strength. A few years after it resurrected, when Yang Kai saw it next after he sent off Wu Kuang, this black ink giant spirit god's aura had clearly decreased again after suffering the final attacks of the top human and divine spirit masters. Now, however, there were no longer any severe injuries on its body and its aura was stronger. It was clear that this strange creation could heal itself. Seemingly sensing Yang Kai's prying eyes, the black ink giant spirit god, who had its eyes shut to recuperate, suddenly opened them and turned its head to look at him. Invisible oppression instantly weighed down heavily on Yang Kai's shoulders, causing him to feel dwarfed by the giant. The cultivation of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a far cry from that of a giant spirit god. This was not the first time Yang Kai found himself in such a situation. When this black ink giant spirit god was revived in the divine spirit ancestral land, Yang Kai had tried to outmaneuver it. He even tried to sink it into the void, but ultimately, he was powerless to do anything to it. Yang Kai steeled himself before he started organizing something in his small universe. In the distant void, the black ink giant spirit god seemed to snicker lightly before it stopped paying attention to him. To it, this insect was no more dangerous than a common fly, there was no need to pay any attention to it. What was an Eighth Order Master? It did not even bat an eyelid about Ninth Order old ancestors and could only be restrained by 20 such masters. Yang Kai slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, they opened again and he shouted loudly, "Greetings, old ancestors." His voice reached old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, who were sitting in wind mist territory, the arm of the black ink giant spirit god trapped between them like a wall. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao quickly called out, "Yang Kai, you're in the barren territory?" "Yes." Yang Kai replied as he opened his small universe portal and began to summon a small stone race army. When he was in the ancestral land, he had given several former Black Ink disciples some 25 million small stone race soldiers, but he still had a few million left within him. However, those small stone race soldiers that he had retained did not include any of the 1,000-meter masters. They were all ordinary small stone race soldiers who could not play too big a role in a battle against top masters. However, for him, they were still the best assistants available. "What are you doing over there?" Old Ancestor Xiao asked curiously. "What is the situation of the human race right now?" Yang Kai continued to summon more small stone race soldiers and was soon surrounded by a vast army, all while communicating. "The situation is quite stable, old ancestors do not need to worry about anything. I'm here, to collect some interest from the Black Ink clan." "Collect interest?" Wu Qing asked curiously. Yang Kai bellowed, "Two old ancestors, please be careful. What are you going to do?" In Wind Mist territory, Wu Qing suddenly had a bad premonition. He glanced at old ancestor Xiao, and both of them became alert and raised their guard. In the barren territory, the Black Ink giant spirit god also frowned and watched Yang Kai's movements closely. Yang Kai raised his arm, before swinging it down. Afterwards, a 2 million strong small stone race army swarmed towards the Black Ink giant spirit god like locusts. They did not fear death even in the face of such an overwhelming enemy like the Black Ink giant spirit god. Their sentience was low, and their nature was to grow by devouring materials, thus, they did not fear death. Death was just another part of life to them. The advantage was that they were unmoving in the face of fear, but the disadvantage was they were not flexible. Once a small stone race member died in battle, however, their remains would be left behind where they fell. This kind of swarm attack was most suitable against the Black Ink giant spirit god who was immobile. The 2 million small stone race army reached the Black Ink giant spirit god in a matter of breaths. Even 2 million such soldiers, however, were insignificant compared to the giant. It was like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing around an elephant, annoying, but not of any real threat. The Black Ink giant spirit god's vast black ink strength emerged from its body at that moment. Even royal lords and pseudo-royal lords were incomparable to it. The Black Ink giant spirit god did not know what Yang Kai was up to, but it would not let him just sit there and let him do whatever he pleased. The rich black ink strength enveloped the small stone race army like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, receded again to reveal all 2 million small stone race soldiers had perished without a single injury. Even Yang Kai did not know how the Black Ink giant spirit god killed them. "That's it?" Black Ink giant spirit god finally asked smugly. The 2 marks on the back of Yang Kai's hand began to heat up and he said fiercely, "No, this is..." The Black Ink giant spirit god's smile instantly froze. The marks glowed yellow and blue, filled the void and then mingled with each other. The black ink tide, which had just receded, surged outwards again, this time in a much more aggressive manner. In the blink of an eye, a pure white light began to bloom into a huge white sundae. This mass of pure white light was 10 times more intense than the one Yang Kai tossed out in the divine spirit ancestral land. The light not only enveloped the void, but it also enveloped the huge body of the Black Ink giant spirit god. The sacrifice of a mere 2 million small stone race soldiers naturally could not achieve such results. When Yang Kai was in the divine spirit ancestral land, he sacrificed 3 million, but the result was less than 10% of the current power. The reason for this huge difference was that Yang Kai had made preparations this time. He distributed a massive amount of yellow and blue crystals to the small stone race members before summoning them. This time, the sacrifice was not only the residual power of the fallen 2 million small stone race soldiers, but also a literal mountain of yellow and blue crystals. In one move, Yang Kai had consumed 40% of the supplies Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had prepared for him this time. With such a huge amount of materials invested, the results were remarkable. The black ink giant spirit god was soon engulfed and the purifying light began seeping into its body. Black ink's strength was quickly dispersed and vaporized both inside and outside of it. The black ink giant spirit god roared in a rage and struggled violently. In wind mist territory, Xiaofan and Wuxia finally understood why Yang Kai warned them to be careful. The two of them had been stuck here for around 3,000 years and had been working together to pin down one of the black ink giant spirit god's arms with a joint secret technique. Normally, the two of them would not be strong enough to do this. However, when the arm of the black ink giant spirit god had broken through the boundary wall, that meant that they were fighting with black ink giant spirit god across great territories. The black ink giant spirit god's power was greatly weakened by its circumstances, so the two old ancestors were able to remain safe and stable. However, at this moment, the black ink giant spirit god began to struggle madly as it was suffering in agony due to the purifying light. The first thing it wanted to do was to pull its arm back to wipe away the light and crush Yang Kai, who was the orchestrator of its misery. The chains clattered on the huge mountain-like arm, and boundless black ink strength began to surge wildly, as it tried to break free from the chains. Wuxia and Xiao Zhao's expressions changed dramatically as they spared no effort to enhance their secret techniques to keep it restrained. Over these years, the two old ancestors had constantly been reinforcing their secret technique, otherwise, the black ink giant spirit god could have broken out of it long ago. Even so, the two were under a lot of pressure to ensure that the black ink giant spirit god did not escape, so they were now surprised and relieved by what Yang Kai was doing. They were surprised at how Yang Kai was able to cause the black ink giant spirit god so much agony, while they were relieved that the new generation of humans was so talented that an 8th Order junior had the means to hurt a black ink giant spirit god to such an extent. The pure white star exploded after a dozen breaths of time before it slowly dissipated. To old ancestors Xiaofan and Wuxia, it seemed like they had spent thousands of years engaged in a brutal battle. When everything calmed down, the two looked at each other and each saw the sweat and fear on the other's forehead when they realized part of the chains had broken into countless pieces. They panicked and quickly rushed to repair them. Of course, they knew that if black ink giant spirit god really wanted to get out of this trap, it could do so at any moment by sacrificing its arm. Fortunately, it did not seem things had come to that point yet. Losing an arm would not affect a black ink giant spirit god's life in the long run, but its strength would diminish significantly. The black ink giant spirit god would not accept such humiliation unless absolutely necessary. In the barren territory, Yang Kai's face was calm as he quietly looked at the huge figure that was still shrouded in a white afterglow. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-47, The Net. The tremors and thunderous commotions within the barren territory calmed down as soon as the black ink giant spirit god stopped struggling. It sat in the void, with the arm that penetrated the boundary wall secured from the other side as it stared at Yang Kai with intense rage. Technically speaking, the black ink giant spirit god was both Mo's creation and Mo's soul clone. It meant that there was no big difference between Mo and it. Apart from the vast difference in strength, it inherited all the thought processes and experiences of Mo. It was not easy to anger such an ancient supreme being, which has survived for millions of years, to such an extent. During the battle in the barren territory, it was attacked repeatedly by 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders had joined in on the assault. The wounds they caused were far more severe than what it was suffering just now. Later on, it was shackled in place by the two surviving 9th Order old ancestors, but even then, it was not as angry with them as it was now. To it, all the resistance of the human race was just an appetizer before Mo's unification of everything was complete. Not only would it not be angry, it felt that it could have some fun along the way. However, what Yang Kai did today really upset it. Not only did the pure and flawless white light reopen its wounds that took thousands of years to heal, but it also wiped away a large portion of its power. In a mere dozen breaths, Yang Kai ruined thousands of years of cultivation. The pure white light had caused its heart to be filled with rage. "You worm! You have truly enraged the Supreme One!" bellowed the black ink giant spirit god, causing the entire barren territory to reverberate. Yang Kai taunted in response, "Come and kill me then." In wind mist territory, Xiao and Wuxia were immediately put on edge. There was nothing they could do if the black ink giant spirit god was willing to sacrifice its arm in order to get out of their restriction. Of course, the black ink giant spirit god's powers would be severely impacted if it lost an arm. However, even if the black ink giant spirit only had one arm, 2 ninth-order masters were still no match for it. They were secretly praying that this damn brat would not provoke this monster again, because if it really got upset, the situation would only get worse. Though the black ink giant spirit god was furious, it had no intention of sacrificing its arm to get out of this trap. The 2 ninth-order masters were relieved when it did not move its locked arm. Yang Kai, however, did not stop provoking it. When he saw that black ink giant spirit god was not moving, he increased his taunts. "It looks like you are all talk. If you don't kill me today, I will kill you in the future. Not only will I kill you, but I will also go to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to destroy your lair and slaughter your true body." The 2 old ancestors who had just heaved a sigh of relief were now anxious again. They wanted to yell at Yang Kai to shut the hell up. Worse, Yang Kai's threats were the most shameless of boasting. Instead of getting more upset though, the black ink giant spirit god calmed down considerably and, after sizing up Yang Kai, said, "I'll look forward to the day when you can say that in front of my true body." It was as if he had heard something very interesting and wanted to witness it with his own eyes. Yang Kai nodded his head very seriously and replied, "Hope you meant what you've said." After saying that, he bowed at the boundary wall that the arm pierced and said, "Many thanks for your efforts, old ancestors. This junior will take his leave now." Turning around, he shot away towards the territory gate. He had achieved the purpose of this trip. He said that he was here to collect some interest, but that was only part of the reason. Yang Kai was aware of the possible consequences of attacking the black ink giant spirit god with purifying light. If he was just here to collect some interest, then how was it possible for him to do something so risky? His real purpose here was to weaken the black ink giant spirit god. He already had this idea when he last came to the barren territory. However, he had not done so because at that time, the black ink giant spirit god was still badly injured, so there was no need to aggravate it. Now, after thousands of years of recuperation, if Yang Kai did not weaken it, the black ink giant spirit god might become strong enough to free itself. For this reason, Yang Kai was willing to utilize 2 million small stone ray soldiers, and a mountain of yellow and blue crystals. However, this tactic could only be used once. The black ink giant spirit god would never give him another chance to weaken it like this again. Although it could not move from where it was still able to destroy a small stone race army far away from where it Saturday. While the barren territory was in turmoil, a figure rushed through the territory gate between the barren territory and the no-return pass and arrived at the other side. A short while later, the royal lord gathered the territory lords in the grand hall. On the bone throne, the royal lord looked over at the figure sitting on his left side and nodded approvingly. "Your analysis is impeccable, Mo Nai. Yang Kai is really coming to take revenge." Mo Nai stood up and bowed. "Many thanks for your compliment, sir. I've studied Yang Kai closely. After all, he is currently the biggest threat to the Black Ink clan." Mo Nai was able to become a pseudo-royal lord after the sacrifice of 12 territory lords. He had been cultivating in retreat for the past 100 years or so and had now adapted to his new strength. However, his situation was essentially the same as that of Di Wu, who was killed by Yang Kai. Although he had the power and might of a royal lord, he could not control or restrain it very well. This was a drawback that was difficult to solve for pseudo-royal lords, as the power they obtained was gained through the source fusion technique and not from their own cultivation. Thus, it was naturally difficult to attain true mastery over it. Of course, even if Mo Na Yi was never able to overcome this problem, he was already extremely satisfied. He was an innate territory lord before, and would never have arrived at his current position without careful planning. When the tide of the new Black Ink clansmen rose, the number of new Ninth Order humans and Black Ink clan royal lords would definitely be significant. While innate territory lords could be considered the backbone of the Black Ink clan army, a lone territory lord could not decide the future situation of the two races. Even if a pseudo-royal lord was slightly inferior to a real royal lord, Mo Na Yi had already slogged for so many years for this position. It did not matter if he was slightly inferior, as he was happy with making any progress at all. Furthermore, he had always been wiser and more resourceful than the rest of the Black Ink clan, so he was confident that he would not be worse off than any other royal lords in the future. The most important factor was with this new strength, if ever he encountered a Ninth Order master, even if he couldn't defeat them in battle, he could always escape. If he was still an innate territory lord, any Ninth Order human would be able to squash him. After becoming a pseudo-royal lord, Mo Na Yi even had his own seat during these gatherings. He no longer had to stand with the rest of the territory lords, which was a clear display of status. His seat was to the left of the royal lord, which was an indication of his importance. It could be said that today's Mo Na Yi was third only to Mo and the royal lord. It was a huge honor to stand above billions of Black Ink clansmen. This honor originally belonged to Di Wu, but unfortunately for him, he had messed up and gotten himself killed. From what Sir said, that Yang Kai has already arrived? Mo Na Yi asked. The royal lord nodded. According to the news from the barren territory, Yang Kai is over there now. Mo Na Yi exclaimed in surprise, so fast? He arrived much earlier than expected. He had thought that Yang Kai would have to cultivate for about 200 years this time to fully recover given the severity of his wounds. After his defeat in Acacia territory, Mo Na Yi gathered all the information he could find about Yang Kai and now had a fairly good understanding of his character and behavior. From that point on, he paid close attention to Yang Kai's movements. In fact, his speculations weren't entirely wrong, as Yang Kai had yet to fully heal. It was just that the latter had decided to take action now rather than wait. The royal lord continued, the arrays that have been set up around the territory gate and are ready to be activated. If Yang Kai dares to show up, he will walk right into our trap. Mo Na Yi, this time, I will leave the task of capturing this nuisance to you. I hope that you will not let me down. Mo Na Yi rose again and bowed, rest assured, sir. If Yang Kai dares to show up this time, he will not be able to go back. The royal lord nodded with satisfaction. I will remain here and only enter the battlefield if Yang Kai enters our net. Mo Na Yi was relieved to hear what the royal lord said. He was not eager to repeat Di Wu's mistakes, where he fell in the ancestral land along with 8 territory lords. Although the results were unexpected, it was obvious that the Black Ink clan had severely underestimated Yang Kai's means. This time was different. The no-return pass was the base of the Black Ink clan, with a true royal lord, a pseudo-royal lord, and 100 territory lords that could be mobilized. If Yang Kai rushed in through the territory gate and fell into their pre-arranged array, he would have no hope of escape unless he was a Ninth Order master. Mo Na Yi rolled up his sleeves and suddenly understood Di Wu's urgency back then. This was his first battle after becoming a pseudo-royal lord, and he was dealing with a pillar of the human race at the heart of Black Ink clan. If he managed to capture Yang Kai, then his achievements would be unquestionable and his position in the royal lord's heart would be firmly established. At his command, 50 territory lords were deployed and lay in wait around the Black Ink nests near the territory gate. They waited for Yang Kai to show up and then they would activate the heaven-sealing earth locking array. Mo Na-yi would not be hiding nearby, but further away, inside a high-rank black ink nest, so he could use the undulating aura of the black ink nest to conceal his presence. A pseudo-royal lord could not fully utilize their power or control their aura, thus, Mo Na-yi could only do this to avoid Yang Kai noticing him. The trap was set and now, they lay in wait for him to show up. They waited and waited, but there were no signs of Yang Kai. All was quiet at the territory gate. Even the Black Ink clan squads that were supposed to deliver supplies from the no-return pass to the 3,000 worlds were temporarily halted. Mo Na-yi waited patiently, but as time wore on, he grew more and more anxious. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5648, Mo Na-yi's suspicion. What is Yang Kai doing? With his speed, he should be able to arrive at the no-return pass within hours after entering the barren territory. After waiting for another month, Mo Na-yi could not stand it anymore. Thus, he sent a territory lord to the barren territory to find out what was happening. He was surprised to hear that Yang Kai was no longer in the barren territory. He struck and wounded a black ink giant spirit god, and then left. Mo Na-yi was stunned for a long while when it was reported that Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. If Yang Kai had not entered the no-return pass and was not in the barren territory, then where could he be? Could he have been wrong and Yang Kai had no intentions to come to the no-return pass to retaliate? Inside the grand hall, Mo Na-yi could feel a scrutinizing gaze coming from the bone throne, one which carried a slight hint of dissatisfaction. The dissatisfaction was not because Mo Na-yi's speculation was wrong, but because his speculation had caused the royal lord to be determined to create another pseudo-royal lord. 13 territory lords were sacrificed to create the first pseudo-royal lord, only to have Di Wu die shortly after. 12 territory lords were sacrificed for the second pseudo-royal lord, Mo Na-yi. On top of these, the creation of each pseudo-royal lord resulted in the loss of a high-rank black ink nest. This kind of consumption had a significant impact on the very foundation of the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan had new acquired territory lords being born frequently on the various battlefields, so even if all the innate territory lords died, the royal lord would not feel too distressed. In fact, acquired territory lords were even more valuable now because they had a chance to become royal lords in the future. However, the high-rank black ink nests couldn't regenerate. The number of high-rank nests they brought out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction was the maximum number they would ever have. The loss of a high-rank black ink nest was permanent. Mo Na-yi knew that he had to remedy the situation to soothe the royal Lord Sir's dissatisfaction with him. He quickly searched through his mind for clues and information about Yang Kai and soon said, "Sir, if Yang Kai has already left the barren territory, then perhaps his objective is not the no-return pass. He could be going after the other territory lords on the great territory battlefields, especially the 6 where our 2 races masters are fighting." Royal Lord looked sternly at Mo Na-yi and his dissatisfaction grew. This was the exact opposite of what Mo Na-yi said 100 years ago. At that time, he said with conviction that Yang Kai would not risk breaking the peace treaty between the 2 races by showing up on the primary battlefields. Thus, he would come to the no-return pass to retaliate. Now, 100 years later, he sang a different tune. "Sir, please send an order to warn all parties and instruct the territory lords to be careful in the coming days," Mo Na-yi said urgently. If Yang Kai really recklessly attacked the territory lords outside, there would be huge losses to the Black Ink clan. Mo Na-yi's head ached as he thought of the consequences. Yang Kai was too frightening and unpredictable. It reminded him once again of the incident at the Acacia territory. Until now, they still could not figure out how Yang Kai escaped with over 10,000 human refugees without even creating a sound. As Mo Na considered that particular incident, however, he suddenly froze as if he just thought of something. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a layer of fog blocking his thoughts. Immediately, he sank into contemplation as his thoughts spun rapidly. At the same time, the royal lord had begun to pass down orders to instruct all territory lords of the great territories to be on alert for Yangkai. Of course, the royal lord still felt some dissatisfaction towards Mo Na, but this pseudo-royal lord had already been created and was destined to become his right-hand man in the future, thus, the royal lord could not be too harsh on him. In fact, Mo Na had objectively done a very good job. If not, he would not have called Mo Na back to the no-return pass to hear his opinion before he sent out his orders. The orders were sent down and soon were disseminated through the high-rank black ink nests to all parties. Down below, Mo Na's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked up and said, "Sir, when Yang Kai was harassing the no-return pass years ago, I heard that he attacked from the direction of the black ink battlefield." Although Mo Na did not experience it personally as he was in charge of some affairs in another great territory during Yang Kai's assault, he had heard some information about the incident from the other territory lords. However, most territory lords were secretive about that incident and were unwilling to mention too much about it. After all, it was a disgrace to the royal lord, thus, who dared to keep talking about it? Over the years, the royal lord also never mentioned this matter and seemed to actively want to forget those unpleasant experiences. The territory lords in the Grand Hall instantly felt the ominous atmosphere and they all quickly lowered their heads even more. From above, the royal lord's gaze was much colder than before as he said indifferently, "That's right." As if unaware of the sensitivity of the situation, Mo Na continued to ask, "Before that attack, did he ever pass through the territory gate to enter the barren territory from the no-return pass? Are you questioning me?" As the royal lord leaned forward slightly, it felt as if a huge mountain had leaned down on those in the hall with boundless pressure. Mo Na was startled and bowed, "How could I dare question you? Sir, please don't be angry, I just want to clarify certain details which are very important." The royal lord stared sternly at Mo Na's eyes. He did not sense any trickery, instead, he saw the enthusiasm and sincerity which appeased the royal lord's heart. If Mo Na thought that he could disrespect him after he became a pseudo-royal lord, then the royal lord did not mind putting him in his place. However, it really seemed that Mo Na was trying to figure something out. Thus, even though he was ashamed of that incident and was unwilling to revisit it, he swallowed his pride and answered, "No." Mo Na's expression changed slightly and then said, "If he did not pass through the territory gate, and attacked from the depths of the black ink battlefield, but before that he had appeared in various other great territories." Furthermore, during the war in the barren territory, he led a group of remnants of the human race army to storm the no-return pass and managed to break through. However, he returned alone to rescue that dragon clansman before escaping into the depths of the black ink battlefield. Some years later, he reappeared in the 3000 worlds. In one sentence, Mo Na seemed to be explaining and also muttering to himself. The layer of fog in Mo Na's mind quickly dissipated as he looked up and said eagerly, "Sir, Yang Kai must have discovered a passage from somewhere within the 3000 worlds to the black ink battlefield other than the one here at the no-return pass." The royal lord raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "How are you so certain?" Most of the territory lords were also confused, with only a few of them actively trying to figure it out for themselves. Mo Na was flabbergasted. He had already made it so clear, so why was everyone here unable to figure it out? He suddenly began to worry about their intelligence. However, this was the sad reality of creations like the Black Ink clan, which were not regular living beings and had instead been spawned by Black Ink strength. Black Ink's strength was unparalleled and it came to the ability to corrupt things, and the Black Ink clan could reproduce at speeds unmatched by other races. However, nothing was perfect. Perhaps creation through means not deemed natural by the heavenly way caused their intelligence to suffer. Mo Na-yi seemed to be a unique case in the whole Black Ink clan. At this moment, Mo Na-yi could only explain patiently, "Sir, Yang Kai did not pass through the territory gate connected to the barren territory back when he attacked the no-return pass, yet he launched that attack from the direction of Black Ink battlefield when he should be completely isolated from the 3,000 worlds. Doesn't that explain everything?" The royal lord pondered for a moment, and then responded, "You're right. You didn't notice this until now." Mo Na-yi sighed in his heart. If he had known this information earlier, he would have deduced what Yang Kai was planning by now. "Where is this passage then?" the royal lord asked, then remembered something. Could it be in the Acacia territory? The last time Yang Kai disappeared was in Acacia territory. It would make sense if the second passage was in the Acacia territory. For a moment, the royal lord praised himself for his wisdom before frowning and rejecting this idea. If the passage was in Acacia territory, he could have entered the Black Ink battlefield from Acacia territory, but how could he return without being spotted? According to the information reported by the Black Ink disciple, after he disappeared from the Acacia territory, he went straight back to High Heaven territory. At this time, a territory lord boldly interjected, "This human is proficient in the Tao of space, and not only do we have no understanding of the Tao of space, but the vast majority of human masters are also ignorant of it. Perhaps his mastery over the Tao of space has reached a height where he discovered some means that allow him to travel freely through the boundary walls." Mo Na-yi gave an approving look to that territory lord and replied, "It is possible." Both the human race and the Black Ink clan were able to speculate and imagine, like how Yang Kai managed to deduce the process of creating pseudo-royal lords. Although he did not know all the details, by analyzing the available facts, he could arrive at a hypothesis that was quite close to the truth. Likewise, the Black Ink clan might not be the most intelligent, but they weren't fools and could come up with reasonable theories once pushed hard enough. In truth, Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of space, no matter how profound, was still far from allowing him to freely traverse through all of space under the heavens. He could only do what he did because he had the help of the world tree, which was connected to all universe worlds with intact grand Taos. Each such universe world was represented by a world fruit on the world tree. Yang Kai was able to establish a very close relationship with the world tree, and he was able to use it and his mastery of the Tao of space to arrive at the grand ancient ruins boundary from anywhere in the 3,000 worlds, then from their head to any living universe world. If it was a dead universe world, then Yang Kai was helpless, as when a universe world died, its world fruit would wither and die. Hence, he could not use dead universe worlds to move around. If that's the case, then it's not just the territory lords of the great territory battlefields who need to guard against Yang Kai, but also the no-return pass, Mo Na-yi slowly murmured. Before he finished his sentence, he turned his head and looked in a direction where a powerful aura was approaching at an extremely terrifying speed. Yang Kai. The royal lord stood up from his bone throne. With a flicker of his figure, he rushed out of the grand hall and headed straight towards the approaching aura. Mo Na-yi hurriedly did his best to control his aura while heading to the nearest high-rank Black Ink nest, so as not to reveal his existence. Yang Kai should not know that there was another pseudo-royal lord here at the no-return pass, so he could use this to his advantage and may have an opportunity to trap Yang Kai completely. A few moments ago, Yang Kai lurked in the void at a place 1,000,000 kilometers outside of the no-return pass, staring at it as a sense of unease in his heart grew stronger. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5649, Yang Kai's Attack. The no-return pass was now in the hands of the Black Ink clan, so how could he just barge through the territory gate? It was different now compared to previous years. During the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan in the barren territory, the corpse of the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass was distracting the royal lord's attention. The Black Ink clan never expected that Yang Kai would return from the barren territory to rescue the captured Ji Lao San. The situation between the two races appeared stable, and the Black Ink clan's control over the no-return pass was far stronger than before. If there was an ambush against a human race master at the territory gate, then he would be walking right into it. Therefore, after he left the barren territory, he hid his tracks and passed through one great territory after another to reach the Black Territory. Thereafter, he entered Black Ink battlefields silently from the Black Territory. This was the only known other passageway connecting the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield, and only Yang Kai could pass through it. Every time he passed through it, he would block the way back and seal it up. Thus, the Black Ink clan should never be able to find out about the existence of this passageway. Even if the Black Ink clan investigated, after how much his mastery over the Tao of space had improved, they would never be able to discover the existence of this secret passageway. This passageway had helped Yang Kai several times. He was currently somewhere within the Blue Sky Theater. Naturally, Yang Kai could no longer see Blue Sky Pass, a structure that had stood for countless years. On the way, he encountered some Black Ink clan mining teams, but Yang Kai did not pay any attention to them, and it only took him 2 to 3 months to reach the periphery of the no-return pass. Such speed was only possible because he was well versed in the Tao of space. However, when he entered the Black Ink battlefield and started to head toward the no-return pass, Yang Kai suddenly had an ominous feeling as if something bad was about to happen. The closer he got to no-return pass, the stronger the feeling became. When he arrived outside the no-return pass, the uneasiness had reached its peak. Now, looking at the huge Great Pass, it was like a beast that was ready to devour anyone foolish enough to approach. It was a warning. Perhaps because his Tao of time had improved again, which enabled his perception of the potential future crisis to become sharper. Since there were great dangers ahead, the wisest thing to do was listen to his gut and retreat immediately. Even if he wanted to seek revenge on the Black Ink clan, the no-return pass was not the best choice. There were many territory lords in the great territory battlefields. The Ancestral Land Battle was the first one in which Black Ink clan broke the agreement without warning. If Yang Kai really wanted to kill some territory lords to ease his anger, the Black Ink clan would just endure the losses and not engage in a battle with him. However, he had to come. The Black Ink clan's ability to turn an innate territory lord into a royal lord had to be investigated no matter what. He would not worry about it if it was an exception. However, if it became a possibility, then the human race had to be careful in the future. So, without further delay, Yang Kai rushed boldly toward the no-return pass. He considered hiding his aura, but since a royal lord was present here, there was no way he could effectively do that. Thus, instead of sneaking around and hiding his power, it was better to come openly and blatantly. Yang Kai's speed is extremely fast. The moment his aura was exposed, he used instantaneous movement and dashed to the top of a high-rank Black Ink nest. He then fiercely smacked down on it. The huge Black Ink nest rumbled and disintegrated from top to bottom like a mountain of jade pillars. Although the Black Ink nest was the foundation of the Black Ink clan and could spawn countless Black Ink clan members, it was not strong enough to withstand an attack by a top 8th order master like Yang Kai. Even a random 3rd or 4th order open heaven realm master could destroy a Black Ink nest with a single blow. Yang Kai had done this previously. At that time, he destroyed 6 high-rank Black Ink nests. It seemed that the Black Ink clan had learned from their mistakes. After he destroyed one, there were no more signs of high-rank Black Ink nests nearby. The high-rank Black Ink nests were now positioned far away from each other. Thus, even if Yang Kai could destroy one of them, he would need time to destroy the second one. The moment the high-rank Black Ink nest was destroyed, a figure emerged from the ruins, but it was a territory lord. After feeling Yang Kai's murderous intent, he turned his head and exclaimed, "Yang Kai." Yang Kai's reputation was evident when he was immediately recognized by a random territory lord. The territory lord was terrified and had no intention of fighting with Yang Kai. He turned around to run away, but the void suddenly froze and his vision dimmed. When he looked up, he saw a huge palm descending from the sky to slap his head down. The territory lord was using black ink strength like mad, but it was difficult for him to resist the terrifying power of this palm, and was directly slapped. Yang Kai withdrew his hand. He was slightly stunned that this territory lord was far too weak. It soon dawned upon him that this was not an innate territory lord, but an acquired territory lord. He had been hiding in the black ink nest to cultivate but had suffered an untimely death. Killing the innate territory lord or the acquired territory lord did not make much difference to Yang Kai. But if he had to choose, he would rather kill the acquired territory lord. This was not because the acquired territory lords were weaker and easier to kill, but because acquired territory lords had the potential to become royal lords. By killing more acquired territory lords, he could prevent them from ever becoming royal lords. Exterminating the black ink nests and killing the territory lords seemed to be tedious, but in fact, it was extremely fast. However, at that moment, he sensed a powerful aura. The royal lord is here. Yang Kai was not surprised. The royal lord was always here at No Return Pass. Since he came to cause trouble, it was natural that he came out. The moment he manipulated space principles, his chi fluctuated violently, and in a flash, the void was like a lake that had a boulder thrown into it. The void rippled and Yang Kai's body swayed. Although the instantaneous movement was successful, his position was vastly different from where he was supposed to be. It was too late to reposition himself. The royal lord came from the depths of the No Return Pass with a terrifying power and appeared close to him in the blink of an eye. His voice thundered. "Die!" He raised his hand and brought his palm down at Yang Kai. The power of this palm turned heaven and earth upside down. Although Di Wu had the strength of a royal lord when he was at the ancestral land, the difference was immense. Yang Kai hastily took up the azure dragon spear. With the subtle spacetime strength lingering on the long spear, it managed to stab the royal lord a dozen times. Each time Yang Kai and the royal lord moved, they would leave a vivid residual image in place, as if they were portraits painted by the most skilled artists. The figures of the royal lord and Yang Kai could be seen everywhere throughout the void, filling up the huge void in the blink of an eye. A group of territory lords that had rushed out from the depths of the No Return Pass were dumbfounded. They could not tell which of those figures was real and which were just residual images. However, they did not worry about those. Dozens of territory lords ran toward the battlefield. More than 10 territory lords tried to set up a formation to block heaven and earth. Those 7th-order black ink disciples who were good at Tao of Spirit arrays had developed the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array. Though they were saved by Yang Kai, and had now returned to the human race's side with a large number of small stone race soldiers, they had still left behind arrays and formations that they made or shared with the Black Ink clan. Thus, although they were no longer present, the Black Ink clan could still set up the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array. The remaining territory lords formed the 4 Gates or 5 Elements formation and were ready to go to the battlefield for support. When they arrived at the battlefield, a figure fell out of the sky. Its face was pale and a long spear lay next to its body. His chest was sunken, making him look quite miserable. It was Yang Kai. Yang Kai was satisfied with his face-to-face encounter with a royal lord, even though he was knocked away in just 3 breaths. Back then, when he was messing around at No Return Pass, he did not dare to fight with this royal lord because he would most likely fall and not be able to perform a space secret technique with his strength at that time. That would be playing with his life. Thus, when he faced the royal lord, he immediately ran. After 3,000 years, he met the royal lord again. Although he was still far from being a match for his enemy, they at least fought, which was much better than the last time. This was considered a positive development. It was difficult for a royal lord's strength to improve, but it was different for Yang Kai. He had been an 8th Order master for around 3,000 years. Now, he was at the peak of the 8th Order open heaven realm and might have a chance to break through and become a 9th Order master. When he reached the 9th Order, he was confident that he would be able to kill such a royal lord with ease. Even so, there was still a long way to go. Behind Yang Kai, Black Ink's strength was like a tidal wave. The royal lord's murderous intent was revealed and he was in hot pursuit. Yang Kai manipulated space principles and was about to leave with the instantaneous movement. However, since the last encounter with Yang Kai, the royal lord seemed to have found a way to deal with Yang Kai. Just like the royal lord who chased him out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. The way to deal with Yang Kai was to use his own aura to destabilize the void around Yang Kai while he was performing the instantaneous movement technique. In this way, although it could not interrupt him, it could cause the location of the teleportation to deviate. This was proven in the royal lord's previous attempt. As expected, when Yang Kai used instantaneous movement again, the royal lord used his aura to destabilize the void and the instantaneous movement did not meet Yang Kai's expectations. Not only was the distance much shorter, but the position was not even close to 1,000 kilometers. However, Yang Kai was still more than satisfied with this. He still remembered the time when he escaped from primordial heaven source grand restriction. When the sheep-headed royal lord chased him, every aura blast would hurt him. Now, it was just his instantaneous movement that was affected. It was much better than getting hurt. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5650, Helplessness. One chased while one fled, quickly moving away from the no-return pass. It was a similar scene to the past, and this alarmed Yang Kai. Previously, he managed to lure the royal lord out of the no-return pass and then used his space beacons to quickly wheel around and destroy several high-rank Black Ink nests. After suffering such a loss, could the royal lord really still be so gullible? He was either overwhelmed by rage or the Black Ink clan had a backup plan. As the supposed only royal lord of the Black Ink clan, guarding the no-return pass was his biggest responsibility at the moment. How was it possible that he could let his rage control him to the point he forgot the bigger picture? The only logical conclusion was that the Black Ink clan had some way to guarantee the no-return pass's safety. The royal lord was confident that even if he was not here, the Black Ink clan would be able to deal with Yang Kai's attack. That meant that there was at least one more royal lord hiding there, possibly more than one. Even though he had already guessed this, Yang Kai had to follow his original plan. He had planned to draw out the hidden royal lord no matter the price he needed to pay. Yang Kai kept using instantaneous movement. However, each time he was interfered with by the royal lord's aura, causing small wounds to gradually build up. Although his strength was far superior to last time, Yang Kai could not keep this up forever. The two gradually moved further away from the no-return pass. The territory lords behind wanted to chase after them, but Mo Na-yi sent an order in time to stop them. Mo Na-yi sighed slightly as he looked in the direction the royal lord disappeared. He chastised himself for not understanding the situation sooner, so that he could discuss with the royal lord about countering Yang Kai before he appeared. This situation was not what he had expected. If he had any say, Mo Na-yi would not have let the royal lord chase after Yang Kai. If he could not kill Yang Kai, then what good would it be to chase him away? As long as the no-return pass was properly set up, the Black Ink clan's numerous territory lords and two royal lords had a good chance of trapping Yang Kai as soon as he showed up. As long as the territory lords were able to get into position in time and seal Yang Kai off, then the two royal lords could join forces and slaughter him. Unfortunately, the royal lord did not give Mo Na Yi a chance to make proper arrangements and just rushed out as soon as he noticed Yang Kai's aura. Now, it was difficult to ambush Yang Kai since he was alerted to the situation. Now, Mo Na Yi could only do his best to respond accordingly. He gave his orders for the territory lords to set up the area. As for himself, he did all he could to restrain his aura. In the void, the royal lord chased Yang Kai 1,000,000,000 kilometers from the no-return pass. Soon, Yang Kai felt he had led the royal lord far enough and activated the great sun and great moon marks on the backs of his hands. A pure white light enveloped his figure. The royal lord, who was behind him, was stunned. In that instant, the aura he had locked onto Yang Kai was cut off. The purifying light has such a mysterious effect. As soon as the royal lord's aura was severed, Yang Kai's mind connected to a space beacon he had placed near the no-return pass, and he vanished as soon as his space principles surged. The royal lord chased Yang Kai to the place where he disappeared. He then coldly snorted and turned his head to look back at the no-return pass, secretly praying that Mo Na Yi would not let him down. Yang Kai must have thought that there is no strong master at the no-return pass now. With his skills and past battle records, he would definitely not take the territory lord seriously. If he is complacent enough, he might be trapped by the array. When that time comes, Mo Na Yi can engage him, and when I return, we can easily kill this menace off. With such thoughts in mind, the royal lord hurriedly dashed back towards the no-return pass. At the same time, Yang Kai appeared inside a black ink cloud some 10,000,000 kilometers away from the no-return pass. Without stopping and without hesitation, even though he knew that the no-return pass was a lion's den, he rushed out to attack. With his own aura surging openly, the territory lords guarding the no-return pass went on high alert as they awaited their greatest enemy. As his figure flickered forward, Yang Kai pushed his time principles madly, trying to intuit where the future crisis might come from. He did not think that there would be much risk even if there was one or two royal lords hidden at the no-return pass. He could still run away if he was no match for them. The greatest danger was undoubtedly the heaven-sealing earth-locking 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array. If he was trapped in such an array, the royal lord would pose a fatal threat to him. Thus, Yang Kai had to look out for the locations where this array might appear. The array needed a certain number of territory lords in order to be activated, so in fact, he only needed to take note of the location of those territory lords. It was a pity that there were too many black ink nests around. Not only were there around 100 high-rank black ink nests, there also were thousands of mid-rank black ink nests. The aura of each of the black ink nest was so strong that Yang Kai could not detect any territory lord hiding inside. The only thing he could use was the faint sense of crisis he felt, but unfortunately, he could not do anything about it. Thus, he could only use time principles to try to peer into his future. Soon, Yang Kai closed in on the no-return pass, but instead of attacking, he began circling the perimeter. He could clearly sense the divine senses of numerous black ink clansmen probing him from the black ink nests below, which allowed him to determine which ones were occupied. Mo Na Yi did not intend to engage Yang Kai as he hid in one of the high-rank black ink nests. He just sat like a rock while reigning in his aura. With the information transmitted through the black ink nests, he was able to monitor Yang Kai's movements without actively searching for him. Naturally, he became alarmed by Yang Kai's movements. Since Yang Kai had already lured the royal lord away, this should have been his best opportunity to go on a rampage and create a huge mess. If Yang Kai wanted to, with his current strength, destroying several high-rank black ink nests was entirely possible. If he did that though, the black ink clan would have a chance to trap him during the chaos. However, Yang Kai did not do that. Instead, he kept circling the no-return pass. What keen instincts! Mo Na Yi definitely did not reveal his presence, However, Yang Kai's experience in the ancestral land must have made this killing star wary of the Black Ink clan. Perhaps, he could guess that there was still another royal lord lurking at the No Return Pass. Mo Na-yi was both excited and worried. He was excited because it was more to his liking to fight such an enemy. He felt such clashes were far more interesting than simple head-to-head battles. However, he was worried about this enemy being so difficult to handle. Even with all his arrangements, they might not be sufficient. Outside the No Return Pass, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly narrowed before retreating immediately. Before he arrived at the No Return Pass, he already had a very strong ominous feeling. Now that he was here, that feeling spiked tremendously. This undoubtedly meant that he was in extreme danger. If he attacked the No Return Pass from this direction, he might fall into the Black Ink clan's ambush. Is it a royal lord? Or is it the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array? Yang Kai could not be certain. After silently calculating the time, Yang Kai continued to circle the No Return Pass without slowing down before coming to certain conclusions. 3 locations caused him to feel especially uneasy, indicating they were particularly dangerous. There were some aura fluctuations in those locations, but the differences were not that great. It now appeared that his mastery over the Tao of Time was quite useful in detecting future threats. He had just thought of trying this out and planned to practice it more frequently from now on. Time was running out as the royal lord whom he lured away should be back soon if he came back at full speed. After a brief hesitation, Yang Kai decided on a direction and swooped down, summoning the Azure Dragon Spear as a golden crow cawed. A great sun manifested at the tip of his spear before flying straight down towards a certain Black Ink nest. Inside this particular Black Ink nest, an innate territory lord was scared to death when he saw this. He had never met Yang Kai head-on, so this was the first time he was feeling such a terrifying presence. Although he had heard of the horrifying reputation of this killing star, it was only today that he realized just how powerful he was. He swore and cursed at Yang Kai, thinking there were more than 100 high-rank Black Ink nests at the No Return Pass distributed over a vast area, yet this killing star just had to target the one he was hiding in. It was a better than 100 to 1 chance, yet he was that unlucky one. In the face of Yang Kai's attack though, he could not even escape. He had to do whatever he could to protect the high-rank Black Ink nest. If he dared to run now, then he would definitely be the first one to perform the source fusion technique the next time. With a roar, the territory lord rushed out of the Black Ink nest and headed straight for the great sun with a defiant look on his face. In the face of death, this territory lord managed to summon his courage. At the moment the aura of one of the hidden territory lords was revealed, many nearby territory lords linked their auras to form a battle formation and shot towards Yang Kai. In the Black Ink nest where Mo Na-yi was hiding, he could not help but sigh and had no choice but to lunge out. Yang Kai knew that danger was waiting for him at the No Return Pass, and yet he still came. Even though Mo Na-yi knew he would not be able to trap Yang Kai if he showed himself right now, the moment the enemy attacked, he could not hide any longer. It would be difficult for the territory lords to stop Yang Kai from destroying the Black Ink nests, so if Mo Na-yi did not move, the damage would surely be catastrophic. Sometimes, even a powerful master like a royal lord was helpless. Mo Na-yi surged his royal lord might towards Yang Kai, hoping to frighten him off. Unfortunately, rather than looking frightened, Yang Kai actually appeared relieved when he perceived the aura of a royal lord. One of his primary objectives for this trip had now been achieved. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-51, Probe. There was more than one royal lord at the No Return Pass. In addition to the one lured out by him, there was another one lurking in the shadows. Yang Kai even felt that this royal lord's aura was somewhat familiar. It was as if they had met somewhere previously. Yang Kai did not have time to ponder over the issue as he poured even more strength into the great sun as he thrust his spear towards the territory lord. The huge black ink cloud instantly disintegrated as if the powerful innate territory lord was struck by lightning. He spurted black blood and flew out even faster than he emerged, his body completely charred. He was severely wounded in just one blow. He had heard about Yang Kai's ability to kill his fellow territory lords in just 3 moves but believed all that was hearsay and rumors. Now that he was on the receiving end of this killing star, he realized just how powerless he was. How could such a master be born among the human race? The only thing the territory lord was glad about at this moment was that Yang Kai did not cast his soul's secret technique, otherwise he was certain he would already be dead. The shockwave from the clash soon hit the high-rank black ink nest below, causing all the black ink clan's nerves to tense up. However, the impact was not too powerful, and the black ink nest remained unharmed. Nearby territory lords who had formed a 4 symbols formation rushed towards Yang Kai while the royal lord's aura was also approaching rapidly. He would be in grave danger if he was to engage 4 territory lords and a royal lord. Furthermore, the moment he attacked the black ink nest, he sensed that more than 10 territory lords were flying over from all directions, each holding an array banner in their hands. From the way they positioned themselves, it was obvious that they were going to set up the heaven-sealing earth-locking array. The black ink clan's response was truly swift, as if they had rehearsed it countless times. No matter which direction Yang Kai attacked from, he would be vulnerable to this trap. Yang Kai knew that this was no time to dwell on the territory lords who had formed a battle formation. He had no way to deal with them quickly unless he activated the soul-rending thorns, however, that would only damage his soul and force him to withdraw for an extended time. It would be suicidal if he lost control again like what happened back in the ancestral land. Thus, he made a quick decision and thrust his spear fiercely at the black ink nest below before immediately surging space principles to leave using instantaneous movement. The 4 territory lords who had formed the battle formation had already sprinted to the fight, but Yang Kai still disappeared right before their eyes. Mo Nayi also stopped in place and stared in disbelief. The territory lords who were holding up the array banners were still getting into position as they had yet to notice Yang Kai had already escaped. Only the territory lord who was wounded by Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun, roared angrily. Disregarding his own serious injuries, he rammed himself at the spear shadow that Yang Kai left behind. This spear shadow would surely hit the high-rank black ink nest if he did not block it with his body. His heart was filled with grief and rage, but there was nothing more he could do. He barely managed to condense a black ink cloud before being run through. He had already absorbed a killing strike from Yang Kai, and now was forced to take a second. No territory lord was unluckier than him today, and he finally understood why it was said that innate territory lords could be killed by Yang Kai in just 3 moves. He might have lasted longer if he was in a direct fight with Yang Kai and there were no distractions, but the result would not have been much better. With such an injury, it would take him at least a few hundred years of hibernation and recuperation to recover. Stop him! Mo Nayi suddenly roared in a certain direction. Though Yang Kai disappeared using instantaneous movement, he did not move too far away. Instead, he appeared on the opposite side of the no-return pass where another high-rank black ink nest lay and launched an attack. There were also territory lords guarding these nests, so when they heard Mo Nayi's order and felt Yang Kai's aura, they did not hesitate, rushing out from their hiding place as their auras quickly linked together. Yang Kai did not even look at them, and just as he had previously done, he summoned a spear, raised the great sun as the golden crow shrieked, and blasted it towards the high-rank black ink nest. This time, no territory lord was rushing out of the black ink nest to block it. The great sun flew towards the black ink nest while Mo Nayi, who was rushing over, instantly roared furiously, courting death. He ordered the 4 territory lords nearby, protect the nest. The 4 territory lords hastily activated their secret techniques to intercept the Great Sun and managed to land some impacts on the Great Sun, causing its light to dim and its course to be thrown off. It was just in time as the Great Sun broke apart and, though the black ink nest shook a few times, it remained safe and sound. All from the Black Ink clansmen heaved a sigh of relief as Mo Na Yi dashed towards Yang Kai as fast as he could. The 4 territory lords in formation had not reached Yang Kai and were trying to pin him down. They did not need to hold him for too long, just a few breaths would be enough for Mo Na Yi to arrive. Yang Kai would naturally not give them this opportunity and used space principles to disappear again, only to appear at a different location. A great sun rose into the sky as the golden crow reappeared. All the territory lords suddenly felt exhausted while Mo Na Yi felt overwhelmed. Facing such an unpredictable opponent, they found they could not restrict his movements and trap him regardless of how many experts they had. All the territory lords were basically like puppets that Yang Kai could manipulate at will. When Yang Kai went east, all of them headed east. When Yang Kai went west, all of them went west. Furthermore, Yang Kai was so strong that the territory lords had to form a 4 symbols formation before they even dared to take him on. Time and time again, Yang Kai flickered around the no-return pass, summoning one great sun after another and causing huge explosions wherever he went. Each time he tried to destroy a black ink nest though, his attack would be intercepted or disrupted by the nearby territory lords. This could not be helped as there were just too many territory lords in the no-return pass. No matter which direction he went, there were always territory lords to block him. Mo Na Yi also played a big role by coordinating them. However, Yang Kai's purpose had already been achieved. These multiple attempts to destroy high-rank black ink nests were not just about trying to cause damage but were also to check if there were other royal lords hidden here. The answer was no. If there really was a third royal lord, he would not be able to resist coming out to fight Yang Kai after he repeatedly attacked so many black ink nests. If there was another royal lord, when supplemented by the many territory lords, they would have a far better chance to take him down. Thus, Yang Kai's previous assumptions about the Black Ink clan's creation of royal lords were not too far off. The Black Ink clan indeed had some means to create royal lords, but the price to pay was far too great, so, under normal circumstances, they would refrain from doing this unless absolutely necessary. Over the years, the Black Ink clan did not use such means and only created Di Wu as Yang Kai had been in a kind of trance as he cultivated in the ancestral land. Now, the Black Ink clan had created another one for some reason, perhaps to guard against Yang Kai causing trouble at the no-return pass. The royal lord he lured out should be returning soon, so there was no time for Yang Kai to dwell on the issue. This time, Yang Kai did not disappear immediately after launching his initial attack. Instead, he rushed towards a high-rank black ink nest with his spear. Mo Na Yi's pupils suddenly constricted and he yelled from afar, "Yang Kai, you dare?" Yang Kai laughed and roared, "Open your eyes and see if I dare." The 4 nearby territory lords were so dumbfounded that Yang Kai easily slipped around their battle formation and reached the top of Black Ink Nest. "Kill him!" Mo Na Yi yelled again. The 4 territory lords reacted almost on instinct and each blasted Yang Kai with their secret techniques. The void was violently shaken by the intense power and the majestic Black Ink Nest disintegrated from the subsequent explosion. The faces of the Black Ink clansmen turned pale as they looked at the crumbling Black Ink Nest in disbelief. Mo Na Yi raged furiously until his eyes were bloodshot and he used a special technique to boost his speed. Yang Kai stood amid the collapsing Black Ink Nest as blood trickled from the corner of his lips. He was injured by the 4 territory lords' attacks. Before he could steady himself though, a beam of black ink strength furiously shot at him from afar. Yang Kai's body was now covered with fine dragon scales, so he did not panic in the face of this terrifying attack. Drawing world force from his small universe to protect himself, he thrust out his spear. The explosion and shock waves spread out. Yang Kai rode the shock waves out as his fine dragon scales bristled in a golden light, though they quickly dimmed and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His defense was barely able to absorb the royal lord's angry blow. Yang Kai was lucky that his dragon form had become far more powerful than before and was just a step away from becoming a divine dragon. His physique was far more resistant to such attacks than previously. The aura of the royal lord who had been lured away by Yang Kai appeared in the distance at that moment and was approaching rapidly. Just in time. While risking serious injury, Yang Kai wanted to send a message to the Black Ink clan that one royal lord alone was insufficient to stop him from destroying the Black Ink nests here. Yang Kai surged his space principles and used instantaneous movement but did not go too far. He moved just 1,000,000 kilometers out before he turned around to look towards the no-return pass. The territory lords were about to chase, but Mo Nai raised his hand and warned, "Don't pursue him." The territory lords actually heaved a sigh of relief and settled down. When the royal lord returned, he sensed Yang Kai's aura from afar, but did not move towards him as he knew doing so was futile. He looked around to assess the situation at the no-return pass and his mood instantly became very gloomy. 2 high-rank Black Ink nests were destroyed. A Black Ink nest was destroyed even though Mo Nai was here at the no-return pass. He was very upset about this. He expected to see Mo Nai and the territory lords besieging Yang Kai when he returned, but it turned out to only be wishful thinking. Sensing the royal lord's displeasure, Mo Nai could only bow and apologize for what had happened. The royal lord did not say a word, as although he was very angry, he still understood Mo Nai had done his best. Facing an enemy like Yang Kai, even he was not certain he could have done better under the circumstances. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-52, Threatening with Violence. Mo Nai and the royal lord communicated with each other for a while at the no-return pass. Yang Kai only saw the royal lord looking troubled and occasionally looking at him and nodding slightly. No one knew what they were discussing. With the royal lord's permission, Mo Nai turned around and headed outside the no-return pass. It seemed he wanted to have a good talk with Yang Kai. Although the Black Ink clan had 2 royal lords here, they had still suffered a loss. Though their losses were significant, their overall combat strength had not weakened considerably. In such an environment, it was unfortunate for them that the no-return pass was targeted by a human master like Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not leave the no-return pass immediately, instead, he gave the Black Ink clan a chance to talk to him. Yang Kai stood in the void calmly. Even though he had been injured from the battle, he had no intention of running away. He had the confidence to stand there. He would have fled long ago if he was facing a royal lord 3,000 years ago. Mo Nai did not go too far, coming to a stop at the periphery of the no-return pass. He meant to show his goodwill that he was not going to attack Yang Kai. Nonetheless, he was on guard against any surprise attack the other party might launch on the no-return pass, however unlikely the possibility. Looking at each other, Mo Nai cupped his fist and said politely, "Sir Yang Kai, we meet again." Mo Nai, Yang Kai greeted him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Kai felt that familiar aura and then recognized who he was. Yang Kai had dealt with this Black Ink clansman several times previously. Among all the information that the human race had on the Black Ink clan, Mo Nai was one of the individuals that they most focused on. Not only because he was among the strongest of the innate territory lords, but also because he seemed far more intelligent than the others. Every time he was sent to a great territory battlefield to act as commander, he showed incredible aptitude in positioning troops and launching attacks. He was responsible for severe human losses. He was also the Black Ink clan's primary negotiator during the peace talks between the two races. Yang Kai did not expect to see him at the No-Return Pass, and certainly not as a pseudo-royal lord. Based on the encounter they just had, Yang Kai knew that Mo Na Yi was difficult to handle. Not only due to his strength, but also due to his tactical and strategic acumen. It was clearly Mo Na Yi who organized the territory lords in advance at the No-Return Pass, a major factor in disrupting his efforts to destroy Black Ink nests. Yang Kai judged that he was dealing with an intelligent and dangerous opponent. Mo Na Yi smiled and respectfully, "It's an honor that Sir Yang remembers my name." It was as if the previous battle had never happened and they were old friends catching up. He's even adept at politics and diplomacy. Yang Kai thought and frowned. In response, Yang Kai scoffed and said, "I hope you will feel honored when I kill you one day." Mo Na Yi laughed and said, "Sir Yang really has a great sense of humor. It is well known that you have no hope of becoming a Ninth Order while I, Mo Na Yi, have already become a royal lord. Sir Yang Kai, how do you intend to kill me?" This was true. Although he could not do anything to Yang Kai, the opposite was also true. He used to be afraid of Yang Kai when he was an innate territory lord, but now he no longer was, and that feeling was only reinforced after he witnessed Yang Kai scurry around and avoid him during their battle instead of engaging him directly. This was also the reason why Mo Na Yi went to great lengths to become a pseudo-royal lord. If he was still just an innate territory lord, he would not have the courage or capital to stand and talk to Yang Kai, as there would always be a risk of being killed when he spoke directly to this killing star. "Wasn't Di Wu a royal lord?" Yang Kai said with a sneer. Mo Na Yi was instantly dumbfounded when he realized that he had forgotten all about this point and cursed Di Wu in his heart for being such a fool and bringing shame to the Black Ink clan. Mo Na Yi became impatient with their exchange and fumed that he had to continue talking with Yang Kai. This was not something that the Black Ink clan was good at. The human race had always been better at verbal sparring and outwitting the Black Ink clan. Finally, Mo Na Yi lost his patience and shouted, "Sir Yang, you came to the No-Return Pass to kill our territory lords and destroy our Black Ink nests even when we still have an agreement between our races. You have violated the terms of the agreement and yet your excellency is so blatant about it. Don't you think that you have gone too far?" Yang Kai almost laughed. He did not expect Mo Na Yi to lose his cool from just a little prodding. "So what?" Yang Kai raised his chin and said arrogantly, "You cannot stop this king from sweeping through the great territory battlefields and killing all of your territory lords. You dare?" The real royal lord of the Black Ink clan roared furiously from the No-Return Pass. "Just wait and see." As Yang Kai said that, he turned around and the void started to ripple around him as he surged his space principles. "Don't leave, Sir Yang. Listen to what I have to say first." Mo Na Yi shouted at the top of his lungs. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him and said coldly, "What?" Mo Na Yi cupped his fist respectfully, signaling him to wait a moment. He then turned to bow towards the No-Return Pass and communicated with the royal lord to calm him down. This caused Yang Kai's eyes to narrow slightly, and he found the situation rather interesting. The Black Ink clan did not care about seniority or etiquette. While the royal lord of the No-Return Pass had done a great service to the Black Ink clan for many years, Mo Na Yi was now also a royal lord who was almost on par with him, thus, there was no need for Mo Na Yi to be that respectful of him. Looking at Mo Na Yi's actions though, he still seemed to be a subordinate to the royal lord. Thus, it must be related to their strength. Although Mo Na Yi was now a royal lord, he didn't seem to be a true royal lord. Just like Di Wu, he could only use some 70% to 80% of the strength a royal lord should be able to produce. Yang Kai had now decided to address a being like Mo Na Yi as pseudo-royal lord to differentiate them from the real royal lords. Moments later, Mo Na Yi ended his conversation with the royal lord, who was clearly extremely disgruntled. He wanted so much to join forces with Mo Na to capture Yang Kai right now, but Mo Na was right. Without the heaven-sealing earth-locking array set up, the chances of them capturing Yang Kai were basically zero, even if they combined forces. Worse, as soon as they completely fell out with Yang Kai here, he would no longer have to restrain his actions, which was not what the Black Ink clan wanted. The reason they had to negotiate peace with the human race on a large scale was because the territory lords were all at serious risk of being killed by Yang Kai. Otherwise, Black Ink clan would not have restricted themselves when they had the advantage. It was difficult to describe just how frustrating it was that one person managed to influence the Black Ink clan's plan to unify everything under the heavens. Moreover, he was even more powerful than before and could now kill territory lords essentially effortlessly. So, no matter how unwilling he was, he could not let Yang Kai leave, even though Mo Na knew that Yang Kai was just pretending to leave. If he left, all the territory lords across the great territory battlefields could only retreat to their camps and not reveal themselves. The peace agreement still benefited both sides. The evidence was how many masters both races had accumulated over the past 3,000 years. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Sir Yang," Mo Na turned and said apologetically to Yang Kai. "Say whatever you want, but if you upset this king again, I'll go kill 100 territory lords to relieve my anger." Mo Na frowned as he knew that the Black Ink clan's previous actions had truly annoyed Yang Kai and he could not do anything about it. Instead of blowing up though, he just smiled and said, "Sir Yang, although the human race and Black Ink clan have fought for many years, there is currently an understanding between us. My generation has admired Sir Yang for a long time and do not wish to fall out with you here." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly when he noticed that Mo Na seemed humble, even apprehensive towards him. This sly and smooth-talking pseudo-royal lord would become a difficult character to deal with in the future if he was not killed soon. While bravery and strength were essential to winning a battle, knowing when to advance and retreat was essential to winning a war. So, the Black Ink clan intends to get rid of this king as soon as they can? Yang Kai questioned in a deep voice. Mo Na immediately appeared solemn and sighed, "So, Sir Yang Kai is really here because of this." He looked as if he had expected this and also appeared sad. "I, Mo Na wish to provide an explanation to your excellency regarding the recent unpleasantness." "Go ahead." "I'm all ears," Yang Kai grinned, interested to see where the conversation would lead and how Mo Na intended to resolve this situation. Mo Na continued, "Earlier at the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, a faction of my Black Ink clan saw an opportunity and acted impulsively, completely without authorization. Please believe me when I say that they were acting on their own and not on orders of Sir Royal Lord. During that time, Sir Royal Lord was in retreat and entrusted all outside affairs to Di Wu, who was killed by you in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. It was always convenient to blame the dead." Yang Kai was naturally not a fool to be manipulated by Mo Na with such words. Unfortunately, since Di Wu was dead, the truth of the matter died with him. Mo Na continued, "Di Wu had always been aggressive and prone to using force to solve problems, but in this case, he has caused trouble and undermined the peace agreement between our two races, sullying the Black Ink clan's honor in the process. Thus, his death is not worth pitying. Sir Yang has done us all a great favor by killing him. If he hadn't died in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, Sir Royal Lord would have taken his life as punishment for provoking the humans and your excellency." Yang Kai barely contained his urge to laugh out loud. If someone uninformed heard this speech, they might have thought that the Black Ink clan was some kind of benevolent race who treated others with honesty and respect. Mo Na swallowed both his dignity and pride to speak with Yang Kai like this. It would be impossible to find another pseudo-royal lord who was willing to act so humbly to an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-53, Conditions. All this only made Yang Kai more determined to kill Mo Nai. He had to seize any opportunity to eradicate this pseudo-royal lord as soon as possible. Mo Nai was undoubtedly a Black Ink clansman on the inside, but on the outside he was as shameless and cunning as any human. In short, this guy was very difficult to deal with. Di Wu is now dead, and the territory lords who went to the ancestral land were also killed by you. So, it is the Black Ink clan who suffered a heavy loss. Mo Nai sighed. Yang Kai snarled in return, why shouldn't I have killed Di Wu and those 8 territory lords? Should I have stuck out my neck to let them chop my head off instead? That's not what I meant, Mo Nai waved his hand, I just want to say that their death isn't worth us fighting over. I just hope that their death can also calm your anger and allow this matter to rest. What do you say? What do I say? Yang Kai turned furious and then snapped, if this is what you want to tell me, then save it. I will go back to the 3,000 worlds and kill 100 territory lords to vent my fury. Very well, Mo Nai smiled bitterly and said, if it were me, I would not let this issue rest either. We both know that the peace treaty cannot be torn up right now, so let us see if we can come to some kind of arrangement. Sir Yang is undoubtedly unrivaled on the external battlefields as my Black Ink clan does not have enough royal lords. Many territory lords would indeed die at your hands, however, once an all-out war breaks out, the future of your 8th Order masters will be equally perilous. I believe that this is not the outcome the human race wants to see. Threatening me is meaningless. Yang Kai coldly snorted, if a war is what you want, then that is what you will get. We'll see whether your territory lords or our 8th Order masters are wiped out first. Regardless of the outcome, I know I won't be the one to die. Mo Nai was dumbfounded. Indeed, with Yang Kai's methods, no matter what kind of war broke out, the chance of being killed was minute, unless the Black Ink clan created a few more pseudo-royal lords to corner him. However, right now, the number of Black Ink clan innate territory lords could hardly support the creation of more pseudo-royal lords. The acquired territory lords could certainly perform the source fusion techniques, but these seedlings were the future hope of the Black Ink clan to produce true royal lords, so how could they be willing to sacrifice them? Sir Yang, why don't you state your request openly? Mo Nai gave up trying to negotiate with Yang Kai as it was clearly not working. The Black Ink clan could not emerge unscathed from this, it seemed. Yang Kai had already prepared for this and said indifferently, those who are responsible should be punished. Di Wu and 8 territory lords who attacked me that day may be dead, but there were 12 other territory lords who escaped. Where are they now? Mo Nai was shocked that Yang Kai had such a big appetite. He clearly wanted to kill those 12 territory lords to appease his anger, but even if the Black Ink clan agreed to his demand, it was now impossible to find those 12 territory lords. Sir Yang Kai, if you want those 12 territory lords' heads, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Mo Nai sighed, after they escaped, Sir Royal Lord ordered them to be executed as a sign of his determination to uphold the agreement between the two races. Executed? Yang Kai was a bit stunned, but when he thought back on the earlier battle, he realized that he had not detected any of those 12 territory lords' auras. He was not familiar with the 12 territory lords who fled, however, he encountered all of them when he probed the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array in the ancestral land. For a master like him, once he met a territory lord, it was impossible to forget their aura after a mere 100 years. In their recent battle, all the territory lords at the no-return pass had to have been deployed to fight. The 12 territory lords couldn't be hiding from him. As for the claim that the royal lord executed those 12 territory lords just to maintain the peace between the two races, Yang Kai would be a fool to believe Mo Nai. The royal lord couldn't do such a thing to weaken his forces and their morale. At most he would send them to the 6 great territory battlefields as a punishment to redeem themselves. Yang Kai's brow twitched and swept his eyes over to look at Mo Nai. According to the information he got from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 13 innate territory lords were sacrificed so that Di Wu could attain the rank of pseudo-royal lord. At that time, there should not have been a second pseudo-royal lord at the no-return pass. Now, Mo Nai had become a pseudo-royal lord, and the 12 territory lords who had escaped from the ancestral land were missing. Yang Kai suddenly realized how Mo Nai became a pseudo-royal lord, and was now curious about how the Black Ink clan turned an innate territory lord into a pseudo-royal lord. Although he had a lot of information now and it was assumed that it was done by some means of sacrifice, the in-depth details were still unknown. He also doubted the Black Ink clan would just tell him the truth. Perhaps. I can try. What if I get something out of it? Yang Kai thought. While Yang Kai was thinking, Mo Nai nodded his head and replied, "It's true that they were executed. I know that you don't believe me, but there is no need for me to lie to you about this." Yang Kai said, "It does not matter. If they are dead, then let other territory lords take their place. 12 territory lords, I don't care who they are. I'll behead 12 and be on my way. If you can't bear to lose 12 territory lords, then let me destroy 12 high-rank Black Ink nests. That's right, I've already destroyed 2. Just give me 10. After all, you were the one who asked me to state my demands," Yang Kai sneered. Mo Nai was barely able to maintain his smile as he replied, "Your Excellency, your demands are rather unrealistic. I'm afraid they could not be met. Whether it was territory lords or high-rank Black Ink nests, they were not assets the Black Ink clan could afford to sacrifice. If Yang Kai insisted on these, then there was no point in continuing the conversation. It was you, the Black Ink clan, who attacked me first," Yang Kai said frostily. Mo Nai could not help but sigh as that was an indisputable fact. If this was a negotiation between two equal parties, logic and reason would allow them to reach a compromise. However, Yang Kai was currently a nightmare to all territory lords and had no reason to be reasonable. Mo Nai silently cursed the dead Di Wu. If he had gone to the ancestral land to preside over that incident, things would not have deteriorated to this extent. Di Wu and the others were indeed at fault, but they were either killed by you or executed by Sir Royal Lord. Isn't that enough to quell your anger? 10 high-rank Black Ink nests or 12 territory lords, no bargaining. Yang Kai's was relentless. Mo Nai frowned and said, "You know that this is impossible. If you insist, then I can only assume that you have no intention of maintaining the peace agreement between our two sides. It will not be beneficial to either of our races for things to collapse here. I would like to suggest resolving this matter. Are you willing to consider it?" "Go ahead. It is true that you were attacked and have suffered losses," Mo Nai said, but then paused. When he thought about it, it was the Black Ink clan who had suffered losses. Yang Kai killed a pseudo-royal lord, 8 territory lords, and his rampage at the no-return pass had destroyed 2 high-rank Black Ink nests. These losses were extreme, and yet Yang Kai refused to let the matter rest. Still, Mo Nai could not quibble about things here and simply said grudgingly, "Perhaps the Black Ink clan can compensate you with a large amount of resources to calm your anger." "How much is a large amount?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Mo Nai said with a silent sigh, "It will definitely satisfy your excellency." Yang Kai stroked his chin and pondered. Although he came to the no-return pass looking for some revenge, his main goal was to find out the internal situation of the Black Ink clan. Now that his primary objective had been achieved, and he knew there were 2 royal lords here, it would truly be difficult for him to do anything more. His demands for 10 high-rank Black Ink nests or 12 territory lords were just him asking for the lion's share to see what he could squeeze out of the Black Ink clan. He also knew that the Black Ink clan couldn't agree to this demand, so the best-case scenario would really be getting some free supplies from them. The human race now has a large number of rising stars and a huge demand for resources. However, the number of great territories controlled by the human race was too low. Although the cave heavens and paradises had accumulated a massive quantity of materials throughout their existence, they would one day be depleted. The Black Ink clan was different. They now controlled some 99% of the 3,000 worlds as well as the entire Black Ink battlefield, so they were never short of supplies. This was also the reason why there were many human race hunters who plundered the Black Ink clan in the great territories outside the main battlefields. So, Mo Na Ye's proposal to use resources to solve this situation was acceptable. However, Yang Kai couldn't dismiss this incident so easily. From the battle at the ancestral land, it was clear that the Black Ink clan wanted to kill him. He was lucky that he had a geographical advantage and coincidentally had a massive small stone race army from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan on hand. Otherwise, he would have faced a deadly situation. Since the Black Ink clan wanted him dead, they could not blame him for shaving off several kilos of flesh. Yang Kai said, "I have two conditions. If Black Ink clan can agree, then the ancestral land matter will be settled." Mo Na Ye frowned and said, "Please tell me." Although he was relieved to hear this, Mo Na Ye showed nothing on his face. As long as Yang Kai was willing to state conditions, that meant there was room for negotiation. Mo Na Ye was only afraid that Yang Kai would insist on killing 12 territory lords or destroying 10 high-rank Black Ink nests. Those conditions were simply unmanageable. First condition: Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai held up a finger. "I want 100 Black Ink disciples in exchange for each territory lord's life. 1,200 for 12 in total, of whom no fewer than 100 must be 7th order. I know that the Black Ink clan has corrupted many Black Ink disciples over the years, so 1,200 should be nothing to you." Mo Na Ye smiled bitterly and replied, 1,200 is not a small number. Yang Kai said, 100 Black Ink disciples for the life of a territory lord. I think I am being very generous to the Black Ink clan. I won't force you if you don't want to accept. Mo Na Ye reached up and rubbed his forehead as if he was having a headache. However, Yang Kai noticed that he was actually using his divine sense to communicate with the royal lord at the no-return pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-54, Spying. Yang Kai decided to wait patiently since Mo Na Ye was consulting with the true royal lord. However, he kept his guard up for any possible sudden turn of affairs. From this incident, he could see that the Black Ink clan would seize on any chance to kill him. He just had an encounter with them at the Divine Spirit ancestral land, and now, the Black Ink clan gathered territory lords to set up a heaven-sealing earth-locking array to trap and exterminate him. Although there were currently many human race masters, the Black Ink clan was only really wary of Yang Kai at the moment. The Black Ink clan would no longer be constrained if he was to die. However, Yang Kai emerged unscathed from the battle in the ancestral land. The Black Ink clan was humiliated and had to negotiate for peace again, just like all those years ago when Yang Kai was terrorizing them. At that time, the Black Ink clan was forced into a peace agreement with the humans in certain great territories because Yang Kai had been killing innate territory lords time and time again. The losses were too heavy for the Black Ink clan to bear. Even now, the Black Ink clan was clear that Yang Kai was raising a huge fuss and making unreasonable demands, but there was still nothing they could do about it. A few moments later, Mo Na Ye nodded at Yang Kai and said, "We agree to your demands for 1,200 Black Ink disciples." Yang Kai reiterated, "No less than 100 in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm." Mo Na Ye said with a straight face, "Of course." Since the Black Ink clan had already agreed to this request, how could he haggle over the details? There were many Black Ink disciples who were corrupted by the Black Ink clan over the years. These Black Ink disciples would eventually grow into 7th Order or even 8th Order Black Ink disciples, of which Black Ink clan had a few. Originally, the Black Ink clan wanted to use these 8th Order Black Ink disciples to infiltrate the human Great Territories as spies to obtain critical information or perform sabotage. However, there was now an abundance of purifying light within the human race's side, and in order to enter any rear facility or territory, one had to enter a purifying Black Ink battleship. Under the purifying light, the Black Ink disciples would not be able to hide. Thus, those 8th Order Black Ink disciples were useless unless they were used to fight the human race masters on the battlefield. As Yang Kai said, 100 Black Ink disciples in exchange for the life of a territory lord was actually very reasonable. As long as the humans had hunters, the Black Ink clan would not lack in Black Ink disciples. Sir Yang can state your second condition, Mo Nai said. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and nodded. I want to know how you became a royal lord. As far as I know, an innate territory lord can't become a royal lord. So, how did you do it and how did Di Wu do it? Mo Nai calmly replied, who told you that innate territory lords cannot become royal lords? Di Wu and I had been cultivating for many years, so there is nothing strange about us achieving a breakthrough, right? Don't take me for a fool. Yang Kai snorted. Before Di Wu became a royal lord, 13 innate territory lords entered a high-rank Black Ink nest in the No-Return Pass and disappeared one after another. When you became a royal lord, 12 territory lords were, conveniently, executed. Are you trying to tell me there is no relationship between these events? Of course not. Mo Nai tried to deny it, but after a moment, he realized that Yang Kai should have gotten this information from those 7th Order Spirit Array Masters. After the Battle of the Ancestral Land, the 12 surviving territory lords escaped while the 7th Order Black Ink disciples went missing. They apparently had fallen into Yang Kai's hands and were rescued by him. During the time they had been in the No-Return Pass, although they did not know anything about the Source Fusion technique, those 7th Order Masters weren't blind and surely took note of certain events. Were they sacrificed? Yang Kai looked straight into Mo Nai's eyes and continued, there must be some method the Black Ink clan possesses that allows a large number of innate territory lords to sacrifice themselves and integrate their power into a Black Ink nest. After enough power is accumulated, an innate territory lord can absorb all of it for themselves, allowing them to break through their shackles and become a royal lord. Mo Nai maintained a straight face the whole time, so Yang Kai could not tell anything from his reaction. In the end, Mo Nai just flatly stated, whatever your excellency chooses to believe, let that be the truth. Yang Kai stared at him deeply for a long time before he waved his hand and said, good. He also knew that he could not get an admission from the Black Ink clan. Even if the Black Ink clan did tell him some story, would he believe it? Whatever the Black Ink clan said still had to be verified, so there was no point in pushing the issue. Without dwelling on the matter, Yang Kai said, let's talk about the resources. Mo Nai was exhausted from having to deal with Yang Kai all day, so he quickly cupped his fist and said, we need time to prepare the resources and gather the Black Ink disciples. Please wait for a while. Once they are ready, we will deliver them to you. Humans are truly disgusting and difficult to deal with, fumed Mo Nai internally. Mo Nai deeply appreciated how difficult it was to communicate with Yang Kai. He was glad that he did not argue with Yang Kai about the specifics of the supplies, or he might want him to list out all the materials in detail. He was just relieved that the negotiations were finally over. Yang Kai nodded lightly and tossed a communication bead to him and said, take your time to prepare. Send me a message when they are ready and I will come. Mo Nai took the communication bead, but when he looked up, Yang Kai had already disappeared. He did not seem to worry that the Black Ink clan would renege on the agreement and did not even give a time limit. Yang Kai figured he did not need to give a deadline, for if the Black Ink clan dared to renege, the territory lords in the Great Territory battlefields would be in imminent danger. Yang Kai would surely kill 100 territory lords just as he promised. As for now, the Black Ink clan wanted him to be as far away as possible. They had nothing to gain by having him lingering around. Although the two royal lords were indifferent to having such a human master nearby, the territory lords couldn't help feeling nervous. Mo Na Yi turned around and flew towards the no-return pass. When he reached the royal lord, he bowed low and said, "Sir, we subordinates failed in our responsibilities and caused a huge loss to our Black Ink clan. Please punish us, sir." To this declaration, the royal lord just waved his hand and said, "It's not your fault. I was the one who underestimated him." He originally thought that everything would be safe with Mo Na Yi guarding the no-return pass, but the growth of this human had vastly exceeded his expectations and caught him off guard. Clearly, Yang Kai's strength had increased several times since 3,000 years ago, to the point where even facing Mo Na Yi and many territory lords, he could still destroy 2 Black Ink nests and make his escape. Back then, Yang Kai did not have such strength. After calming down, the royal lord concluded that even if he was also here at the no-return pass, he might not be able to protect the high-rank Black Ink nests unless he could find a way to kill Yang Kai in one blow. "I'll leave the preparation of the supplies and gathering of the Black Ink disciples to you. Just get rid of him as soon as possible." The royal lord glanced at the depths of the void with obvious disgust, as if Yang Kai was a dirty beggar who kept clinging on to him, refusing to let go. "Yes." Mo Na Yi replied respectfully. As orders were passed down through the Black Ink nests, teams with supplies and Black Ink disciples from the various great territories began to converge at the no-return pass. Some 50 million kilometers away from the no-return pass, Yang Kai retracted his aura while hiding inside a small universe fragment while he began adjusting his breathing and healing his wounds. Fortunately, he did not sustain any serious injuries this time, so it did not take much time to recover. Yang Kai had not received any contact from Mo Na Yi, but he was not in a hurry. He just silently studied the grand Taos of time and space. With the recent refinement of his dragon vein, his attainments in the Tao of time had grown to the same level of mastery as his Tao of space. Yang Kai's understanding of the space-time strength was also much clearer and more intuitive than before. Even so, he still had a long way to go. At least, in his own assessment of the grand Tao mastery, whether it was the Tao of time or the Tao of space, he had yet to reach the highest level, shocking history and dazzling the present. Yang Kai had a feeling that if his 2 grand Taos reached the highest level one day, his space-time strength would experience a dramatic change. Additionally, it was just about time for him to make a trip to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Wu Kuang agreed to guard the primordial heaven source grand restriction, while Yang Kai promised to check in on him after 3,000 years. It was about time. Wu Kuang made a bold statement that 3,000 years would be enough for him to become a ninth-order master. Yang Kai did not know if he succeeded, but still, Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of Shi, the original creator of the heaven-devouring battle law, and the possessor of the flawless purifying golden lotus. As long as there was enough power for him to devour, Wu Kuang would grow at a speed that no one could match. Inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction was the true body of Mo, whose Black Ink strength was immense. To cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law, Wu Kuang was practically devouring Black Ink strength without any limit. Guarding the primordial heaven source grand restriction might have been a chore for others, even for the original Tsang and his compatriots, but it was actually a joy for Wu Kuang. It had been more than 3,000 years since the primordial heaven source grand restriction war and the collapse of the human race grand army. Mo was struck by Mu's secret technique at the last moment and fell into a deep sleep, with no one knowing when it would wake up. Once it woke up, it would be disastrous if the human race still did not have the means to deal with it. Yang Kai felt a sense of powerlessness. The cultivation of the Eighth Order open heaven realm was still too weak in front of the rising tide of the universe. He hoped that he would not be disappointed with the three-selved source reconstitution art that Wu Kuang had given him. 3 months later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly felt something and took out the communication bead. When he infused his divine sense to look into it, it was Mo Na Yi who had sent a message that informed him that the supplies and 1,200 black ink disciples were ready for him. They were now waiting for Yang Kai to return to the no-return pass to settle the grudge over the ancestral land ambush. It seemed that the Black Ink clan had not been dragging their feet since he left that day. Yang Kai would not go to the no-return pass so easily though. That was the Black Ink clan's stronghold, with countless Black Ink clansmen gathered there. If he fell into the heaven-sealing earth-locking's array again, then Yang Kai would be in great trouble. Thus, he pondered a little and then sent a message. At the no-return pass, Mo Na Yi gripped the communication bead and was dumbfounded when he looked at it. What? The royal lord stood up and asked in a deep voice. Mo Na Yi shook his head and said, "This human is very cautious. He doesn't want to come to the no-return pass to receive the supplies, so he specified another location." Just as expected. The royal lord coldly snorted, "Go on then. Do not miss this opportunity." Mo Na Yi was surprised by the royal lord's persistence to kill Yang Kai. Although he did not think it was appropriate to provoke Yang Kai anymore, he had no choice but to agree. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-55, Good Deal. A full 6 months later, somewhere in the void, Mo Na Yi stood, looking extremely angry and upset. Anyone who had been made to dance like a puppet on strings would feel equally moody. Behind him, several innate territory lords sensed his anger spilling over and threatening to engulf them. In order not to incur his wrath, they kept silent and stayed as far from him as possible. Behind them were 1,200 Black Ink disciples gathered in various scattered groups and areas, looking confused and disorganized. It had been half a year since Mo Na Yi set off from the no-return pass with the 1,200 Black Ink disciples and the supplies he had prepared. In this half a year, Yang Kai repeatedly changed the location for the transaction 8 times. Furthermore, there were times that he made Mo Na Yi wait for dozens of days without any updates. Mo Na Yi was furious, but could not do anything about it. He could understand Yang Kai being cautious and suspicious as the royal lord had already instructed Mo Na Yi to seize any opportunity to kill this pest. However, with Yang Kai being so cautious, how could Black Ink clan have any chance to do anything? If Mo Na Yi wanted to take action against Yang Kai, he had to first set up the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array so that he could trap him in place. The Black Ink clan had no way to arrange anything in advance though, as Yang Kai repeatedly changed the meeting location. Thus, Mo Na Yi no longer held any hope of taking Yang Kai down. The Black Ink clan was being sincere to Yang Kai, but he still treated them like vicious bandits, which frustrated Mo Na Yi. He decided that if Yang Kai changed the meeting location again, he would return to the no-return pass with the Black Ink disciples and supplies. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void and Yang Kai appeared like a ghost. Before he appeared, neither the innate territory lords nor Mo Na Yi felt Yang Kai's aura. This space secret technique alone rendered the Black Ink clan somewhat powerless to deal with him. "It's been a long time," Yang Kai said as soon as he appeared. He had randomly and hastily decided to meet here, so the Black Ink clan couldn't set up the traps in advance. Additionally, he had secretly surveyed the vicinity with his demon eye of annihilation to ensure there were no hidden dangers before showing up. "Sir Yang is quite cautious," Mo Na Yi replied grouchily. He could be considered mild-tempered among the Black Ink clan, but now he was thoroughly incensed by Yang Kai's behavior. Yang Kai said frostily, "What's wrong with being cautious? Enough nonsense, where are the supplies?" Mo Na Yi kept a straight face and threw out a few space rings. Before Yang Kai caught them, he used his divine sense to check them for hidden traps and ensure that there were no problems. Each space ring was filled with resources and materials of various qualities and elements. The amount in each space ring was enough to allow a top second-class sect to sustain itself for 1,000 years. The amount and quality of the supplies was undeniably large. Yang Kai clicked his tongue and snickered, the Black Ink clan's assets are truly remarkable. This wasn't a surprise though, as the human race were stuck in just over a dozen great territories while everywhere else was fully controlled by the Black Ink clan. What's more, the Black Ink clan did not care how they mined for resources, as even destroying universe worlds meant nothing to them. The 3,000 worlds of today was being fully exploited for its resources. After mining whatever they could, the Black Ink clan simply allowed the various universe worlds to crumble into universe fragments. Here are the 1,200 Black Ink disciples. Sir Yang, please inspect them. If these are acceptable, we will leave now. Mo Nayi urged him to accept the compensation so that he could leave and not have to deal with Yang Kai any further. They will do. Yang Kai did not bother to check, not because he trusted the Black Ink clan, but rather because he had already inspected these 1,200 Black Ink disciples before showing up. There were exactly 100 7th-order Black Ink disciples as agreed upon, while the rest were of various orders and strengths. In that case, goodbye. Mo Nayi cupped his fist and led the territory lords, who had constantly been on guard, to leave. Yang Kai saw them off warmly. This has been a happy cooperation. I hope there will be more such cooperation in the future. Mo Nayi paused momentarily and could not help but curse to himself, there will never be another time. If there is a next time, it will be you delivering your head to me. After Yang Kai watched the Black Ink clan masters fade into the distance, he turned to look at the 1,200 Black Ink disciples, but as soon as he did, someone shouted, "Disperse." 1,200 people turned into 1,200 streams of light in an instant, scattering in all directions. Yang Kai entirely failed to stifle his laughter as he knew that the Black Ink clan would not be so honest. It turned out that this was what they were up to. If he were a regular 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, there would be nothing he could do in the face of such a situation. At best, some of these Black Ink disciples would be captured, but probably 90% of them would be able to escape. However, with Yang Kai being here, what the Black Ink clan did was pointless and doomed to fail. The moment the 1,200 streams of light shot in all directions, the void suddenly thrummed and solidified. The streams of light all faded to reveal the Black Ink disciples, who were now frozen in place, none of them able to move, each with a different expression on their face. Yang Kai stepped forward, and as soon as he walked past each of the Black Ink disciples, they would disappear. Each of the Black Ink disciples reappeared in Yang Kai's small universe and was immediately enveloped by a mass of purifying light which began to dispel the Black Ink strength in their bodies and returned them to their original selves. In a short time, all 1,200 Black Ink disciples were taken in. Yang Kai took a long look in the direction of the no-return pass before turning around and disappearing into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. A short while later, he arrived at a secret place and established a connection to the World Tree. With the power of the World Tree, Yang Kai shuttled through the void and soon arrived at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, where he stood below the World Tree. The old tree still had the same old look, with almost all the world fruits still on the tree being the ones corresponding to the universe worlds that Yang Kai had refined and saved at the beginning of the invasion. There were also world fruits corresponding to several universe worlds in High Heaven Territory and the New Great Territory. As for the other world fruits, they had all fallen off. On some of the branches of the old tree, there was a trace of black chi. "Thank you, old tree." Yang Kai bowed and saluted. The old tree did not show its face, choosing to just shake slightly. Yang Kai identified the world fruit that corresponded to the star boundary and shot towards it. The world fruit rapidly enlarged in his eyes as a familiar aura came towards him. Before he knew it, Yang Kai was already standing above the star boundary. He stepped forward and appeared in High Heaven Palace next, where a familiar divine sense immediately swept over, though it was withdrawn as soon as it scanned him. One of the great emperors stationed at the star boundary noticed that someone had entered it. However, once they identified that it was Yang Kai, they knew that he was not here to cause trouble. This time, it appeared to be Ice Feather Great Emperor who was stationed at the star boundary. Yang Kai did not have many interactions with this great emperor and thus was not too familiar with him. Yang Kai's divine sense swept over the spirit peak where his parents lived, and found that the old couple were happily teaching some young disciples. With the Black Ink clan invading the 3,000 worlds, no one could avoid joining the war effort. In fact, Yang Kai's parents had applied to join the army several times. However, High Heaven Palace always refused to allow them to go, claiming that they could contribute most by teaching the next generation of disciples. Naturally, no one, save for Yang Kai's parents themselves, raised any complaints about this. Yang Kai had made many invaluable contributions to the war over the years. In fact, if not for Yang Kai, the human race might have lost long ago. His wives, adopted son, and little sister were all fighting on the front lines as well. Since his parents were not that strong, and there was a high probability of something happening to them if they went to the battlefield, the higher-ups all tacitly agreed to keep them out of the fighting. After all, how could they explain to Yang Kai if something happened to them? Also, who would dare to say anything if his parents remained in the star boundary? Without bothering his parents, Yang Kai called Hua Qingxi and asked about the situation in the star boundary. He also asked about the new great territory, the Myriad Monsters world. He learned that everything was fine here at the star boundary and the Myriad Monsters world was also doing well. The World Tree clone was showing its power, and after thousands of years of nurturing, many rising stars from the Myriad Monsters world had directly broken through to the 5th, 6th, and even 7th order Open Heaven Realm Masters. A Monster King had been recognized by the Myriad Monsters world's will and been named the first Great Emperor with the title Thunder Shadow. He left the Myriad Monsters world with some human companions and had now made a name for himself on the various battlefields. Nowadays, there were several great emperors of the Myriad Monsters world. In addition to the original monster race Great Emperor with the title of Thunder Shadow, there was one more from the monster race and 2 humans who had been certified as Great Emperors. The Myriad Monsters world bottle still had positions open, so both monsters and humans were eager to attain the world's acknowledgement and seize this position for themselves. This was not only a matter of honor and prestige, of course, as anyone who obtained the Great Emperor position would see a dramatic increase in their speed of cultivation while in Myriad Monsters world, allowing them to grow stronger more rapidly than their peers. As for the human race as a whole, everyone, from the Supreme Commander to the ordinary soldiers, could feel the stress of the approaching storm. Everyone knew that in the near future the peace between the humans and the Black Ink clan would break down completely and a battle to the death would begin. Once that happened, only the strong would be able to protect themselves. On the whole, the expectations of the human race were high but filled with potential. Have Xiao and Shuer sent any messages back? Yang Kai asked casually. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, Yang Xiao did send back a message. He said that the palace master had caused them a lot of trouble. Now, they are constantly being hunted by the Black Ink clan. Whenever their whereabouts are exposed, they are bound to be pursued. It has taken them a lot of effort to repel the enemy. Yang Kai chuckled heartily and said, It looks like they're having a good time, I can rest assured then. This was probably due to the final lesson that Yang Kai gave his 3 disciples in Azure Sun territory. Although Yang Xiao, Yang Shui and the others were not present at the time, the Black Ink clan had sources of information. They would be able to find out about Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's relationship with Yang Kai and naturally wanted to handle them. Yang Kai was not too worried about their safety, of course. These little ones had all become 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so as long as they worked together and joined forces to defend themselves, the Black Ink clan, though strong, should not be able to harm them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-56, Mi Jing Luan Speculation. Yang Kai did not stop for long at the star boundary. He exchanged a few words with Hua Qingxi and released a group of disciples who were ready to reach the open heaven realm from the Void Dao Temple, leaving them under her care. He instructed her on some matters and then left. After passing through the territory gate, he arrived at the neighboring Great Territory, which was numbered but remained unnamed. Any great territory that was only represented as a number on the universe chart was ranked as an extremely low-grade great territory. It meant that it did not have any notable great force overseeing it. A great territory such as this usually had few universe worlds and sparse resources. Generally speaking, such a great territory was isolated from the rest of the world. High Heaven Territory was like this in the past. In the whole High Heaven Territory, there were only two habitable universe worlds. One was the star boundary and the other was the demon realm. The strongest masters were the great emperors and demon saints. There were no open heaven realm masters here. However, since the rise of the star boundary as an open heaven realm cradle, High Heaven Territory made a name for itself. The neighboring Great Territory was not so fortunate, but it was the place where the supreme headquarters of the human race was located. Although the Great Territory was previously unknown and even deserted, it was now vital to the human race. Not only because it was the Great Territory that led directly to the star boundary, but also because it connected to more than 10 Great Territory battlefields. Just as the barren territory was the last barrier to the 3,000 worlds, this unnamed Great Territory was also the last bulwark for the human race today. If the Black Ink clan breached this place, they would be able to push straight into the heart of human territory. When that happened, the human race would have no choice but to completely fall back to High Heaven Territory and the new Great Territory. With the supreme headquarters located here, this great territory was extremely bustling. No matter which battlefield the soldiers headed to or retreated from, they would transit through this place to rest and repair their equipment. Armies would be assembled here and be dispatched by the supreme headquarters as reinforcements to the Great Territory battlefields on a regular basis. Looking from afar, there were many human race soldiers coming and going in the void, and the glimmer of light from their bodies was as bright as stars. Yang Kai suppressed his aura and rushed to the universe fragment where the supreme headquarters was located. Without informing anyone, he flew straight to the main hall. Inside the main hall, Mi Jing Luan was busy pointing at a territory map, and a few 7th-order open heaven realm masters who were in charge of transmitting orders nodded as they took careful notes. Yang Kai took a look and found the territory map was of Twin Poles territory. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, Mi Jing Luan looked up and gave him a light nod, signaling him to wait for a moment. Yang Kai made himself at home, found a seat, poured himself a cup of tea, and leisurely sipped it. After a little more than half an hour, the 7th-order masters were sent away. Mi Jing Luan stood in place in contemplation for several moments before rubbing his forehead. He then walked over to Yang Kai, sat down, and pushed an empty teacup towards him. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and poured him a cup. Mi Jing Luan heaved a long sigh and downed the tea like he was draining a bottle of wine. Yang Kai asked, "Things aren't going well in Twin Poles territory?" Mi Jing Luan replied, "The Black Ink clan has intensified their attack on Twin Poles territory. They've recently gained more territory lords and deployed them there, so we are facing some difficulties." Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he asked with a smile, "Why don't you take a trip there?" "Impossible." Yang Kai waved his hand, "I just got back from harassing the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass. If I go to Twin Poles territory at this time, wouldn't I be reneging on the agreement?" "What happened?" Mi Jing Luan raised a brow and asked curiously. Yang Kai briefly told them about his experience at the no-return pass before handing Mi Jingluan the supplies he had extorted from the Black Ink clan. Mi Jingluan accepted them politely, and after a quick inspection, he exclaimed, "Wow, the Black Ink clan was really generous to you." In his heart, he knew that this was due to Yang Kai's notorious reputation. If the Black Ink clan had to choose between losing territory lords or resources, they would definitely choose the latter. They could easily recoup the material losses even if they were given away. However, territory lords were all valuable assets, and it would not be beneficial to give Yang Kai an excuse to go on a killing spree. If Mi Jingluan tried to take advantage of the Black Ink clan like this, he would have been torn apart by the royal lord. Although he became an 8th Order master much earlier than Yang Kai, he had to admit that he was no match for the latter's strength. This was a positive development though. The future of the human race would only be bright if the future generation could surpass the abilities of the current one. A few days ago, there was a report of many black ink nests scattered all over the great territories withering for no apparent reason. I figured it was you who went to the no-return pass to stir up trouble. From what you had just said, it seems my assumptions were correct. There was a precedent for this. Previously, Yang Kai went on a rampage at the no-return pass and destroyed 7 high-rank black ink nests. This naturally disrupted the flow of reinforcements to the Black Ink clan as all the mid-rank and low-rank black ink nests spawned from those high-rank nests were destroyed. The human race was not sure what had happened at the time, but later found out that it was Yang Kai's doing. So, when a similar event happened, it was easy for Mi Jingluan to make a guess. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who returned from the ancestral land explained in detail what happened there, and the small stone race army you provided has also been integrated into our forces. Mi Jingluan said solemnly, "Junior brother, does the Black Ink clan really have the means to help an innate territory lords become a royal lord?" When they heard this news, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the Supreme Headquarters were shocked and decided to block the news immediately to avoid damaging the morale of the army. It was a pity that Yang Kai was like a dragon who shows his tail but never his face. Yang Kai came over whenever he wanted to see Mi Jingluan, but the reverse essentially never happened. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens if Mi Jingluan wanted to find Yang Kai. Yang Kai drank another cup of tea and nodded. Indeed, the pseudo-royal lord I encountered at the ancestral land named Di Wu was created in such a manner. Unfortunately for him, he was too careless and was killed by me. Pseudo-royal lord? Mi Jingluan exclaimed with his eyebrows raised. It seems senior brother isn't aware of this point. Although the Black Ink clan has the ability to forcibly raise an innate territory lord into a royal lord, there are clear flaws with the process. Such a created royal lord may have the raw power of a royal lord, but they are unable to utilize it properly. I clearly felt this when I fought Di Wu. He could only exert about 70% to 80% of what a royal lord should be able to do. Thus, I regard them as pseudo-royal lords. Mi Jingluan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "If that's the case, then there's no need to be too concerned." A pseudo-royal lord who could only exert an average of 75% of his power was not nearly as threatening to 8th Order masters as a true royal lord. It might only take a few 8th Order masters in a battle formation to resist such an enemy, though killing one was probably impossible. But there is another pseudo-royal lord at the no-return pass right now. Mi Jingluan's eyes narrowed and asked, "Who?" "Senior brother, do you remember that innate territory lord named Mo Nai?" "Him?" How could Mi Jingluan not know who Mo Nai was? Mo Nai was one of the innate territory lords that the human race was highly focused on. This guy was far more intelligent and cunning than other territory lords. It was definitely not a good development for the human race for this Black Ink clansman to become a pseudo-royal lord. Mi Jingluan thought about it momentarily but decided not to dwell on it any further. Now that Mo Nai had become a pseudo-royal lord, it was useless to brood over it. If they really encountered him, they could only directly take him on. Junior brother, have you found out how the Black Ink clan creates these pseudo-royal lords? Yang Kai shook his head and replied, Mo Na Yi was already a pseudo-royal lord when I arrived at the No-Return Pass. I tried to probe them about it, and it seemed like the information those 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered at the No-Return Pass was accurate. Even if the Black Ink clan has a method to create pseudo-royal lords, they have to pay a huge price. At the very least, they should have to sacrifice a large number of innate territory lords. When Di Wu transformed into a pseudo-royal lord, 13 innate territory lords were sacrificed. In Mo Na Ye's case, there were at least 12. Hearing this, Mi Jing Luan seemed to have suddenly thought of something before snapping his feather fan closed. He gently tapped the fan against his palm and said, perhaps, it also involves the sacrifice of a high-rank Black Ink nest. Yang Kai wondered and asked, why do you think so? Perhaps junior brother isn't aware of this. About 400 years ago, some low-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests suddenly withered. When the numbers were tabulated, the headquarters estimated that a single high-rank Black Ink nest had been destroyed somehow. About 100 years ago, a similar situation occurred. Initially, I thought that it was junior brother who went on a rampage at the No-Return Pass and destroyed these high-rank Black Ink nests, but from your story just now, that seems to not be the case. 400 years ago, after a little calculating, Yang Kai realized that was the time that he had just arrived at the ancestral land to cultivate. He also killed Di Wu just over 100 years ago. For the Black Ink clan, Black Ink nests were their foundation, so they would not be given up easily. There could only be one reason for those low-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests to die all of a sudden. The high-rank Black Ink nest that produced them was destroyed. The timing was too coincidental, and the anomaly was equally obvious. The Black Ink clan was smart enough to hide the truth from him, but there were enough clues for the human race to make the necessary deduction. Yang Kai kept nodding his head. More than 400 years ago, when the Black Ink clan knew that he was cultivating in the ancestral land, they created Di Wu, a pseudo-royal lord, and ordered him to go to the ancestral land to kill him. Unfortunately, Di Wu ended up losing everything and died in the ancestral land. When they realized that Di Wu had died, the Black Ink clan at the No-Return Pass created Mo Na Yi. They did it twice, and each time they not only sacrificed more than 10 territory lords, they also lost a high-rank Black Ink nest in the process. It makes sense now. Mi Jing Luan's eyes flashed and continued, the Black Ink clan does have the means to transform an innate territory lord into a pseudo-royal lord, but it requires the sacrifice of a dozen or so territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink nest. No wonder the Black Ink clan has never used this technique before. The cost is indeed very high compared to the benefits. He looked at Yang Kai and said with a smile, looks like that original royal lord is willing to pay any price as long as they can kill you. Yang Kai said, man proposes, the heavens dispose. If he did not have an army of small stone race with him when he went to the ancestral land, there was a good chance that Di Wu would have succeeded. The good thing was that this matter was considered resolved in his favor. The Black Ink clan tried to kill Yang Kai, but he managed to overcome that calamity and gain significant compensation for it. All of this was because the two races still needed to maintain the status quo. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-57, Suppressing Black Ink Fortress. What happened at the ancestral land was considered resolved and there was no point in thinking about it further, so Yang Kai changed the topic and asked, how are senior brother Xiang and the others? Xiang Shan had stopped appearing in public and focused on cultivating to break through to the 9th Order. The Black Ink clan suspected that Xiang Shan and the other 8th Order masters who were expected to break through and reach the 9th Order had already done so secretly. However, that was not the case in reality. The ninth order was the peak of the human race's martial Tao and was extremely difficult to reach. Now, there were not many humans who were qualified to make this breakthrough. There was indeed one person who had succeeded, but it was not Xiaofan. When Yang Kai asked, Mi Jingluan sighed and replied, "It has been 1,000 years since they entered retreat, and still there is no news from them." In fact, with Brother Xiang's talent, he should have already reached the ninth order if nothing went wrong. The issue was that Xiangshan's cultivation had once regressed. Long ago, in Blue Sky Pass, in the era when Yang Kai had not yet set foot onto the black ink battlefield, Xiangshan was a famous existence and many territory lords died at his hand. However, he was so feared that he became a priority target for the Black Ink clan. They specifically targeted him and trapped him in a bitter battle where he became corrupted heavily by Black Ink strength, forcing him to sacrifice a large portion of his small universe to preserve himself. Afterwards, he took a profound Een spirit fruit to repair his damaged small universe. However, the drop in one's cultivation was not something that was automatically made up for. For the many years that Yang Kai was stationed at Blue Sky Pass, he had never seen Xiangshan because the latter was in secluded retreat. It was not until the leaders of the human race decided to form the Great Evolution Army to recover Great Evolution Pass that Xiangshan returned to the limelight. What Mi Jingluan meant was that if that incident had not occurred all those years ago, Xiangshan would already be a ninth order master. The cave heavens and paradises were filled with talented people, but throughout history, few could match the reputation of Xiangshan. It was a pity that his future accomplishments were greatly delayed, and now it seemed that dark injuries from that incident were preventing Xiangshan from reaching the ninth order. The current situation between the two races was rather stable. Although the fighting never ceased, it was all in a managed situation rather than an all-out war. Thus, Xiangshan took this opportunity to enter retreat and cultivate. Brother Xiang did mention that if necessary, he would come out to face the enemy, regardless of whether he had achieved a breakthrough. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "What about the suppressing Black Ink Fortress? What's the progress?" The suppressing Black Ink Fortress was a massive mobile palace artifact that Yang Kai had convinced the Supreme Headquarters to refine in order to deal with the Black Ink clan. It was quite similar to the Great Passes of old, but far smaller. The current generation of artifact refiners, even compared to those from late ancient era, were not inferior. However, the human race sorely lacked resources at the moment. Great Passes were enormous mobile palace artifacts built up and refined over hundreds of thousands of years, consuming an unfathomable amount of resources. The human race could not afford to spend so lavishly in their current situation. If they tried to build such an artifact now, it would likely cripple the cultivation progress of the entire race, which was a situation that absolutely could not be allowed. Thus, they could only build the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, for which Yang Kai campaigned hard some 1,000 years ago, just before he left for the Myriad Monsters world. This mobile palace artifact was not destined for the great territory battlefields, however. When Yang Kai asked about the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, Mi Jingluan replied, 300 years ago, the superstructure of the suppressing Black Ink Fortress was completed, and over the subsequent years, various grand arrays and artifacts have been installed. It should be almost finished now. After a pause, he asked, "Do you want to see it?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. The two of them left the Supreme Headquarters together and shot off into the depths of the void. The construction of the suppressing Black Ink Fortress was kept highly confidential, with only those participating in the project and the heads of the Supreme Headquarters being in the know. This giant weapon of war was located at an extremely remote place in the Great Territory and covered with multiple arrays to conceal it. Patrolling human race masters also ensured that no one without authorization approached this region. Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan traveled for about an hour before reaching a universe world that seemed to be covered in shadows. Although this universe world was ancient, its grand Tao and will were imperfect, thus, there was no vitality here. This was a rather common sight throughout the 3,000 worlds. Although such a universe world generally had a lot of precious cultivation resources, it was not suitable for the survival of living beings, thus it was essentially dead. A divine sense swept over from afar, but after confirming Mi Jingluan's identity, it allowed them through. Yang Kai, led by Mi Jingluan, flew for a while around the universe world before arriving at a certain spot and heading down. They passed through a layer of thick, dark clouds before being hit in the face with an imposing aura. A huge and lofty object immediately filled their view, one that looked like a massive steel beast. This was the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress. The Suppressing Black Ink Fortress was undoubtedly much smaller compared to a great pass from the Black Ink battlefield, being just 10% of the size. However, it was still a massive object. The entire Suppressing Black Ink Fortress looked like a small city with many structures, high walls and towers. Yang Kai could see people scurrying about inside the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress, carrying materials and working on construction projects. There were huge artifacts mounted atop of the city walls, and at a glance one could tell how extraordinary they were. There were also traces of numerous grand arrays, but none of them were currently active, so it was impossible to assess their might. The human race seemed to be in decline as it only held a dozen or so great territories because of the Black Ink clan. However, no matter how bad things were, they still had a profound heritage. When the Grand Army was defeated in the war outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, the humans were forced to retreat to the No-Return Pass, and then to the Barren Territory. The death of countless soldiers was certainly heartbreaking, but the loss of a great pass inherited since the end of the late Ancient Era was also a massive strategic setback for the human race. While many great passes were destroyed, others remained mostly intact at the No-Return Pass. Many wanted to take the great passes away with them, but they were too massive even for a ninth-order old ancestor to fit into their small universe, thus, they had no choice but to abandon them. Presently, those great passes outside the No-Return Pass had become platforms for Black Ink nests. If the human race could defeat the Black Ink clan and retake the No-Return Pass, there was still hope to regain those great passes. The two landed on the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress and were immediately greeted by someone. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Grandmaster Donghua." It was Dongguan Ping, who Yang Kai had met at Blue Sky Pass. He was an artifact refining great grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven and also the one who built the first purifying Black Ink battleship together with Yang Kai and a number of array masters. However, since Yang Kai left Blue Sky Pass, they had not seen each other again, mainly because Dongguan Ping was in charge of artifact refining while Yang Kai's job was to kill the enemy. They fought on different battlefields, so it was natural for them not to meet each other. Yang Kai. Dongguan Ping also recognized Yang Kai immediately and reached out his hand to slap his shoulder as he happily declared, "I should call you Junior Brother Yang now." Yang Kai returned the greeting, "Senior Brother Donghua." He was happy to see him. Although Yang Kai had met many people on the Black Ink battlefield, few survived until today. Dongguan Ping was also a bit emotional. When he first met Yang Kai, the latter was just an unknown sixth-order brat. He was only valued by Blue Sky Pass leaders at the time because he brought purifying light to the human race. Now, when Dongguan Ping saw him again, Yang Kai was already the powerful profound Nether Army commander and a perpetual thorn in the Black Ink clan's side. Such growth was truly immense as only 3,000 years had passed since then. Mi Jingluan said with a smile, "Senior Brother Donghua is one of the chief artifact refiners on the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress project. Junior Brother Yang, if you want to know more about the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress, please feel free to ask Senior Brother Donghua." "Many thanks, Senior Brother." Dongguan Ping simply waved his hand. "Artifact refining is the job of this old master, it's not a big deal. However, can Junior Brother Yang tell me what this Suppressing Black Ink Fortress is going to be used for?" This artifact is massive and took no less than 1,000 artifact refiners almost 1,000 years to construct. Although it is powerful, it is not suitable for the current war. Even if it is for a counteroffensive, one suppressing black ink fortress won't make much of a difference. If it weren't for Supreme Headquarters' special orders, this old master would not have agreed to squander so many resources and so much manpower on this. The amount of resources poured into the thing could have benefited the Great Army in many other ways. It was clear that Dong Guanping had strong opinions about the suppressing black ink fortress. As he said, this thing was not very useful for the situation the human race was currently in. Unless more suppressing black ink fortresses were built, they could not be used to attack the enemy. This was certainly a very sharp weapon of war, however, its disadvantages were also very obvious. It took far too many resources and too much time to build just one, so if it did not achieve its intended purpose, then it was all just a huge waste of time and money. Didn't senior brother Mi explain the situation? Yang Kai was stunned. Mi Jingluan said in return, it's better that fewer people know about this matter. Dong Guanping glared at Mi Jingluan and snorted, what nonsense is this guy sprouting? He just said that it was a secret. What can this old master do to him if he refuses to say anything? Yang Kai smiled before quietly whispering something to Dong Guanping. Dong Guanping immediately turned solemn and remarked, I see. He had his suspicions considering the situation, however, Yang Kai just confirmed his guesses. He was a veteran from Blue Sky Pass who had experienced thousands of years of war on the Black Ink battlefield. If the suppressing Black Ink fortress was used in that place, it was indeed the perfect tool for the job. What are the chances of that happening? Dong Guanping asked. Yang Kai replied, it's bound to happen, it's just a matter of time. Dong Guanping replied, fortunately, this old master did not cut corners when I built the suppressing black ink fortress, otherwise, it would have been a big mistake. Yang Kai laughed and said, Senior brother, please take us to look around. Dong Guanping was immediately reinvigorated. Although he had some reservations about building the suppressing black ink fortress, it was also the greatest masterpiece of his life. Now that he had succeeded in building it, he naturally wanted to show it off to others. It was pointless for him to brag about it to the builders, thus, when Mi Jingluan and Yang Kai came, he finally had an audience to lead around and introduce all the wondrous features of his creation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-58, Tiger Roar Cannon. When the Supreme Headquarters gave the order 1,000 years ago, Dong Guanping led several artifact refining great grandmasters and brought over 1,000 artifact refiners to this place to work. Those artifact refiners had put their all into the suppressing black ink fortress and it represented their proudest achievement. Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven contributed a huge amount of resources to create this artifact. Although each Cave Heaven and Paradise contributed a lot to this project, Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven were the experts at artifact refining and thus contributed the most. Presently, the suppressing black ink fortress had various grand arrays, artifacts, and even some architectural uniqueness, making it essentially a mobile city. All of this was influenced by Dong Guanping, so he was intimately familiar with all aspects of the suppressing black ink fortress, making his introductions detailed and descriptive. Yang Kai soon began to appreciate the might of the suppressing black ink fortress. He was very satisfied with what he was hearing. Although the suppressing black ink fortress was only 10% the size of a great pass, its armaments and capabilities were basically on par with one. They paused for explanations and then resumed along the route. When the three of them arrived near a section of the city wall, Dong Guanping pointed to a huge artifact mounted up ahead. The shape of the artifact looked like a crouching tiger with an elongated neck gazing forward. There were several artifact refiners nearby who were busy working on it. Dong Guanping pointed at the artifact and said proudly, This is a Tiger Roar cannon, the main offensive artifact of the suppressing black ink fortress. Over all 4 walls, there are a total of 1,200 of these. They were specially designed for the suppressing black ink fortress. Mi Jingluan looked at it for a while and asked, "How powerful is it?" Dong Guoanping stroked his beard and smiled. When tested, 3 6th-order masters working together were able to unleash a strike equivalent to a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm master's full strength. If 3 7th-order masters worked together, the power unleashed would be similar to an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm master's attack. Mi Jingluan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Impressive, but creating such an artifact must have been expensive, right?" Dong Guoanping replied with a solemn nod. Didn't Supreme Headquarters say not to skimp on the cost? Creating a single Tiger Roar cannon consumes resources equivalent to building a standard warship. Mi Jingluan winced at the thought of the cost. With 1,200 Tiger Roar cannons, it was like having 1,200 standard warships, and that was just for the main armaments of the suppressing black ink fortress. There were other various supplementary artifacts, as well as the grand arrays within the fortress, which also required a lot of resources. The entire suppressing black ink fortress was practically a weapon of war built from several generations of stockpiled wealth. It was fortunate that Yang Kai went to the no-return pass to pick a fight with the Black Ink clan and managed to get them to compensate him with so many materials. At least, that could help to replenish a good portion of the stock used in the production of the suppressing black ink fortress. Otherwise, the human race would have to tighten their belts for a few years just to get by. However, this was something Yang Kai had specially requested. Although the cost was immense, it was worth the expenditure as long as it could produce the desired effect. As the two spoke, Yang Kai had already walked toward the Tiger Roar cannon, which had several artifact refiners busy working on it. One of them became upset when he noticed someone approaching without permission and stood up abruptly with the intention to reprimand him, but was immediately stunned. Yang Kai smiled at him and said, "Senior Brother Su." The other person smiled and exclaimed, "Junior Brother Yang? Haven't seen you in years, Senior Brother Su. You still have the same noble bearing as before." Yang Kai glanced at the chubby figure in front of him while comparing it to the one in his memories. In fact, there were no significant changes to Fatty Su Zhen except for the traces of aging after all these years. Furthermore, Su Zhen was already an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Dong Guoanping walked forward and asked curiously, "Junior Brother Yang, you know my martial nephew?" Although they were both in the 8th Order, since they were born and raised in Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven, Dong Guoanping was still Su Zhen's senior and thus of a higher rank compared to a rising star like Su Zhen. Furthermore, while they were cultivators in the same realm and from the same sect, there was still some difference in their strength and achievements. In contrast, although Yang Kai was much younger than the rest, as long as his cultivation was on par with theirs, he was considered equal in terms of seniority to Mi Jingluan and Dong Guoanping. "Of course, I know him. I was drawn into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary with Senior Brother Su. We went through a lot of hardships together," Yang Kai explained. Dong Guoanping suddenly understood. Over the past 10,000 years, the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary only appeared once. Su Zhen coincidentally got dragged into it, and apparently so did Yang Kai. Therefore, it was normal that they knew each other from the incident. Sometime later, Yang Kai and Su Zhen also met in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. However, after Yang Kai went to the Black Ink battlefield, there was no longer any news of him. Su Zhen naturally heard about Yang Kai's exploits when the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. It was a pity that they could not meet until today. To construct the suppressing Black Ink fortress, Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven had deployed 30% of their sex artifact refiners, which was why Fatty Su Zhen was here. After some pleasantries, Su Zhen cupped his fist and said, "Martial Uncle is here just in time. This Tiger Roar cannon has some problems linking together with the Grand Array. No matter how we tried, we just can't get it to work smoothly. Perhaps Martial Uncle can figure out the problem." Dong Guanping, who never backed down from a challenge, stepped forward and said, "Let me take a look." He approached the tiger roar cannon, carefully investigated and quickly found the crux of the problem. He did not personally resolve it though, and instead carefully instructed Su Zhen and the others and let them do it. This was also a kind of on-the-spot education. The few artifact refiners soon became busy working on the cannon and forgot all about Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan who were standing beside them. Yang Kai also knew something about the Tao of artifact refining, and although it was not as good as his mastery over the Taos of time, space, and spear, he was still an artifact refining grandmaster, so he could more or less understand what they were discussing and was also interested in it. On the contrary, Mi Jingluan, who knew nothing about the subject, stood by the side, bored to tears. Upon realizing this, Yang Kai said, "Senior brother Mi, we have basically finished with the tour of the suppressing black ink fortress, but I would like to remain here and see the rest of the artifacts and spirit arrays. You should go on ahead first." Mi Jingluan nodded and said, "Good. I will make the rest of the arrangements at the Supreme Headquarters." Yang Kai made his requests without holding back. "I estimate it will take a minimum of 5,000 and up to 8,000 soldiers to fully mobilize the power of the suppressing black ink fortress. I will have to trouble senior brother Mi to prepare them as soon as possible. Additionally, please send the divine spirits that I brought back from the grand ancient ruins boundary over here. Although they have been obedient over the years, the agreement I made with them was only for 3,000 years and will soon be up. It will be difficult for me to extend the pact, but there just so happens to be someone over on that side who can handle them." Mi Jingluan immediately understood and replied with a smile, "That's right, under that person's watchful eye, these divine spirits have no choice but to behave obediently." Naturally, the suppressing black ink fortress needs a divine spirit with great sun and moon marks to be able to create purifying light to protect against the encroachment of black ink strength. I'll make sure everything is prepared appropriately. Mi Jingluan quickly left and went back to the Supreme Headquarters to organize the troops while Yang Kai stayed. Once the suppressing black ink fortress was ready for action, Yang Kai would be responsible for sending it to that place. Dong Guanping was still instructing Su Zhen and the others to solve the problem of the tiger roar cannon, when Yang Kai heard a soft voice in his ear. He was surprised and decided to follow the voice, leaving the suppressing black ink fortress and heading towards a mountain valley some 3,000 kilometers to the west. He approached it, and was stunned by what he saw within it. The entire surrounding land was barren and silent, but this mountain valley was full of vitality, with an abundance of fragrant flowers and vegetation. However, under careful observation and inspection, he realized that all the greenery was nothing but an illusion. This was obviously an extremely profound manifestation of power. He then noticed a delicate figure sitting quietly in the middle of the sea of flowers. As Yang Kai waded through the sea of flowers, the flowers were disturbed, detached from their stems, and flew away from the branches. The flowers turned into yellow, red, and green butterflies dancing among other flowers. At that moment, the world was colorful and beautiful. Yang Kai was captivated by this beauty, even stretching out his hand and allowing a butterfly to land gently on his fingertips while flapping its wings. A few moments later, he approached the figure, bowed, and greeted, "Old Ancestor." This was the only human who had advanced to become a ninth-order Old Ancestor since the invasion of the 3,000 worlds. Only a select few of the upper ranks knew about this. Yang Kai was curious about where she was after she had reached the ninth order, and it was only when he heard her voice that he realized that she had been here the whole time, guarding the suppressing black ink fortress. The Supreme Headquarters must have arranged for this newly promoted ninth order master to secretly guard the suppressing black ink fortress to ensure that absolutely nothing happened to it. Luo Ting he smiled slightly, reached out her hand, and spoke gently, "No need for formalities. In fact, I owe everything that I have to you." This ninth-order master of Yinyang Cave Heaven was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion for 2,000 years. Many years later, Chu Huashang had entered the Samsara pavilion vowing to live and die together with Yang Kai for 9 lifetimes or perish inside. Yang Kai managed to overcome this challenge and leave with Chu Huashang. It was through that opportunity that Luo Ting was also able to leave the Samsara pavilion. If Yang Kai had not gone through the 9th reincarnation and succeeded in awakening Chu Huashang, Luo Ting would still be trapped in the Samsara pavilion. She would not be where she is today. Old ancestor is too kind. What happened that day was pure coincidence, Yang Kai said respectfully. Back then, he had no idea Luo Ting was trapped in the Samsara pavilion. All he did was break Chu Huashang's heart seal and awaken her memories. It was pure coincidence that he managed to get Luo Ting out as well. Coincidence or not, I still owe you a favor, Luo Ting insisted. Yang Kai could not say anything else. Luo Ting tilted her head and smiled as she said, I've been thinking about how to repay you for that. I originally thought of giving you some benefits after I reached the 9th order, however, your cultivation speed is so fast that the benefits I can give you now related to that are far too limited. Martial Peak, Chapter 56-59, Butterfly. Luo Ting would not be in such a tight spot if Yang Kai was only in the 6th or 7th order. All she needed to do was to give him some gifts and give him some pointers for his cultivation, which would not be difficult. However, Yang Kai's cultivation had been increasing rapidly over the years, leading to him reach the peak of the 8th order. In terms of strength as an 8th order master, Yang Kai was definitely the strongest. Even Xiang Shan was incomparable to him. This made it difficult for Luo Ting to figure out what she could give him in return. Since she successfully advanced to the 9th order and was stationed here to guard the suppressing black ink fortress, she had been thinking long and hard about this. I pondered a lot on this. Since you are always out and about, you should be constantly in danger. So, why don't I give you something to protect yourself? It might come in handy one day. Upon saying so, she did not allow Yang Kai to refuse. Her slender jade finger gently lifted and the sea of flowers that blanketed the mountain valley started to detach and turned into balls of light that converged at her fingertip. The flowing lights lingered and gathered, slowly converging into one and reconstituted into a colorful butterfly which gently flapped its wings. When the glow waned, the butterfly completely materialized. She was not finished yet though, as Yang Kai clearly felt Luo Ting's world force surging madly and pour into the butterfly. The little butterfly, which was the size of a baby's palm, was like a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing world force from the 9th order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai was immediately dumbfounded. Although he did not know what mysterious secret technique Luo Ting had performed, he could tell that this senior, who came from Yin Yang Cave Heaven, was injecting the heritage from her own small universe into this butterfly. This was undoubtedly a huge loss to her. When this butterfly was activated, it would be as if Luo Ting was present to take action. It was truly a treasure. Just as Luo Ting said, Yang Kai traveled around regularly as he no longer needed to cultivate in retreat. Previously in the ancestral land, he was surrounded by powerful Black Ink clan masters, and when he went to the No-Return Pass, he faced 2 royal lords and countless territory lords. He really did encounter a lot of danger, so such a defensive treasure could be a life-saving token in certain critical moments. Setting other incidents aside, if he had this butterfly when he was at the ancestral land, would Di Wu have even been a threat to him? With the infusion of a 9th order open heaven realm master's small universe heritage, the secret technique butterfly became increasingly dynamic, as if it really came alive and was ready to fly. Luo Ting soon began to look fatigued. It was only after half an hour that Luo Ting exhaled a long breath and severed the connection between her small universe and the secret technique butterfly. With a flick of her fingertip, the butterfly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his palm and the butterfly landed on it. The gorgeous light then dissipated and turned into a butterfly-shaped crystal. If you encounter a dangerous situation that you can't get out of, activating this will certainly help. It contains my full power, but remember that it can only last for 30 breaths. Luo Ting he warned. Although the butterfly felt light, Yang Kai's heart was heavy. He estimated that to create this secret technique butterfly, Luo Ting he had sacrificed at least 500 years of hard cultivation. In other words, several centuries of effort had been used up to create this butterfly, which only lasted 30 breaths of time. In some sense, while such a secret technique was extremely damaging to Luo Ting he, it was a potentially life-saving treasure to Yang Kai. Yang Kai put the secret technique butterfly away, bowed, and solemnly said, "Many thanks for old ancestors' generosity." Luo Ting he smiled lightly and said, "You are now a pillar of the human race. We cannot afford any mistakes with your life." After a pause, she continued, "You have been out and about a lot, and understand far more than others about the situation between the two races today. Tell me, if the two sides were to go to war today, what are the chances of the human race winning?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "The odds of our victory are actually quite high, but we cannot just focus on the immediate crisis." It was not that the human race did not dare to fight back against Black Ink Clan in an all-out war today, but rather that they needed to not be short-sighted. Yang Kai gave up an absolute advantage in profound nether territory and made peace with the Black Ink Clan to create a relatively safe environment for the next generation to grow up in. He did this because he realized that this was not a war that one person alone could control, and that the human race needed more masters if it truly wanted to win in the end. Later on, the scope of the peace talks extended to more great territory battlefield, and now that some 2,000 years had passed, the human race truly had nurtured many rising stars into powerful masters. The star boundary, the myriad monsters world, and even his small universe continued to witness the birth of such talents. Now, the human race had one more ninth-order open heaven realm master, so it could be said that their situation was much better than 3,000 years ago. If a full-blown war started today, the human race would likely win. Yang Kai alone would have a huge impact as he would be unshackled, able to slaughter acquired and innate territory lords freely. Although the Black Ink Clan could create pseudo-royal lords, they would have to sacrifice a lot of territory lords to do so, which would not be worth it as a dozen territory lords were actually more useful than one pseudo-royal lord. So, if a full-scale war broke out, the human race's chances of winning were more than 70%, though they would have to pay a terrible price to achieve victory. Such a war would likely result in 50% losses on the human side. The problem was what came after. The root cause of the Black Ink Clan was slumbering inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Even if the Black Ink Clan that invaded the 3,000 worlds was ruthlessly wiped out tomorrow, the problem would not be resolved until MO was completely eliminated. The human race needed to be much stronger to deal with what was to come. The suppressing Black Ink Fortress was one such preparation for that future. For the time being, delaying was the human race's best option. The longer they could delay, the greater their advantage would become. However, there was a limit to this. If Mo's true body completely awakened, the human race would have to deal with it, regardless of whether they were prepared or not. Thus, Yang Kai was willing to accept 1,200 Black Ink disciples and a multitude of resources to resolve his confrontation with the Black Ink Clan at the No-Return Pass. It was not because he turned soft to them, but that now was not the time to confront the enemy directly. Speaking of the 1,200 Black Ink disciples, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that they were still suppressed in his small universe. He had forgotten to release them back at Supreme Headquarters when he was there. There was no hurry though. Furthermore, they posed no danger as they remained in his small universe for the moment. Yang Kai had a long chat with Luo Ting he, describing the situation of the two races while she listened intently. Although she was a Ninth Order Master, after leaving Azure Sun territory some 1,000 years ago, she had been stationed here the whole time. Thus, she really did not know much about the situation in the outside world. Yang Kai only knew so much because he was able to move around freely while the others could not. "I understand now," Luo Ting. He nodded lightly, then smiled and said, "You are so certain of victory? Have you found a way to deal with that Black Ink giant spirit god?" If the two sides were go to war, the Black Ink clan's biggest advantage was not the huge number of troops they had, or that the number of territory lords exceeded the numbers of Eighth Order Masters. It was the Black Ink giant spirit god who was pinned down by the two veteran Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the barren territory. That was the true existence that could single-handedly tip the balance of power between the two sides. The Black Ink clan now had two Black Ink giant spirit gods. One was held in check by Air, so they did not need to worry too much about it. Those two had been fighting each other for several thousands of years and neither side had gained any kind of advantage. It was the Black Ink giant spirit god that had once been subdued by the divine spirits in the ancestral land that they had to worry about. Once it freed itself from the old ancestors' restraint, it would be an absolute disaster for the human race. Before, while it was seriously injured, it was locked in place by the two Ninth Order Masters using their secret techniques. However, after so many years had passed, most of its injuries should have been healed by now. Nevertheless, that alone would not be enough of a reason for Yang Kai to personally go to the barren territory to torment it. If the Black Ink clan was in a life-or-death struggle, the Black Ink giant spirit god would not stand idly by. In that situation, it would likely sacrifice its arm to fight back. If it broke free, then it would be difficult for the human race to counter it. However, from what Luo Ting he had heard so far, Yang Kai did not seem concerned about it, so he obviously had a way to deal with it. Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter and said, "Old ancestor is truly sharp." While Luo Ting he mentioned this, she did not ask any more questions about it. Yang Kai left after some more small talk, and Luo Ting he continued to meditate to make up for the heritage that she had just used up. Instead of returning to the suppressing Black Ink fortress, Yang Kai flew directly up into the void, where he opened up his small universe and released the 1,200 Black Ink disciples he had received from the no-return pass. The Black Ink strength in their bodies had already been purged by purifying light and they were now ashamed to face Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had not got them back from the Black Ink clan, they would still be working for the enemy. Yang Kai was not surprised by this and did not say much to them. He only gave them instructions and then provided them in the direction of the Supreme Headquarters. The 1,200 saluted in unison, turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The Supreme Headquarters spent months mobilizing the necessary troops. It was not an easy task to gather so many Open Heaven Realm Masters. They could not draw too many from any single battlefield, otherwise, it may affect the situation on the front lines. They also needed to balance the personnel appropriately, which was no easy task. Before the arrival of the soldiers, a group of divine spirits came to Yang Kai to report. They were the divine spirits that he brought out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Since Yang Kai killed Tao Wu in profound nether territory, these divine spirits had been performing much better on the battlefield because they were afraid of Yang Kai's ferocious methods. Tao Wu, who was comparable to an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master at the time, was beheaded by Yang Kai without being able to resist. None of the divine spirits wanted to be the next Tao Wu, so over the years, whatever the humans requested, they would do their best to complete. The divine spirits all stood in a field near to the suppressing Black Ink fortress, but when Yang Kai looked out at them, he suddenly felt rather saddened. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5660, Riding a Pirate Ship. Yang Kai brought just over 100 divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. However, there were only about 60 of them standing in front of him today. A 40% casualty rate over 3,000 years of fierce battles was by no means small. Each of the divine spirits was more powerful than the average human race master in the same equivalent order, so one could imagine how perilous the war had been. Although there were not many of them, these divine spirits had already constituted an extremely powerful force, as many were comparable to an 8th order open heaven realm master. Their ancestors were imprisoned for various reasons in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary by the old tree. In the special environment of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, it was difficult for their bloodline to grow as powerful as it could be, even if their bloodline was pure. For example, Zhu Jiuyin, who Yang Kai brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary all those years ago, was as strong, if not stronger, than any 8th order human master, but due to the suppression in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she had only been able to exert the strength of a low-rank open heaven realm master while trapped there. It was not until she left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that she began to restore her true strength in the Void Land. These dozens of divine spirits had left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for almost 3,000 years and had already adapted naturally to the world principles of the outside world. Almost 80% of them were 8th order, while the remaining 20% were 7th order. Among the 8th order divine spirits, there were several whose aura was particularly strong, indicating that if there was enough opportunity for them, they could reach the 9th order in the future, which was the peak of the universe. After so many years of constant battling, these divine spirits were very intimidating, with their cold murderous intent lingering about their bodies, mixed with the innate might of divine spirits. As they stood here, the artifact refiners and array masters who were busy working on the suppressing black ink fortress tried their best to keep their distances. Unfortunately for these divine spirits, the refinement of their bloodline became increasingly difficult the higher they climbed. It was no longer like during the primordial era when the heavenly way favored the divine spirits, resulting in fewer of them being able to ever advance to the 9th order. Dragon Clan's Fu Guang had been cultivating in the dragon pool for so many years, but in the end, it was only with Yang Kai's help that he could become a divine dragon. As for the Phoenix clan, none of them had risen to the divine rank since the fall of the previous Phoenix clan leader during the Barren Territory War. The refinement of one's bloodline was not just a matter of dedication and effort, but also highly dependent on personal inheritance. No matter how long one lived, if their inheritance was insufficient, it would be useless. Yang Kai glanced at all the divine spirits and suddenly cupped his fist and bowed appreciatively, "Many thanks for all your hard work and sacrifice." The solemn atmosphere suddenly eased, and a divine spirit smiled and said, "This is our duty, sir." Yang Kai glanced at the divine spirit who spoke, nodded lightly, and said with a smile, "When I brought you all out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, I made a bloodline oath with you for 3,000 years, and now that time has basically passed." Upon saying so, Yang Kai reached up his fingers and began to count. A voice from below softly said, "There are 79 years to go before the full 3,000 is up." A chorus of voices said, "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Kai looked up and chuckled, "All of you remember so clearly." The divine spirit smiled. How could they not remember this, as it was related to their freedom? Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and said, "When I asked you to make that great oath, I said that I would set you free after the expiration of the agreement 3,000 years later. I have no intention of breaking my word. However, all of you must know the situation that we are in, so I would like to ask all of you now. After the expiration of the 3,000-year Great Oath, where do you intend to go?" The divine spirits exchanged looks with each other, and every one of them could see the indecision in each other's eyes. When they came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they did not know the situation in the outside world was like this, but they were no longer ignorant like back then. Now, when the 3,000-year agreement was ending, where could they go even when they were free? A divine spirit with an ox head said, "Sir, now that all life is under threat by the Black Ink clan, we have nowhere else to go. I'm afraid we can only fight alongside the human race to drive out the enemy." Yang Kai looked at the divine spirit and was surprised that it was Zhu Jian. He thought that these divine spirits could not wait to get far away from the battlefields after they regained their freedom. He did not expect them to be so righteous. He was relieved and asked, "Do all of you feel the same way?" A divine spirit yelled, "We're already riding this pirate ship, how can we get off now?" This caused many divine spirits to roar in laughter. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It is a blessing for my people, and all people, that you think this way. I, Yang Kai, hereby swear by my source and bloodline that in my lifetime, I will ruthlessly kill the Black Ink clan and eliminate them from this universe. When peace is finally restored, I will drink and celebrate with all of you. When that happens, you will be favored by the heavens, and perhaps restore the glory of your ancestors." At the end of his sentence, a golden illusory phantom flickered behind Yang Kai, which was a manifestation of his source great oath. All the divine spirits were moved. Zhu Jian immediately cupped his fist and said, "We are willing to serve, sir." The divine spirit also shouted in unison, "We are willing to serve." Excellent. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, "I have asked all of you to come here because I have a task for you. This matter is of utmost importance and victory or defeat in this war will depend on it, so you must think carefully before accepting it." Zhu Jian immediately asked curiously, "Sir, what task is it?" Yang Kai smiled profoundly and said, "There is no hurry. We still have to wait for the human side to finish its arrangements. When the time comes, I will send you to a place. I will explain in detail when the humans are ready." The divine spirits did not ask any more questions and Yang Kai allowed them to disperse and find a place to rest, away from the still busy artifact refiners and array masters. The divine spirits did not respect ordinary humans as they were more intimidating and powerful. However, Yang Kai was no ordinary human. Technically speaking, he was now a powerful ancient dragon, who was just one step away from becoming a divine dragon. Days later, 6,000 soldiers finally arrived at the suppressing Black Ink fortress. These 6,000 soldiers included all sorts of talents and were enough to operate the suppressing Black Ink fortress like a real great pass. Mi Jing Luan personally drafted these soldiers from across all the various battlefields. The 6,000 battle-hardened veterans gathered in a large courtyard and their combined aura was truly awe-inspiring. The cultivation of each of these soldiers was no less than the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, with many 7th and 8th Order Masters among them. Each one of them was battle-tested and had killed many Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield. They suddenly received the transfer order from the Supreme Headquarters and were brought here, so none of them knew what was happening and did not know what they should do. At the very least, they could see the enormous suppressing Black Ink fortress, thus, it was clear that something big was going to happen and all of them looked forward to it. Yang Kai stood in front of the 6,000 men and women and began to look at them in detail, soon noticing many familiar faces in the crowd. Yu Ru Meng, Su Yan, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu, Ji Yao. His wives were all here except for Xia Ning Chang, who had been stationed at the rear because of her mastery over the Tao of alchemy. Yang Xiao Yang Shui, Zhao Yi Bai, Zhao Ye, Su Yi, all of whom were close to him, were also there. Yang Kai even saw Gu Pan, whom he had not seen for many years, and Zhang Ruoxi beside her, staring back at him with glittering eyes. The moment he saw Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai's heart suddenly began to race. He felt a strange impulse but was not sure what it was about. Yang Kai did not think much about it though and just quietly said to Mi Jing Luan, "Many thanks, senior brother Mi." It was obviously Mi Jing Luan's idea to transfer his wives, Yang Xiao and his sister here. It was not so much as to take care of the people close to Yang Kai, but rather because the Black Ink clan was now targeting them. Once they appeared on the battlefield, they were always swarmed by the Black Ink clan. If it was not for the fact that some of them were proficient in the Tao of space, they would have been in deep trouble. "There is no need to thank me, Mi Jing Luan," whose insight was exceptionally keen, knew what Yang Kai meant. They are all heroes and this is the right time for them to contribute. Besides, the situation there might be even more dangerous than on the battlefield here. While the two of them were talking, somewhere below within the crowd, Yang Xiao said to Yang Shui, "Little ant, what's wrong with that big head me? Our whole squad has been transferred over, so why did he leave Old Fong out? Although Old Fong is a bit laid back, he is very powerful. Hey, why don't you ask adoptive father to transfer Old Fong over?" Over the years, Yang Xiao and the others had made a big name for themselves. Since the Black Ink clan knew about his relationship with Yang Shui and Yang Kai, they had targeted them repeatedly. It was Fong Tianci who used his mastery over the Tao of space to lead them out of danger many times. The years of working together resulted in them bonding strongly with each other. Yang Xiao had high regards for Fong Tianci, but unfortunately, for reasons unknown, Mi Jingluan had transferred all of them here except for Fong Tianci. They did not know why Big Head Mi had seemingly singled out Old Fong, but Yang Xiao was not happy about it. Now, he was encouraging Yang Shui to go to Yang Kai to file an official complaint. Yang Shui would naturally not want Fong Tianci to be excluded as he had helped them a lot of times before. This time, there was no telling what kind of missions they were being sent on, but from the lineup gathered here and the massive fortress in front of them, it was obviously going to be a task fraught with dangers. They would also be much safer with Fong Tianci by their side. Yang Shui faintly nodded and replied, "I'll talk to Big Brother when I find a chance." In front of the square, Mi Jingluan said, "Junior brother Yang, I found an interesting person when I was making the transfers. This person was originally in the same squad as Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. He is also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with great strength and is also highly proficient in the Tao of space. Apparently, he came from your small universe, but he came to me and said that he could not accept this transfer. I asked him for the reason, but he was unable to explain clearly. He only told me to come and tell you about this." Yang Kai seemed to know what happened and asked, "Was his name Fong Tianci?" Mi Jingluan nodded and replied, "That's him." Yang Kai said, "I have a critical task for him, so I can't afford to send him to that place." Mi Jingluan was relieved and said, "Since it's junior brother's arrangement, then I see no problems with it." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.